With the help of Jake and his mother Vicky, the Vampire Corps were able to clear the first wave of beasts fairly quickly. At the same time, the damaged part of the wall had been repaired using Jake's Earth ability, along with the outside being hardened. It was a temporary fix, but better than anything the Corps members could come up with on their own. The lieutenant that was located on that section of the wall was very thankful for their help, but he understood that this wasn't the end of the attack, merely the beginning. After receiving their thanks, the two members of the Green family ran off along the top of the wall to where the beasts were seemingly headed next. On the wall itself, around the center, there were 3 vampires wearing the official Vampire Corps gear. Unlike others, those 3 had emblems attached onto their uniforms in different colors, 2 of them being silver, while the third one was gold. The one wearing a golden emblem had the standard black spiky black hair that seemed to be popular with many of the vampires, but there was one thing that stood out about him, and it was his bushy eyebrows that were also pointed at the end. They curved slightly upward towards the forehead. The 3 of them soon felt a gust of wind pass their face, as they saw Jake and Vicky storming off to the other side of the wall. It seems we are in luck for a level 4 horde attack to take place when these 2 happen to be visiting. Right, General Yaddy? One of the men wearing a silver emblem on his clothes noted with a sigh of relief. These 3 were the top members of the Vampire Corps on the base on Mars, so they held quite high positions. General Yaddy looked to where the 2 had disappeared to, and the wave that had already approached the wall. Combat was already taking place, and the force was larger than the first attack, which was expected. A small displeasing grunt came from Yaddy. A level 4 horde attack has never occurred in these areas, and as soon as they turn up something like this happens, you would be a fool to believe that all of this is merely a coincidence. Those 2 won't even state why they are here in the first place. The commander may trust the Green family, but I don't. However, I will always follow the commander's wish, so while they are here I will treat them with respect, but I will be keeping an eye on them. General Yaddy stared off in the distance towards them. With Quinn having left the group of vampires, it left Mitchell a little concerned with what was going to happen to them. There were, after all, only 5 trained Corps members along with 50 new recruits. In fact, the beasts outnumbered the number of vampires that were in the same area. As the wave of beasts got closer, the ground began rumbling even more. There were horse-like creatures with giant hooves out in the front. Flying above them were 2 sets of the large insect-like creature that had attacked during the first wave, and then behind them countless numbers of different beasts, heading towards the group like they were obsessed for the kill. If we don't attack now, then they will bulldoze right through us and right through this wall. Everyone, prepare your longest range and most powerful attack. Hold until I say so, Mitchell ordered. The ones that moved immediately were Hannah and her group, while at the same time, Mitchell held out his finger. He gripped his injured arm, cursing at himself for having used it against the new recruit earlier. But either way he had no choice but to use his rifle blood attack one more time. The signal is the second I fire off my blood rifle, Mitchell shouted to those behind them. The group looked nervous as they readied their blood aura. In a way, a lot of these vampires had joined the Vampire Corps to avoid the fighting, or because they were scared that the Dampiers or the public would come after them. Being in a group meant that they would be protected, yet right now they were experiencing the responsibilities that came with their choice. My blood rifle is one of the fastest attacks that vampires can do, and it's incredibly powerful. Even if the target is a demigod tier beast, I should be able to take it down or at least do significant damage to it as long as I can hit it in the right place. With his unpatched eye, Mitchell aimed carefully towards one of the flying beasts, believing them to be the higher tier beasts, after having confirmed the information with the other group that had attacked. The moment they entered a range of 200 meters, the red beam left Mitchell's finger. The attack was large, powerful, and fast just like before, and the vampire had aimed it perfectly to hit the demigod tier beast. However, suddenly the beast leapt from their position. They looked to have a large round body made of a rocky-type substance with small limbs of flesh. They had tucked in their limbs, mostly rolling their way towards the base. When the attack appeared, though, they leapt up right in front of it. The red rifle beam of blood aura smashed through the rock beast, killing it on the spot. But there wasn't just one. They had lined up sticking together like some type of magnet. The beam continued to go through each beast and eventually, after it had killed 7 of them, the red aura had diminished to the point that there was nothing left to hit the demigod-tier giant insect at the very back. Once the attack was over, then rock beasts landed and continued to roll on their way, heading towards all the others. Watching what had happened came as a surprise to Peter. Different types of beasts, consisting of all tiers, shouldn't work together, but here they clearly were. Something like this would have been thought impossible during his time. Now, with Mitchell using 2 of his strongest attacks, one from earlier, he wouldn't amount to much in this fight. The vampires started to fire their blood aura attacks, trying to hit the beast that were now closer than before, but most of their attacks hardly ever reached the beasts. The attacks that did wounded the beast a little but hardly slowed them down. What are we meant to do, Hannah? There is no point staying here if this whole place is going to get destroyed. This is just the second wave, Derek shouted, seeing that the base seemed to be struggling with just the initial waves. It just means it's the perfect opportunity for us to shine. Hannah's voice trailed off as she saw one man, running up ahead, towards the group of beasts that had yet to meet them. Mitchell planned to shout and stop him, but it was too late. That person is fast, Mitchell realized. We need to help him, he will be crushed by those things. Lucia shouted. No, Minnie shouted back. He said to stay here, he promised he would protect everyone. Lucia had seen Peter fight against the top-class travelers before, but this was different. To go up against so many beasts, she wondered what he was thinking, and worst of all, she was worried as well. Storming out at the front, Peter of course wasn't worried about himself. His fist started to glow as he ran forward. Quinn, you told me to try my best to protect everyone, and if need be to use the new energy inside me. I can feel it inside me. Peter didn't quite understand how to use chi properly yet, even after spending a lot of time training. The special chi that he covered of his arms, he believed, was more of a fluke than anything. He didn't have to think, he could just do it, but when using the same techniques that Quinn had tried to teach him to be able to see chi, now he could feel something else instead. Immediately, Peter hammered his fist, right from underneath the horse. Its body exploded on the impact from the powerful fist and guts went flying. The next second, Peter jumped up towards the demigod-tier beast in the back. While midair, it attempted to grab him with its tentacles, but that was what the white was going for as he grabbed onto the tentacle's ends and swung, pulling it down, crashing into the ground. Peter's actions, the actions from one person, had caused their advance to stop. And now all the beasts were turned towards him. Everyone, we have to help our brave comrade. He has risked his life to protect his, and we need to do the same, Mitchell shouted at the top of his lungs, running forward and the rest following behind him. With the demigod-tier beast on the ground, Peter could sense that all the hundreds of beasts' attention was on him. But it didn't matter. When you get back, Quinn, it looks like I'm going to be able to tell you what this new type of energy can do. Although most of the beasts in the incoming wave had turned their attention towards Peter earlier, after his superb display of strength, now that the core unit had made a move, most of the beasts turned their attention towards the current set of attackers. Lifting his hands, Mitchell tried to summon some of his blood aura, but his arms were far too tense and sore. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't use his skill. He needed a whole day to recover after using the blood rifle at this rate. I don't know where these vampires have come from or who they are, but with that lone man distracting most of them, we might have a chance, Mitchell thought. The use of his arms was limited, but it was enough to allow him to summon his string ability. Propping his arms up a little bit, he struck 2 needles into specific points on his arms. Then, he placed the other end with his mouth with several different lining threads. Now, with a strange contraption of strings inside his mouth and with the movement of his tongue, he could somewhat control his arms. However, it was hard to tell how long he could go on like this. The first horse-like beast charged right towards Mitchell. Moving to the side, he leapt on top of the horseback. The downside to using his string ability like this was that he could not use it in other ways in battle, but it didn't matter as he lifted his foot to stomp on the horse-like beast's neck, cracking it instantly and making it fall. While fighting, Mitchell also noticed that a group of vampires were traveling together. He found it a little strange because the other vampires didn't act like this. He noticed that it was the group that had done fairly well during the assessment. Whatever the case may be, they were clearly impressive, and he was happy to know that there were some that he could rely on. Of course, the group of vampires Mitchell was keeping his eye on was the red vampires. Fighting in a group, especially this group, was their forte, and they were even more impressive than individually during their assessment, covering each other's backs, fighting in formations and more. This should be enough to get on their radar and not too much to draw suspicion. Hannah thought. Besides, if this really is a level 4 horde, then the worst is yet to come. Lucia and Jessica were taking more of a defensive approach, fighting from a distance. They were acting as solid pillars of support. Lucia would thrust her sword forward whenever they noticed a vampire struggling and shoot out a lighting bolt. The beast weapons gave it a nice boost in strength and, at the same time, allowed for the lighting to be directed more efficiently in a specific direction so there wasn't much collateral damage. Depending on the beast, this could hurt or stun the beast. Either way, it also gave Jessica enough time to use her own string abilities to pull back some of the vampires that were about to get seriously hurt. The two of them were better than most of the new recruits, but there was a reason why they weren't so much on the front lines, and that was because they had a little vampire to look after. Minnie was now on Jessica's shoulders, with arms around the latter's forehead, holding her firmly. They decided this since there was a chance Lucia could get hurt again, and it would cause another bloodthirst of energy. Still, even though the two of them supported the front lines in this battle since the start, the battlefield was becoming an apparent mess with no clear indication of where groups were meant to fall back or were supposed to push forward continually. This was duly part of their inexperience, and Mitchell knew there wasn't much he could do even with a few orders. And to make matters worse, one of the boulder-like beasts came rolling towards them. Jessica quickly turned, and Lucia was now fighting against another monkey-like beast with her spear. The enemy was a high-level beast as she was unable to deal with it on the spot, but at the same time, she was unhurt as she continued to swing her weapon to look for any possible weak spot. This beast moves incredibly fast, and Lucia's hands are tied up. I have to do something to slow it down or get rid of it, Jessica thought as she swung her arms twice, throwing out two large lines of red aura. They crashed into the large rock-like beast, but they quickly dispersed as they hit it. That's not strong enough. Will I have to use that? Jessica thought as she was mulling over what to do. Let me help. I can do what Daddy did, Minnie said, holding out her hand. She started to gather red energy around her finger. At first, Jessica thought it might have been the blood bullet, but seeing the condensed energy building up like so, meant that this wasn't the blood bullet but was the blood rifle. How can such a young vampire be able to do such a thing? Jessica was stumped. The next second, firing off from Millie's finger, was a large beam of energy. It hit the beast and broke right through its hard outer rock shell like Mitchell's rifle attack. The beast soon stopped rolling and fell just short in front of Jessica. However, when Millie shot the bullet, the recoil was far stronger than her body could handle, and it caused her to lose her grasp on Jessica as her body went flying through the air. Turning around, Jessica quickly used her strings to grab her and bring her close to her chest. She could see that the whole of Minnie's arm, and even part of her neck, was red, as if badly bruised. She was bleeding internally because her body couldn't handle the intensity of the attack she had created out of impulse. Her eyes were closed as she was knocked out unconscious as soon as she fell off. I'm sorry that I'm so weak that I let you get in this state. Jessica gritted her teeth while looking at the poor girl who had done everything to save and help in their current situation. Why am I so scared? I should have just used all my powers. I should have been like her. At the same time, while self-blaming, she also started to think of another. Peter, she mumbled. You said we would be okay. You said you would protect us. Minnie trusted you. Tears streamed out of her eyes. At that moment, two people arrived as reinforcements and began clearing the beasts in the area, reasonably quickly, one by one. It's Jake. Others heard a vampire shouting. Indeed, Jake and Vicky had arrived from the other part of the wall and had decided to help as soon as they noticed the battle getting out of hand. Well, that's strange. Where's that man from earlier? Jake said out loud, looking for a specific person, and that was when he noticed something else. With the two of them, they could clear the small number of beasts relatively easily, but Jake noticed the number of beasts was more than what he had expected. However, all of them were distracted by something. The next second and a beast's body went flying off in the air, and all of the vampires could see someone. Or something. Is that? Before Lucia could even finish her words, she froze upon seeing a lone man surrounded by bodies of dead beasts. He had the same body shape as the others, but something was different about him than before. From the top of his head, it looked like a large spine or some type of tail was poking out. It slowly moved until it touched the floor. The tail-like limb that appeared from the top of Peter's head was primarily black, and upon close inspection, one could see that the long object had several sharp edges similar to feathers spiraling out with the tips glowing red. Beasts leapt from the ground towards the person, and the strange tail-like object from the head moved, stabbing right through their chest. "I will make sure to protect everyone," Peter said, looking towards the group of people, having activated the celestial energy inside him. With Peter's current strength, he had no problem dealing with the beast around him. The only trouble was the fact that they were considerable in number. Still, with his skills, speed, and power, he could avoid most of the attacks, and even when getting injured, almost all of the minor wounds on his body would heal pretty quickly. Still, some beasts were too robust, making it difficult for him to kill them in one hit. At the same time, something he had never seen before was happening, and that was the fact that beasts were now coming at him together, and were also working together. They were cooperating as if they were connected through some hive mind. Peter tried to go after the most troublesome ones. There was a group of smaller flying insect-type beasts, similar to the large demigod-tier beast that Vicky had killed earlier, were now grouping against him. They could spit out a type of acid at a fast rate. Usually, Peter could avoid such hits, but when trying to dodge such attacks, the other beasts would attack him, not to hurt him, but to not let him leave the targeted spot. Peter stomped on the ground and cracks formed underneath his feet, stumbling the beasts around him. When the strange green goo hit him, it had some acid-like effect on his skin. But because Peter covered his arms in the special condensed chi he could use, this attack should have caused no trouble for him. But when the attack landed on his shoulder, there was a sizzling sound as it burnt through whatever armor he had on while at the same time reaching his skin. Still, the attack didn't cause severe damage, and he managed to heal the shallow burnt skin. Of course, Peter decided to do what he thought was best and just powered through, killing and ripping apart the beasts that were trying to stop him from moving the way he wanted. If he couldn't deal with the beasts in the order he wanted, then he would deal with the rest who were creating trouble for him. That was until he heard a familiar trembling voice. "Peter," the voice said, mumbled and in pain. "You said we would be okay. You said you would protect us? Minnie, she trusted you. Something is happening. I can't just stay here." Turning around, a group of 6 or so beasts blocked his way, all with strange tentacles, giant mouths, sharp teeth, and more. "You guys won't let me go help them unless I kill you all. Will you? If that's what you want, then that's what I shall do. I just have to kill you faster," Peter shouted as he charged forward again. Not knowing what was happening to the others, Peter panicked to help. He moved the fastest he could, but it wasn't enough as the beast horde was practically attempting to pile upon him. Faster, faster. Maybe I could use that inner energy that Quinn told me to focus on, Peter thought. At first, Peter tried drawing out chi from his body, but instead, he found something else. Not caring about what would happen to him or what this energy really was, Peter drew it out from his body anyway. This new energy, he could tell straight away, was changing him, not just giving him some type of newfound power, but was changing his actual body structure, as if giving him a whole new makeover. I have to kill them faster and get stronger. As these thoughts flashed in his mind repeatedly, Peter suddenly remembered one of the fastest moving things he had once witnessed. Slicer's tail. Using Quinn's final form in his head, he had made some adjustments, but he remembered that Slicer's tail was swift, sharp, and powerful. Having the use of an extra limb is incredibly valuable in close combat, after all. Then there was one more thought, a thought that had never left him since he had learnt it. A brave vampire knight of the 10th family had told him. And it was, as a white, no matter what, the one part that he needed to protect was his head. Because of this, something began to form from the top of his head. It rose up, and Peter was now in the form he had never been in before. He was no longer just a white. If vampires were to see this, no one could really pinpoint what specific creature he was right now. In the next moment, Peter braced himself, planting his feet deep into the ground. He then swung the upper part of his body, and the tail on the top of his head swung with it. The beast stood no chance as the thin red blood blades came out of the tail, ripping through them all. After defeating the wave of beasts, Peter turned around, looking if the others were safe. He could see that beasts had fallen by the other side, and now all of the eyes were on him. Is that the white that went charging in on his own? Mitchell thought, looking at him, not recognizing the smell around him anymore. What is it? Is he some type of hybrid beast of some sort like what Pure has been creating? Because of this thought, Mitchell was getting ready for another battle and was worried that perhaps this weird creature would be far more challenging than the beasts they have been fighting till now. Minnie, Peter said and charged from his position, running forward. Upon seeing this, an instinct came over Jake, as he jumped in between the girls and soon created a giant mud-like fist from the ground, forcing it out towards the monster. He also covered the outside with his special hardening ability. Peter knew from the earlier confrontation that this mixture of abilities was quite strong, so he didn't try to face it straight on with his strength. After all, his strength was no longer syncing up with Quinn, which means he was no longer as fast and strong as Quinn. The link between the two had terminated a while ago, and Peter believed it was because his body had finally reached its limit. Instead of using his new body part, he swung it at a speed that was far faster and more flexible than any of his limbs, and it had slashed right through the giant fist, making it crumble. I see. This must be the leader of this horde, Jake said as he braced his arm. Pulling it back, it started to change. His hand had formed into a blade itself, but that wasn't all. It began to glow slightly red, and tiny drops of lava dropped along the surface, creating a sizzling noise. It was almost as if his hand had turned into a molten blade of lava itself, and who knew what other abilities he was planning to use in this attack. They must have been mistaken when thinking this was a level 4 horde. This must be a level 5 horde led by a demonoid human tier beast. Jake had come to his own assumption. Running ahead, it looked like the two of them were ready to clash head-on. At the same time, Minnie was starting to wake up. Stop! Lucia screamed at the top of her lungs. You both are on the same side. She was unsure if both of them had heard this, and even if they did, it was too late for the two of them to clash. That was until a fearless, powerful woman stood in between the two of them. Didn't you hear the poor girl? She told the two of you to stop, so calm down. Vicky shouted and pressed something on the palm of her hand. In doing so, her whole body seemed to soon cover in a strange mud-like substance. Then, going through a set of stances, she pushed both her arms outward. From the ground, at first, it looked like the sand began to move out towards the two of them, but it wasn't just sand at all. Instead, it was a wet mud-like substance. Peter, with his tail, had attempted to cut through it. It successfully sliced through the large wave of mud, but that was it. It didn't break the incoming mud, and its liquid-like form continued until it landed on him. Once it did, the mud began to harden. Here Peter easily broke out of the hardening mud, but saw Vicky stepping toward Jake, who had also successfully broken out. Whack! Everyone heard a loud noise as Vicky hit Jake on the back of his head. Stop being an idiot. You should be more like your father and analyze the situation. If he really was a beast, why would he kill the wave of beasts himself? Vicky shouted at her son. Upon hearing her words, Jake's face began to go a little red out of embarrassment, and he noticed that Peter, who was coming towards him, didn't even attempt to attack him. Instead, the latter went over to Minnie, who was now awake. How is she? Peter asked. Lucia, who was by Minnie's side, looked at Peter's face and was a bit speechless because it didn't look the same as before. She was unsure if it was due to the transformation, but he looked completely different from before. She's fine. She just tried to help and used an attack that caused a powerful recoil, and she lost her grip, Jessica explained. It was a relief, and as soon as Minnie saw Peter's face, she was unafraid and just spoke softly. "Uncle Peter, where is Daddy? Ka." Her voice trailed off as her eyelids slowly dropped, and she went into a peaceful sleep. Although the fighting was over here, Peter wondered. Where was Quinn? Just then, Mitchell's voice rang out. "There should be more waves. They should have been here by now. Something's not right." Using the special gift given to him by the current Greylash leader, Quinn was currently flying over the large battlefield at a rapid pace. He had gone straight over the wave of beasts, and that wasn't the only wave of beasts he had gone over. He had seen a larger force, roughly 1/3 bigger than the group of beasts Quinn originally went past, and these were heading towards the vampire crop space. Still, Quinn chose to ignore this as well as he kept going forward. Because ever since his evolution, his vision had improved. Perhaps his vision was better than even vampires, as if he was some type of super vampire. Because of that, he could see something in the distance that was somewhat frightening. I don't know whether or not this is the level 4 horde that they are talking about, but I do know one thing: if what I see and can feel is right, and they were to clash with the vampire crops and we weren't there, then I'm pretty sure either the vampire core base on Mars would be no longer exist, or a good chunk of their forces would be lost forever. In the middle of these thoughts, Quinn did think of one person, and that was Jake Green. Actually, I think there's a good chance those two could have stopped this as well. There was something else I saw when looking at Vicky. Of course, it had become a habit for Quinn to use the inspect skill whenever he could. It was natural for him when trying to level up his skills. Although he was sure the inspect skill could no longer be leveled up, it had become a habit. During that time, though, he had noticed something interesting on Vicky's body. She has a demon tier weapon with her, and if my guess is right, judging by the name and description, it belonged to the same demon tier beast that Ratton had taken control of. At first, Quinn was saddened by this, though not to the degree when he had found out about Vorden, since Quinn wasn't too close to Ratton. Regardless, all of the blades that resided within Syl, including Borden that was part of the brother group at one point in time, had helped him out greatly. Quinn was in debt to the loyalty and friendship they gave him. However, Quinn didn't get angry because the demon tier weapon had ended up in the hands of Vicky, another blade, which made him believe that there had to be a reason behind it. Still, he couldn't be too sure because there was a chance that their relationship could have soured during the time he was away. Either way, he believed they would be okay, and during his flight, Quinn had run into another wave of beasts. It made him come to a sudden stop midair because he could tell that the beasts were coming towards him. Unlike the other waves of beasts, this one was smaller in number. However, they were far greater in strength, for there were 5 of the giant demigod-level beasts in front of him, the same as the ones that appeared during the first wave. They looked like giant insects with tentacles sticking out from their bodies. The first one began to muster up a strange foam from its mouth, turning bright green in color. The next second it opened up the giant forceps from its mouth, and the foam was shot right in Quinn's direction. Came out fast, and honestly, Quinn felt like if he wanted to, he could avoid the hit, but instead he surrounded his body with one of the steel-like wings and met the attack head-on. The foam acted like some strong acid, but it did next to no damage on the demon tier armor. This beast armor is quite resilient and can block even an attack of a demigod tier beast. Honestly, if it couldn't, I would be disappointed, but what is impressive is the wings themselves don't have to be used to give me the ability of flight. I can feel a current pushing on my body and legs keeping me airborne like some type of ability. The best thing about the wings was the high defense, but also it meant that attacks that would take a while to charge up could be used more easily. Spreading out the steel wings, Quinn fired 2 blood rifles, the new attack he had copied from Lieutenant Mitchell. The beams went right through 2 of the demigod tier insects that were closest, making them fall to the ground instantly. This time, Quinn didn't hold back on his strength as his attacks left a large gaping hole in their heads. The attack didn't stop there, as Quinn spread out his hands, revealing his palms. Nothing appeared out of them, and the remaining 3 beasts were quite fearless as they flew towards him. But in the next second, a red beam appeared from behind and had gone right through the back of the beast's head, killing them on the spot. The red beams of energy continued, and they had returned to Quinn's hands and were in the form of 2 balls. This blood control is amazing. I can control the aura even to this degree of such a powerful attack. As long as the aura hasn't diminished. Quinn thought. Finally, with the last beast coming towards him, Quinn held the balls of aura, which were diminishing with energy, and he quickly flew to the beast and slammed them down on its head, sending it crashing to the ground. It's strange that the beasts, even though they know that they were outmatched, didn't try running away at all. Quinn thought. With the 5 demigod tier beasts dead, he decided to continue on forward to meet with the significant threat that had him concerned. While continuing his flight, Quinn also noticed several strange devices planted in the ground, some looking somewhat like towers of some kind used to send signals. Is that how they could tell that the beast attack was coming? Quinn thought. Maybe that's how they were able to tell the level of the horde, but if that is really the case, I haven't seen the real threat go past the first tower, which means they got the level of the horde wrong. Quinn's guess was certainly correct, but for some reason, the aura and energy that he could sense in the distance were yet to move. This made him wonder if this was the case with all the horde attacks. It would make sense if someone or something was controlling them. Maybe it was just that the vampire core was too busy dealing with the attacks that they could not notice or go deep enough to tell that something was controlling these beasts. Either way, Quinn felt like soon he would get his answer, and that he did, as he came to a halt. He started to descend on what mainly looked like a barren wasteland of Mars. As one moves further away from the established cities and life, it would look more like the Mars that Quinn had seen before his millennia-long slumber. Now, standing in front of him was what could be described as a humanoid beast. The only thing was, Quinn wasn't so sure that it was a real humanoid beast. The countenance on the beast, its shape and size, reminded Quinn somewhat of the Dalki. However, it was clearly somewhat different. In fact, the feeling when he was looking at the beast in front of him reminded him a little of Graham. But there were quite a lot of differences, like, for one, this one had fur instead of scales running down its arms. Another thing was, there was no tail, and although the face was slightly elongated, it was not as much as Graham's face. The fur covered the side of his face slightly as well. The first thing that came to Quinn's mind was that Pure had continued experimenting on the hybrid-type beasts they were creating. Seeing the injection from before confirmed that, but perhaps the beast in front of him was a more complete or different version of what he had seen. "Are you with Pure?" This was the first question that Quinn asked the person as it stood before him. The beast started to laugh. "Now, how in the world did you manage to go past all of those waves of beasts? Did you just fly over them all with your wings?" The beast chuckled. "Either way, it doesn't matter," he said as he raised his hands, and his nails began to grow longer. He moved his hands with so much power that it looked like they sliced through the very air in front of him. These movements, the attack, certainly did remind Quinn of Graham a lot. The next second, the attack had sliced through the air, and it was coming straight towards Quinn. Using the demon tier armor, Quinn moved one of the wings again as a shield to block the attack. But as it hit, the attack succeeded in slashing through a part of the wing, causing the metallic feathers to fall to the surface. Just from the first attack, part of his demon tier armor was damaged. The reason why Quinn had been able to track this humanoid beast from so far was due to the high amounts of chi he was sensing. And this was one of the main reasons why he believed that the person in front of him was related to Pure, but for some reason, he could tell that this enemy was currently most likely in a suppressed state. New quest received. An ancient enemy of vampires has resurfaced and is in front of you. Its very existence is a threat to you and your brethren. Defeat the ancient enemy. The truth was Quinn didn't need the quest notification to tell what was in front of him because he already knew based on the strange feeling and looked at what was exactly in front of him. Somehow, someway, the person in front of him had either gotten their hands on werewolf DNA or was a werewolf themselves. When fighting against Graham, during his transformation into a celestial, Quinn had heard the other leaders claim that Graham somehow had been mixed in with werewolf's DNA. According to what Quinn had learnt from Logan, it was most likely an accident due to the information and different DNA used when Jim had created the Dalki in the first place. However, seeing the person in front of him, and not only their features but the fact the quest claimed it was an ancient enemy of the vampires, Quinn knew why he was getting the same feeling, and the claw mark confirmed it. With the way he was currently, there were only a few beings that perhaps could damage a demon tier armor set like this. Inspect. Hybrid werewolf creation. The werewolves were extinct, and if I remember what Vincent told me, it was due to the vampires a long time ago. So are pure messing around with DNA again? Did they somehow get their hands on DNA that the vampires had to create more of these? If that's the case, this could be a serious problem for the vampires of today. According to Jean, werewolves were also somehow able to combat vampires' natural healing. A wound from a werewolf's claws cannot be easily healed. Seeing how much chi the werewolf had and feeling that the energy wasn't quite exactly the same as chi, an idea flashed in Quinn's mind. If each of their attacks, bites, claws, and more had this powerful chi in their bodies, it would make sense that it would interfere with the healing capabilities of vampires. One thing Quinn didn't have an idea of was whether the werewolf hybrids were weaker than the real werewolves of ancient times, or were they stronger. It also meant for some reason or somehow they didn't wish or couldn't bring back the werewolves of the old time. I'm surprised you managed to block my attack, but I'll make sure to rip those wings off your body so you can't fly away. The man shouted as he charged forward and threw 2 more swipes through the air. Seeing how the last attack had already damaged his demon tier beast armor, Quinn didn't exactly want to use it to block any more attacks. Still, due to its passive effect, not using it would allow it to heal anyway. Although vampires were supernatural beings that were naturally stronger and faster than humans, werewolves had physical capabilities that could outmatch the former. Because of this, Quinn was a little apprehensive about letting the werewolf get close to him. However, there was one clear thing: the creature or person in front of him was not on the level of Graham. He was one of a kind. Seeing this, Quinn fired out 2 blood swipes of his own. Using his blood control, he sped them up and didn't hold back using his own chi. The attacks clashed against the claw marks, and a surge of power vibrated through the air, sending shockwaves towards both of them. The werewolf was surprised, but he didn't quite have the time to relax because, in the next second, Quinn had fired off a blood bullet, hitting him in the legs. Not just one, but Quinn continuously fired blood bullets out with his 2 hands as he went forward, aiming for the werewolf's legs. Arg! The werewolf screamed in pain as his advance stopped, but imbalanced because of the pain from the first few bullets. He leapt in the air and stomped on the ground, creating some type of barrier, but that didn't matter because Quinn's blood bullets went right through the walls of dirt anyway and were hitting the target one way or another. It seems like his body must be healing. The same thing happened to Graham. Is it a trait of the werewolves? Even with chi and such, their bodies are still able to heal. I'll have to make a much deeper wound on him, Quinn thought. To do that, Quinn decided to charge right in instead. Once again, Quinn had gathered his blood aura and covered his fists with it. As he went to strike forward, he successfully punched the werewolf in the chest, and blood dripped from his mouth. Lifting his head up though, the werewolf had somewhat regained his stand even with the intense pain, and without wasting any opportunity, he sliced his claw towards Quinn. Quinn moved his head out of the way, but a fingernail still managed to cruise his cheek. Quinn quickly lifted the werewolf and slammed him towards the ground, creating a crater and small dust cloud. Flying up, Quinn had already gathered a lot of blood aura, forming it into a large drill, and then using his blood control, he smashed the blood drill into the werewolf. From his past experiences, he needed a blood attack, at least on a level that could tear the body apart before it could heal up. The blood drill crashed into the ground, but it didn't hit the target because the werewolf was already right by Quinn's side. He grabbed both arms of Quinn, even though they were enveloped in the red aura, and then he proceeded to kick Quinn right in the chest. He held on tightly, almost causing Quinn's arms to break from his body because of the force, but the latter held on strong, and the two remained holding on to each other. 12 HP. Damn. It's been a long time since I saw a message like that from the system. It's the first time I've actually been hurt since becoming a celestial. Of course, Quinn wasn't so sure if using his celestial energy in a situation like this would help, since the one in front of him wasn't one with celestial energy in the first place. But with him having been hit, he felt like he was in for some trouble. His strength and speed are comparable to mine, and that's with the demon tier armor I'm wearing. Pure really managed to create some monster in these 1,000 years. Quinn smiled. I have to admit, you're the strongest vampire I have ever seen. Today wasn't the day I was meant to be known to the world, but you were the one that forced me to do this, the werewolf called. He bent his knees as he readied somewhat for a more powerful attack aiming to finish off Quinn. Despite being hit once though, Quinn wasn't afraid. "You know, it's a little cute seeing you use all your strength like that," Quinn replied, smiling. It was then that blood sword stabbed from the back of the werewolf, right through his chest. Quinn had aimed for the heart, but he could still hear it beat and knew that the enemy wasn't yet dead. Even the werewolf's heart seemed to be healing on the spot. Still, it made the latter quite vulnerable, and Quinn used this chance to break free, kicking the latter's arms using his feet. Jumping a few steps back, Quinn distanced himself from the enemy, and 1,000 thoughts flashed through his mind to judge what should be his next step. Although Quinn had large amounts of blood aura, and due to his title, there were no drawbacks to using blood aura. Creating something on the scale of what he used against Graham was impossible because there was one key missing ingredient: blood. Back then, not only was his blood used, but so was the blood of others who died in the war. Also, Quinn was sure he didn't need that to finish this werewolf off right now. Let's see. The Bluefang set, Celestial Energy, or should I try some of the new blood moves I have yet to use? No, I have a better idea, Quinn thought. Though, I still don't really know what that will do. Shadow ability has been detected. Demon Tier Chest Piece active skill has been activated. Let's see what this Demon Tier Chest Piece can do. Even with such a strong opponent in front of him, even though Quinn had taken a serious hit for the first time since he had woken up, the celestial vampire continued to be incredibly calm, because he was convinced that there was no way he could lose. Quinn knew he had multiple ways to take down the werewolf in front of him. If this was what Pure had been cooking up all this time, if this was the type of enemy that the world had in store for him after being asleep for more than 1,000 years, then it simply wasn't good up to par. Still, it looks like I have the chance to test out a few things, Quinn thought, a mild smile forming on his lips. Quinn estimated that the werewolf might have become the terror of the current age, just like One Horn and Graham had been during his time. Unfortunately for it, it just happened to encounter the celestial vampire who was dying to test out a few new things. Activating his beast armor's new ability, he allowed his shadow to be used with it, leading to something strange. Both of the steel wings were encased with the dark purple shadow. Lately, Quinn hadn't been using the shadow ability for two reasons: for fear that it would let everyone know who he was, and as for the second reason, it was due to the level of enemies he was facing. When having over 100,000 MC cells, it was okay for him to take big hits, but against someone with great strength like this, his shadow would only be able to take a few hits. These shadow wings, they remind me of Arthur. But what can they exactly do? Quinn wondered. That's when he noticed that the created didn't use up any of his MC cells. The power of the shadow, I guess since I don't recognize you, you must be one of the guardians. The werewolf uttered more to himself than to Quinn. We were fated to fight either way, so I will just have to kill you here. The hybrid werewolf charged forward, and the outside of his hands started to glow with a white light. It looked similar to celestial energy, but Quinn had a feeling that it wasn't the same. Since Quinn didn't really have time to see what the system had to say about the new steel wings, he decided to test them out the old-fashioned way. This attack seems stronger than the air slashes he produced before. The energy looks to be more raw and concentrated on his hands. If the wings can't take it, then I'm going to have to think of something else, Quinn decided. Still, he soon moved his wing in front of him, and the werewolf, using all its strength, slashed right at the wing. What he expected to happen was the wing to fall off, but instead his hand had been stopped completely. What's this? Shouldn't I have lost some MC cells? Quinn wondered. Pulling his hand back, the werewolf started to strike one after another at the wings, yet his opponent just placed them in his way one after another, taking hit after hit, but not for a second did his MC cells go down at all. Is this really the effect of the steel wings, the demon tier armor? If I can enhance them with my shadow, and not affect my MC cells in any way, it is like having a permanent shadow that can block any type of attack, although the area is kinda limited. It was then that Quinn went to waft both his wings forward, and the werewolf could see a large smile plastered on his face. You won't be able to hit me again, Quinn announced, now charging forward himself. When jumping forward, he got right in the werewolf's face and flapped his wing, pushing him away. The next second, Quinn grabbed on to the furry arms, kneeing his opponent right in the chest. Hopping up on his other leg, Quinn then kicked the werewolf with the side of his leg, pushing him away, and at the same time a large force of blood aura could be seen coming out of his foot and at the other end of the werewolf's body. The werewolf felt his body being crushed, yet his organs and bones were healing mid-flight. As he recovered, he looked up and could see Quinn right in front of him. The werewolf swung its arm to hit Quinn's head, but he soon knocked both of the clawed arms away, and the next second, Quinn used both of his fists to slam the werewolf right in the chest, sending him flying across the floor, knocking the ground up with it. What is going on? The werewolf was starting to worry as he tried to stand up while his body had yet to recover. Due to the severity of the wounds, it needed a bit more time, though his opponent was naturally not going to wait for that to happen. Wasn't he at the same speed as me just moments ago? How is he suddenly getting the upper hand? Don't tell me. Was he going easy on me the entire time? The werewolf reached a frightening possibility. As Quinn rushed forward, that wasn't the case at all. Quinn's speed had the stats of 200. He also had the demon tier beast gear to help him. The werewolf's physical capabilities were in a way better than his, but currently they were both even in that department, but Quinn had a few things that would give him the edge. One was utilizing chi properly to enhance his body to the next degree, and the second was even though they were both fast, Quinn was a gifted fighter. The celestial vampire had the clear advantage thanks to his skills of Muay Baron, as well as the experience of having fought countless times at the high level, and it was clear that his opponent lacked in that area. I'm interested to find out more about those guardians you mentioned, Quinn noted, as he charged forward again. It looked like he had made a fist towards the head of the werewolf, and covering up his head the werewolf was ready to block the attack. But that was when something strange happened. Put from Quinn's body, condensed forms of blood were forming from his side. He was using his aura, but not just in any way. He had done so to create another set of arms. He now had 4 sets of arms to attack with. With the original first he pounded it in the werewolf's head, and with the other blood aura-formed arms, Quinn pounded his body and more, hitting the werewolf in front of him. Each fist would send the werewolf flying through the air, and gushes of blood coming out from his mouth. As it did, Quinn had to make sure to keep up with him flying towards him so he could continuously hit the werewolf. The large blood attacks are too slow to kill the werewolf in one go, so I will just have to pound him until he's dead. The distance covered by the two fighting was enormous, and it was to the point that, without realizing it, Quinn soon was coming to the border of another area. With the werewolf weakened and the other fists hitting it, Quinn started to form the blood drill in his right hand, planning to finish it in one go. Just as he was ready to throw it, he sensed multiple different attacks coming his way. Immediately, Quinn folded in his wings to block the attack, and the werewolf continued to fall back, until it laid flat on its back in the ground. Opening his wings, Quinn could see nearly a dozen people having surrounded him. "Stop right there, vampire," a female shouted. When looking at the eyes of the 10 that had come to meet Quinn, he could see they were glowing yellow. They were all Dampiers. "You are now in Pierce territory. A member of the Vampire Corps is not allowed to step foot in this territory, and you are not to hurt our people. Continue your actions, and we shall regard that as a declaration of war." Another damper threatened him. The werewolf had gotten off the ground. He was incredibly weak, and the special healing didn't seem to be doing much for him anymore. As Quinn expected, there had to be a limit, just like there was to all things. "It looks like we fought across the whole beast area and made it to Pierce territory. So are pure, humans and Dampiers all living on this side of Mars?" Quinn wondered. "I am not a member of the Vampire Corps," Quinn declared, as he used his shadow to put away the demon tier set, but at the same time with the shadow equip he had placed on the Blue Fang set instead. "Which means that my actions have nothing to do with the Vampire Corps." Nitro Accelerate activated. The next second, the Dampiers couldn't even see Quinn move. He still had the blood drill ready in his hand. The werewolf in front of him and the Dampiers protecting him, he knew that this person was possibly important to them, which was why he needed to finish him off there and then, and that was exactly what he had done, as his blood drill went right through the werewolf's head, and he was no longer as his body dropped to the floor. "If you want to stop me, don't blame me for what will happen next. Devils_Advocate, my editor, is originally from Ukraine. Assuming you have not slept under a rock, you surely have heard about the current war happening there. If you have the means, please consider donating to one of the organizations helping the refugees there. Back at the border of the vampire crops base, eventually, 2 more beast waves had come towards them from different directions. None of them headed towards where Peter and the others were. Seeing this, Jake and Vicky went ahead, running off to help, while Peter and his group stayed back. At the same time, it didn't take long for Peter to revert to his normal form, and while doing so, he quickly used the transformation ability to change his appearance once again. Since there was such a drastic change in the first place, many wouldn't notice or bat an eyelid at the changes happening on his face. Lucia and Jessica continued to look at Peter while Mitchell was attending to the injured vampires, offering them blood supplies. Minnie was still sleeping, but unlike before, her expression was much peaceful. This calmed others down a bit. Pitching blood into the mouth of one of the new recruits, Mitchell couldn't help but turn towards Peter. Our group suffered no casualties, but not one vampire died. This is unheard of. When General Yadi hears of this, they will definitely be interested in what happened. But how do I explain to them something that I don't even understand myself? Just who are these people, especially that vampire from before? Now looking off into the distance, Mitchell wondered where the other vampire had gone and what was happening beyond the waves. With the help of Jake and Vicky, the other 2 areas that were attacked were now pushing back the beast waves, and it was almost at the end of the battle. However, with it being a level 4 horde, there would be a large final wave. When seeing this, the general would call the vampire groups to one area, yet there had been no word from the general since the beginning. At the same time, usually, there wouldn't be so much time between waves. It was clear that something must have happened. "Bin," Mitchell called over. "Once the new guys have healed up, gather them all, and wait for an order from the base. I have a feeling this battle might be over, but we can't be so sure." Bin gave the nod, agreeing to the order. "Sir, where are you going to go?" "I just need to see something," Mitchell replied and ran off into the direction where Quinn had headed. These thoughts weren't alone with Lieutenant Mitchell, since the general was thinking the same thing. "I have checked the sensors and they weren't wrong. They sensed that this was a level 4 horde. But what happened to the beasts? Did they turn around for some reason, or did something else happen?" General Yadi thought. It was then that he got the report that Jake and Vicky had finished dealing with the beast wave in the last 2 areas. "Call them over to me, and let's have a little talk," Yadi ordered. Quest complete. You have defeated an ancient enemy of the vampires. Reward: Celestial Energy +5. This was unexpected, so are there other ways that I can get Celestial Energy, other than fighting Celestials and getting followers? Looking at this, Quinn wondered if this was something unique to him. In the first place, Celestials didn't have a system as he did. Vincent always talked about how the system essentially allowed him to improve at a fast rate compared to other vampires, and maybe it would be the same here as well. 16/19 Celestial Energy. Still, I'm assuming 5 points of Celestial Energy is pretty low. Because if one follower doing the condition would give 1 point of Celestial Energy, then I could just get 1,000 people to sacrifice blood to a statue of me for 1,000 points, right? Thinking about this, Quinn thought it would have been so easy in the past, but it's no use now. He would take it one step at a time, and he didn't really have time to think much about his current situation because 10 Dampiers were encircling him. In fact, he could see more coming towards him. "Well, big balls, what are you going to do now? Take out the whole city?" Ray asked. The werewolf was dead on the ground, but the Dampiers that were protecting him weren't exactly attacking Quinn. Perhaps because of the speed he had just shown them. Emergency. There is a suspected guardian that is currently attacking us. One of the Dampiers shouted down a receiver. Guardian? That's twice that I heard of this word by now, and that werewolf said that when he saw my shadow powers. So I guess there are those with the shadow powers. Are they with Laxmus then? Perhaps it's not good to be associated with these guardians, but it will get me out of my current situation at least. It probably wasn't a good idea to kill the werewolf. If it's a creation of Pure, it very well might be their trump card that they had created after 1,000 years of research. To learn that a vampire took it out just like that, I might have caused quite a stir. The question is, What do I do now? Quinn could sense more Dampiers, some very powerful ones, were coming his way. Of course, he disliked Pure, but he still at least wanted to know what was going on. I guess I just need to be patient and find the right moment to leave. It's not like they can stop me anyway. Just then, while he was thinking, two of the Dampiers acted, slashing out yellow lines of aura, an attack similar to the blood swipe. Quinn already knew he couldn't control these and that the red aura seemed to have a weakness against the yellow aura. It was somewhat similar to how water would trump fire. However, just like a game, if there was enough fire, the water would evaporate, and it was something similar here too. Quinn surrounded his hands in the red aura and just swiped at the two slashes, breaking them in an instant. Could you do me a favor, Ray? Quinn asked. What? Ray asked as Quinn slashed out his hand towards the two Dampiers that attacked him. Try to make sure these Dampiers don't kill themselves while they're in the shadow space. Maybe frighten them a little. I have a feeling I might get some important information from them. Quinn replied. Wait. Didn't you just say you weren't going to cause any trouble? And now you're planning to kidnap Dash. It was already too late, as Quinn had used Shadow Lock on the two Dampiers. With Ray there as well, he was sure that at least Ray, currently residing in the dragon's body, could stop them from hurting the shadow space. The next second, Quinn disappeared in front of everyone's eyes and headed back towards the vampire core base. A few moments later, the rest of the Dampiers were seen coming out from the base. It looked like a squad of around 15 or so. Then from another direction, those who appeared to be more human were also coming out. When the two squads met in the middle, they just stood around the dead body of the werewolf that was on the ground. How is this possible? One of the Pure members said. Who did this? Who was able to kill him? Agent 4 will be furious. Who did this? What did they look like? Was it Laxmus? The Dampiers looked visibly shocked and explained to their group leader about the mysterious attacker kidnapping two of their people. The situation wasn't very favorable to them either. It wasn't Laxmus. A Damper answered. We believe it was one of the Guardians. But it wasn't Laxmus. A Guardian? What are they doing here of all places? Did they know that he was currently here? I didn't know a Guardian was strong enough to take them on. It looks like we might have underestimated the red vampires. Perhaps they are closer to finding the red heart, or they might already have it in their hands and are ready to make their move. We must report this to Zero immediately. Mitchell was nervous when he had decided to head out. He was a little worried that either the beasts had gained some sort of intelligence and were trying to spring a trap on him, or he might be running straight towards the incoming wave, which was delayed for some reason. Still, he was confident in his skills that if he did come across a wave of beasts, he would at least be able to retreat on time and head back before he got into trouble. But as he continued to fly ahead, he saw no such waves. In fact, he didn't see any signs of battle either. I'll go as far as the sensors. I should be able to spot something then. If I go further than that, there is a chance I could run into Pure's people, Mitchell thought. But just then, he finally saw something up ahead, something he hadn't expected at all. Around a couple of kilometers ahead from where the sensors would be, he could see it. Several demigod-tier beasts lying motionless on the ground, dead. It really was a level for Horde, but why are they dead? What happened to them? Although hesitatingly, Mitchell started to inspect the bodies, still scared that they could wake up. Maybe he could take out one demigod-tier beast on his own, but that was if he could still use his blood rifles. To take down 5 of them would be a mammoth of a task. Retreating would be the best defense. After looking through the dead bodies of the large beasts, he noticed 2 things. One of them was the fact that the person who had killed them didn't even bother to take out the beast crystal inside. He could only imagine either a madman or a person with no use for such crystals had done this. Either one did not make sense to him, but then he noticed the even more shocking thing. I'm sure of it. I wanted to ignore it, but the hole in these beasts' bodies. That's definitely what they would look like if someone used the rifle blood bullet. Since it was a skill he had developed himself, he would for sure notice it, and there was no doubt in his mind. Of course, Mitchell knew that he wasn't the one that had done this, so he could only think of one other person, the vampire he had met today, who was all to copy his move. How is he able to use the rifle bullet more than once? He used it during our fight, and here he used it to get rid of all of the beasts. I've never heard of a vampire not suffering a drawback from using an ability. None of this is making any sense. Just who is that vampire? Is he the leader of the red vampires? Are they trying to infiltrate the vampire core? Although this seemed probable if that was the case, Mitchell thought they would have decided to lay low and then destroy them from within. Also, why bother protecting the vampire core base if that was the case? The red vampire's ideals might have differed from the vampire crops, but they didn't tend to clash either. It was then that he felt a gust of wind, and the very person he was thinking of landed right in front of him. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be out here," Quinn said. Blinking a few times with his good eye, Mitchell wondered where Quinn had even come from. He should have seen him in the distance, but it was almost as if the latter teleported in front of him. "You!" Mitchell called out, not being able to take it anymore. "Who are you? It's obvious you're not a normal vampire." Mitchell paused there. He didn't know what to say or what to do, but now looking at Quinn in front of him, he didn't believe the latter to be a bad person, and before he knew it, words came out of his mouth that Quinn never expected to. Mitchell knelt respectfully down in front of Quinn. I want to become your follower. Please, I want to follow you, but for that, I must know who you are. Please." This was unexpected for Quinn himself, and he didn't know what to say. I had heard that vampires were like this. They chose to follow strong and respect them. But what made him come to this conclusion? Looking at the dead beasts, he now had a good idea. "Honestly," Quinn replied, "if I told you who I was, I don't think you would believe me." Clenching his fists, Mitchell wanted to show his dedication. If he followed this vampire, he was sure he would amount to great things. "Please, I have my suspicions. You might be a red vampire, you might be an original or one of the leaders of the 13 families. These are the only conclusions I can come up with. Whatever the case, I can tell you are not a vampire that means harm or wishes to do bad. So I wish to follow you and grow with you," Mitchell shouted, showing his determination. Because of the way Mitchell was acting, Quinn was reminded of someone. Edward, the old vampire knight of the 10th family, was loyal to Vincent from the very end, and he could feel something similar from Mitchell. Maybe I can use this to my advantage. Couldn't I try to see if he could complete the condition? He wouldn't have to be turned into a dedicated follower, but I could make him a follower? At the same time, having someone quite high up in the vampire core will help move and find out more information. I can't show you who I am. Not at this moment, but I will definitely let you see the truth today. But if you really wish to follow me as you said, you have the right to know who I am." Quinn answered, "My name is Quinn Talon. I'm sure you know who I am and why I have decided to keep this a secret. One day, everything will come to light. For now, you will have to keep my connection with you a secret." It felt nice saying his name and not hiding behind who he was. Quinn hoped that once he understood the situation, he would no longer need to hide his identity, or at least become a force as great in the world as in the past. "I wonder how he will react to knowing my real name?" he thought. Seeing how respectful Mitchell was before, now surely he would be even more compliant. "Why?" Mitchell said. "Why, after I have shown this much dedication, you won't tell me who you are?" "I just wish to know your name to follow you," Mitchell shouted once again, still kneeling respectfully. It was quite expected. Mitchell had heard of Quinn's words, but this was hard for him to believe. Quinn Talon was not a normal name for him. It was the name of the hero Quinn, the legendary figure who had led the whole world against the vicious enemies and won the world-enveloping battle. Shaking his head, Quinn, having expected this situation, didn't bother to convince the former. "I already told you, if I told you who I was, that you wouldn't believe me, and it seems like that is the case. As I said, when I get back or we are in a position, I can show you who I am. If you wish to follow me, then do me a favor. Once a month, offer blood to a statue of the hero Quinn. If you do this, you are free to follow me, and as a follower of mine, I will do my best to protect you." Quinn paused for a moment and continued, "I always protect those that are loyal to me. Now, would you like to head back to the base? My wings are a bit damaged, but I could carry you there. Mitchell felt like the interaction between the two of them was strange. He still didn't understand why the vampire wouldn't tell him who he was. What was the big secret he had to hide? Why was there a strange requirement on top of that? Is he trying to test me? I will do what you ask of me. I will do that as soon as possible. Perhaps one day, you will see me as worthy enough to grant me knowing your real name instead of saying your hero Quinn, Mitchell said as he stood up. Shaking his head once again, Quinn now knew it would be tough to convince others he was who he said he was, but perhaps it was for the best. Since Mitchell didn't say anything about taking them back, Quinn picked up Mitchell anyway and placed him on his back as he continued to run forward as fast as he could. The Bluefang usage time had run out, but Quinn was still fast as ever, running as fast he could. Experiencing this speed, Mitchell had one thought as he replayed the scene that went through their head. Wait a second, what if he isn't lying? Is this really the hero Quinn Talon? Thinking of this, his whole body shook. Being carried by another vampire, especially when one could still use his own legs, was a little embarrassing. However, Mitchell wasn't even worrying about that. For one, he knew that they were going at a speed far faster than they could have if they were to run side by side. However, what was really distracting for him was whether or not this person was Quinn Talon. The problem is, why would such a powerful vampire have a reason to lie? Mitchell thought. Unless they plan to use the hero's name for something else? Still, it doesn't matter that I have chosen to follow this person. The one who chose to go out and fight to protect the rest of the vampire corps. He is the ideal that we follow, and I will do my best to get him to the position he needs to be. When getting close to the vampire corps border, Mitchell noticed that Quinn had slowed down. Looking at him, it wasn't because he was tired or out of stamina. Instead, it was to not make others too suspicious of him. Master! After thinking about how to address the person with him, Mitchell finally called out. I need to ask, do the other vampires know how you are? Do they know your true strength? The ones you brought with you were quite skilled. Hearing this, Quinn wasn't too sure if he was talking about the red vampires or perhaps talking about Peter and the others, but if the waves weren't too hard, Peter wouldn't have had time to show any of his great skills. It was most likely only the red vampires had done well during the assessment. The red vampires have their own goal. At the moment, I'm trying to grow and rise in the ranks of both organizations to find out what is going on. So it's best not to tell the other. Not quite, Quinn replied. The 3 females with the white are my companions, and as for the other vampires, we met them in a town earlier. There was some trouble in which we both helped each other out and decided to head together since both the groups were heading to the vampire corps. They weren't far off now, and it looked like most of the vampires had already been called back to the barracks and base, only leaving a small skeleton crew outside. Seeing this, Mitchell jumped off and started to run himself. Then, if you don't mind, Master, for me to help you with what you wish, please let me ask one more question. What is such a strong vampire like yourself doing at the vampire corps? Mitchell perhaps should have asked this question first when becoming his follower, but as stated before, upon seeing Quinn using his powers, Mitchell felt like this person was one who he was meant to follow. I'm just trying to head back to Earth, so I can find out what happened to my friends. Just as they reached the wall, a ship was seen leaving the area and heading back to where Quinn and Mitchell had come from. Now knowing what was on the other side of the vast land of beasts, he wondered just what reason the vampire corps would have to head over to them. Perhaps it was something to do with him. From here on out, it is best if you follow me. It looks like the general of the base has already called everyone in. He will soon call for the lieutenants to make a report and then call for everyone to meet up to go through the attack that had occurred today. I will do my best to tell them of the deeds you have achieved during this wave, Mitchell said, holding out the crystals he had extracted in his hands that were proof of what Quinn had done. Nodding his head, Quinn thought it was best for Mitchell to do so, and it would allow him to see how well or how much he could trust Mitchell towards such tasks. He also thought it was best not to reveal the werewolf encounter he had. Mitchell guided Quinn to where he needed to be, just over the wall where the barracks were located. There, several large tents pitched up. Here, the injured were being tended to. At the same time, they were gathering crystals from the dead beasts, hauling parts of their body and more. Although the beasts' bodies would decay quite quickly once they removed the crystals, certain parts wouldn't be lost and could be used for weaponry. This made them a pretty vital resource. "Nate! Over here!" Jessica shouted, waving over, and Quinn could see that his group, along with Hannah's, were next to each other, but for some reason, no one else was willing to sit right next to them. All the other vampires were seated away in the distance. What happened? Quinn thought. Currently, the vampire lieutenant was called for a meeting. Along the vast wall that would split the faction borders was attached a fairly large building. It was the same height as the wall, so it meant that attackers could not know where such a building was just from looking outward. The building itself was large and would be where most of the vampire corps members met or did the required due diligence and needed more for the base to operate. In simple words, it was their headquarters. Inside a large hall that was large enough to fit all of the vampire corps members in it, although only 13 were present. These were the lieutenants of the vampire corps base and the general himself, General Yadi. "Well, the person I wanted to speak to has finally arrived," Yadi said with a smirk. "Sorry for being late, sir, but I wanted to check by myself if the wave had truly come to an end. Since I had the new recruits with me, if the bulk of the wave was to attack my current position, I would have been in serious trouble," Mitchell reported. "And yet your section was the only one to suffer no casualties. I hear you have quite the promising recruits," an old vampire said as he stroked his beard. Mitchell could tell that rumors had already been spreading about Peter's feat, and if anything, all the lieutenants would be after him. Perhaps with the strength Peter had shown today, he would be more suited to join the Vampire's Corps of Earth and be sent there. "We have concluded while you were away." Yadi began to speak. The Level 4 Horde must have noticed the strength of Jake Green. In turn, after the first few waves had been defeated with ease, they had stopped their attack. Although we have no way to confirm this, and it is something incredibly rare, it was the only thing we could come up with. I guess it was a good thing that they were here. "Where are they?" a larger man asked. An emergency call was made via the Green family, and it looks like it was something to do with the Pure territory. Maybe they were attacked as well or thought we had something to do with it. Either way, we haven't been informed of anything yet. So we will leave it to them. Now Mitchell knew what the ship leaving earlier was. "If I may interrupt," Mitchell said. "The attack from the Horde didn't end due to Jake. There was another promising recruit. He had run straight into the incoming beat wave when the fighting began. He met with the final wave of the Horde and defeated them all himself." Of course, Mitchell knew that his words would seem like they had come from a madman, which was why he quickly showed them all the crystals. The others, eyes widened, trying to figure out whether or not they should believe the story of their fellow lieutenant. "If what you say is true, then we must meet this person," Yadi replied. More was discussed in the meeting, and soon, the lieutenant was instructed to head back and gather the rest of the corps members for an assembly. On his way back, Mitchell stumbled across a statue of the hero Quinn in one of the grand hallways. Seeing it, he was reminded about what he needed to do. "They don't look the same, but he told me to do this either way," Mitchell thought. He pulled out a small blade and while standing on one knee, he made a small cut on his hand. Instead of Peter, it was Lucia summarizing everything that occurred after Quinn went into the beast wave. She told him about the arrival of Vicky and Jake after he had left, and how Peter had changed his form and almost gotten in a head-on conflict with Jake until Vicky interfered. Though, the most interesting part for Quinn was Peter's transformation. At first, he thought she had exaggerated what had happened, but that didn't seem to be the case. So just like the others, it seems like the celestial energy allowed Peter to transform, and that was only with 3 points? It sounds like there was a significant boost. Looking at Peter, his form was back to normal. At least the disguise was the same. It was one of the worries for Quinn since he had never seen someone revert to their original form after using celestial energy other than himself because he had killed all of the other ones, apart from Laxmus, who had run away. "I wish we were alone because there are so many questions I would like to ask. Other than a physical appearance, what other effects did it have? And why were Peter's changes different from the others that just turned into giant monsters?" While the others continued to brief about everything that had happened, Quinn's heart sank a bit when he had heard about what had happened to Minnie. Although, looking at her, she seemed to be doing well, as she was still smiling away and playing with the other red vampires, who seemed gentle with her as if she was glass. Even if she was annoying them somehow, everyone made sure not to hurt her because there were two people who were sure to act if anything happened to her. What is wrong with me? She's not even my child, and I'm acting like this? Is it because I feel guilty about what's happened to her mother and that I haven't told her the truth? I guess she is my responsibility now. The second the two made eye contact, Minnie came running over towards Quinn and opened her arms for a hug. In doing so, Quinn too spread out his arms and lifted her in the air, swinging her around a few times in circles. She screamed with joy before Quinn eventually stopped as he noticed he was perhaps going a little too fast and had even made a dent on the ground. "Ah, come on, you can go faster than that. I know you can, and I can take it," Minnie cried. "That's enough for you. I heard you had been doing some dangerous things," Quinn said, finding it hard to properly tell her off because he was pretty impressed that such a young vampire could produce a blood rifle. It certainly was something that he would never have been able to do. "It's called talent," Ray replied. Quinn ignored the comment from the voice inside. It seemed like Ray wasn't having a hard time with the other two Dampiers in captivity. If he could still tell what was happening on the outside, then it meant he must not have been having too much trouble dealing with them. Anyway, Minnie certainly was someone Quinn needed to watch out for, and it would be best if he kept an eye on her. Perhaps she would be able to unlock the abilities of the Shadow in the near future. The group, of course, had also asked where Quinn had gone and what he saw, to which he replied that he thought he had seen some greater beasts up ahead. But it seemed like his eyes were playing tricks on him. The red vampires didn't even believe this lie, as even the other vampires in the core units were talking about how there was meant to be a final wave that never appeared. The question was, did Quinn defeat them or not? These vampires there are clearly not normal, Derek thought. I'm starting to wonder if it would be best to make them out allies or to have nothing to do with them. I wonder what Hannah is thinking. Maybe it would be best to contact our leader for a decision. Hannah's judgment clearly is being a little misguided by something. It was then, at that moment, that Quinn had received a notification from his system. A follower has completed the condition for this month. 1 additional celestial point has been granted. 17/20 Clystal energy. For a second, Quinn was quite startled. Although he had told Mitchell to do such a thing, he wasn't expecting him to do something like this so soon, and even wondered if the latter would accept such an abnormal condition. I guess he really does want to follow me. Vampires are a little strange, Quinn thought. Either way, his experiment was a success, and now he knew that the best way to get celestial points and the easiest was to complete the condition. At the same time, as soon as Quinn had gained the celestial point, a special feeling overcame his body. It was a powerful and sweet sensation, as if he had tasted something for the first time again. It was the same sensation when he tasted blood for the first time as a vampire. This felt good. I might get addicted to this. Fortunately, I'm not craving such a feeling, perhaps because I'm used to suppressing myself the same way with blood. But that's because I have only been gaining a few points at a time. What if a big amount of celestial energy was to come to me at once? The system stated that for my condition, they would have to do this once a month. If that's the case and there were many followers, the feeling would be quite overwhelming. If this feeling were what the other Celestials craved, then it would be better for them to complete the condition altogether. I have finally reached 20 points but still haven't leveled up, which means I still require many points to get to the next celestial level. So far, this celestial system hasn't been the best other than making Peter stronger, which perhaps is why the other Celestials give out their energy more freely. Attention! A core member shouted from a distance facing all of the vampires that had gathered. Everyone is to head to the assembly hall inside the base for a briefing on today's events. There will also be announcements, contribution rewards, and more. Your lieutenant will give you your next instructions. So stay with your lieutenant unless called up by them or a higher-ranking individual. After the announcement was made, all the vampires readied themselves and did as instructed to follow their respective lieutenants. When Quinn met eyes with Mitchell, Quinn nodded his head at him with a slight smile to indicate he was happy with what the latter had done. Mitchell caught the sign, wondering how this vampire could possibly know, but it made his belief even stronger that this vampire was indeed special. Still, there was a concerned look on Mitchell's face for some reason. Everyone was in the hall, standing in their groups, and on stage all the lieutenants and General Yaddy. Has Vicky already left? I wanted to ask her a few questions. I will need to find out where she has gone to get some answers. Quinn thought. General Yaddy had started his speech, talking about how good they had done in the horde attack. He then took some time to speak and mourned about the lost lives of the vampires. There weren't many, but it looked like 1 or 2 vampires had been hurt too much before Jake and Vicky could arrive. At the closure of his speech, General Yaddy looked towards Quinn and the others. Finally, there are those who contributed the most in this horde attack, and I would like them to be invited up on stage for all to see. After all, it was because of them that this level 4 attack felt like simply a level 1 attack, and we must make sure that these statements are true. Yaddy said with a smirk. Hearing these words, Mitchell shook his head slightly. At first, the general said his thanks to both Jake and Vicky. Then he explained that they couldn't be here today due to urgent business they had to attend. Quinn felt like it had to be really urgent because, for some reason, it seemed like Jake had taken an interest in his strength and identity. But what was more disappointing for Quinn was that he lost his opportunity to talk to Vicky. After that, some vampires were called from the other sections. All of them were at the vampire noble rank. Since time had passed, it seemed the average strength cap of vampires had increased, at least for those in the vampire core unit. Since there was no suppression of vampires with the 13 families, it was a rank that most vampires were able to obtain through hard work. However, what surprised Quinn was the general himself because the latter was at the vampire lord rank. Since he was in the vampire core, he wasn't a vampire leader, but being at the evolution of a vampire lord was no joke, meaning it would at least put him on the level of the other leaders that Quinn used to know. I wonder if there is an influx in vampire lords as well? I mean, it's been 1,000 years, maybe there is someone else like me. Someone who was able to evolve faster than others expected, becoming something beyond that of a vampire lord. Quinn thought. Finally, it was time for them to go through Mitchell's squad. I know that many of you were new recruits, and if you were to leave after what happened today, I would completely understand, but I do wish to make one thing clear. Never in the history of this base has there been a level 4 horde attack. It was out of the norm. I hope my words will bring you comfort, knowing that you survived one of the most brutal battles that you may ever fight in your life. But I will not lie. Maybe tomorrow there will be another, even greater attack, but we will train you to the best and look after everyone who is one of our own. Now, to thank those that have done great deeds from Lieutenant Mitchell's squad, could the following personnel please come to the stage? The names which they called out were Lucia, Hannah, and the rest of the red vampires. Jessica wasn't called, and she seemed to be pleased about that. Even now, Quinn noticed that she was hiding behind others, as if she didn't want anyone to recognize her. Maybe a bad history with the vampire corps? Is that why she left earlier and wanted to be a traveler? Those called up were awarded what looked like a gray emblem to put on their clothes. It was in the shape of a blood drop. That was when Quinn noticed all the other emblems on them. The lieutenants and leaders of each group looked to have a bronze-colored one, while the 2 next to the general were silver in color, and the general himself had a gold emblem pinned on his chest. It looked like the red vampires had somewhat achieved their goal, jumping up a rank and becoming essential members of the vampire corps. The colors don't represent a position, rather a ranking, Jessica whispered over to Quinn, having correctly assumed that the latter might be wondering about them. There are only so many positions after all, so you might see some squads with members at the same ranks as the lieutenants. They follow a structure like the military, but really they're at the same rank. They can transfer to another base or another planet if there is an open position. However, they still have to follow those in charge even if they are of the same rank. On the flip side, you might have some people who are a higher rank due to their achievements but chose not to go for higher positions due to the responsibilities that come along with such positions. Some high-ranking members are just fighting maniacs. They wish to stay on the battlefield, not bothered with a higher position. That certainly cleared up a few things for Quinn while he was looking around. I guess I won't get anything because I decided to head off. It looks like I will have to talk to the general personally, or hopefully, there is one more award they are giving out, one that might just put us in a good position. Quinn thought, right, as after the others came down from the stage, they called Peter's name next. As he walked up the stage, many of the vampires whispered about what they had seen during the battle, which confirmed that Lucia wasn't exaggerating anything when she talked about what had happened after Quinn left. This brave White charged in the battle and faced the wrath of a single wave by himself. The White is a little unique compared to others, but regardless of that, the casualties were minimal since he alone took out most of the wave due to his great show of strength. He is a great example of exactly what the Vampire Core unit is looking for. Peter was then awarded a bronze blood emblem, which immediately put him at the same rank as Mitchell. Even if I don't go up the ranks to head to the earth, maybe Peter has done, and the two of us could always switch disguises, although it would be troublesome to do something about that smell. It was then that they called an unanticipated name while Peter was stepping down from the stage. "Nate Snell, please come up to receive your award," Yadi declared. Of course, we saved the most honored and deserving of awards till the end. Hearing this, Quinn walked forward and glanced towards Mitchell to see if his face could tell what was happening. Once again, the former looked as if he had done something wrong. Oh well, what's the worst that could happen? Quinn didn't give it much thought as he walked onto the stage. As you all know, usually during a horde, even at level 1, the last wave is not the largest wave, but it's the one which gives the most trouble due to the level of beasts. Yet this time there was no such final wave. Because of this, we have suffered the least possible casualties. And if you haven't guessed by now, it was all due to the person in front of you. Yadi placed his hand out towards Quinn. Of course, the vampires were confused by this. They hadn't seen him fight, and they hadn't seen a final wave, so they were confused about what the general was talking about. Even the vampires that were part of the new recruits had only seen him go up against Jake and then fly off somewhere. But, well, it seems we only have one vampire who vouches for him, but he didn't even witness the event himself, Yadi said while glancing at Mitchell towards the end of his words and letting out a sigh. Everyone, this is an important lesson to you all. It is important in our core that we can trust each other. After all, you will have to trust the person next to you with your life on the battlefield. What I will not tolerate are those who decide to use methods to try to rise up in the ranks. Even if you are not caught now, you will be caught eventually. Now, if you understand that, please go back to your position. Saying these words, of course, he was referring to Quinn. Seeing Mitchell's face, Quinn could somewhat imagine what had gone on, and it looked like General Yadi didn't believe his tales. Honestly, Quinn didn't care, even if this was meant to humiliate him. These things seemed too insignificant compared to what he had been through. However, these words had not only embarrassed him but had embarrassed Mitchell as well. As a new follower of his and achieving his end of the bargain, Quinn wasn't happy with that at all. But it's the truth. Before coming back, I faced 5 demigod-tier beasts and defeated the wave, Quinn casually said, which caused the others to whisper among themselves again. Standing so close, Quinn could see a vein pop at the side of Yadi's head. Are you really so shameless to admit in front of all these people? Yadi shouted. I can't believe you refuse to admit the truth even now. It was then that Yadi's eyes started to glow bright red. But instead of looking towards Quinn, he looked towards the crowd of vampires. Everyone, bow down to show respect to the Vampire Core, Yadi ordered. Against their will and with confusion, the vampires felt something taking over them as they bowed down. With Peter being a white, there was no effect on him. Mass influence skill? That's really impressive. Even some of the vampire leaders of the past couldn't do that. And it seems like it worked on the strong vampires as well. His influence skill level must be incredibly high. Quinn thought. Raise your heads, Yadi ordered again, and the vampires complied. You think I can't get the truth out of you? Yadi said. I gave you a chance to be humble, to learn from your mistakes, but now you must be humiliated on stage. I ask you one more time, leave the stage. Why should I leave when I have told the truth? Quinn replied immediately. The veins on Yadi's forehead grew thicker, and he couldn't take it anymore. His eyes glowed red just like before. Kneel in front of me. Know and beg for forgiveness. Yadi shouted so loud that it echoed throughout the hall. Everyone was frightened about what was about to happen to the new vampire, And even Mitchell was afraid until he saw what had happened. And a smile grew on his face because his master, the vampire who stood in front of Yadi, was still standing. "You think your measly skill will work on me?" Quinn frowned as his eyes began to glow red. "Neil, do you think you can do whatever you want? I hate this kind of crap the most. But since you're so eager to see someone kneel, why don't you try it yourself?" "Kneel!" he shouted, and instantly Yadi lost control of his body as his knees slammed onto the floor. The whole room fell silent as they all witnessed something that defied all common sense. General Yadi was a powerful vampire at the Lord level, and just seconds ago everyone inside the room had experienced his great influence skill, including other vampire nobles. His strength was a major reason why the Vampire Corps had assigned him to Mars to take care of things. And yet, an unknown vampire had forced General Yadi to submit to him. How is this possible? Yadi asked himself as he lifted his head, attempting to get a better look at the vampire. Apart from the vampire leaders, there were only a handful of other vampires who would be able to subdue him like this, and he knew every one of those. Laying his eyes on the Nate, though, it wasn't someone he recognized. His outer appearance was utterly plain. His only distinguishing feature was perhaps how forgettable his face was. Yadi mustered up all his anger and even used his own influence in hopes of reversing this situation. He still believed that the other vampire might have just caught him unprepared. Alas, all of it was useless. His body only slightly twitched through his exertion. Is this some type of act? Could this be another general who has come here to replace General Yadi? A vampire suddenly asked out loud. No, that's no act. I saw him being part of the recruitment process. That guy could be one of the leaders of the red vampires who have come here to attack the Vampire Corps. Since nobody recognized Quinn, this seemed like the most reasonable explanation. Hearing this possibility snapped Yadi's right hand men back to reality, and the vampires with the silver emblems attacked Quinn from two sides. "Stay still," the celestial vampire commanded, briefly staring at each one of them, making them stop mid-attack, unable to move. Just like Yadi, Quinn too could use his influence skill on more than one. With the strongest three vampires being taken out this easily, nobody else dared to intervene. Using an influence skill on a vampire lord? I know he told us that he's an original, but are they only supposed to be slightly stronger than the vampire leaders? Could it be that we have vastly underestimated the strength of the vampires from the great hero's time? Jessica wondered as she looked on in amazement. "What do you want?" Yadi finally asked, struggling. Some vampires were wondering if they should leave the place, just in case this was an attack, but none of them had any hopes of making it out. It was apparent that their lives were now in the hand of this unknown vampire. If Yadi could force them to stay, surely it would pose no challenge to Quinn? "You aren't here to harm anyone, are you?" Mitchell wondered, starting to slightly doubt his devotion. "I've come here due to personal reasons, which I had wished to discuss with you privately. Before I got the chance, the level 4 horde attacked, so I helped out to minimize casualties. You were the one who called us all in here, called me a liar and wanted to force me to apologize for speaking the truth. You could have easily solved this matter by talking to me in person, by confirming my powers for yourself. Instead, you tried to do it publicly while using the opportunity to show off your own powers. I've seen many like you in the past who enjoyed abusing their power, but if you try to do it in my presence, I will not just stand and allow that to happen. Fortunately for you, I'm not here to hurt you. I still have a request for you, so I shall pretend that none of this ever happened." With that, Quinn let go of his influence and Yadi and his men could finally move again. Everyone else was nervously watching him rise to his feet. After all, he was a vampire lord, yet he had just been publicly humiliated. Even if that powerful vampire was willing to forgive him, would the general's pride allow it? I was wrong," Yadi admitted to the shock of everyone. "I only wished to confirm that you really were the one that had put an end to that wave, and now I am convinced that it was no lie. With the beast crystals and this, I can tell you are a vampire capable of doing such a thing. Once again, I greatly apologize for my way of handling things." Yadi even willingly bowed down out of his own accord, which came as a surprise not just for Mitchell, but the rest of the vampires as well. After lifting his head, the vampire lowered handedly over another bronze blood emblem that was in his hand. Quinn looked at it for a few seconds before eventually putting it into his pocket. I hope things like this don't happen in the future, so that we can continue working together, Quinn said as he walked back through the crowd to his original position. The other vampires were cautiously moving out of the way, making sure to stay away from him. One thing was running through all of their minds: this person was incredibly dangerous. First being able to go up against Jake Green, and now this. Looking at the back of Quinn's Yeti, one particular thought running through his head: this vampire is incredibly dangerous and something needs to be done. Now that I have this bronze ranking, it should hopefully allow me to get answers to my questions. Perhaps I can even ask to be moved to the Earth Vampire Core unit. Quinn thought, it's a shame I missed the opportunity to speak with Vicky, but if I can get through to Jake, that might be another way to contact Logan. I also need to keep up my facade with the red vampires as well. This is all a little tiring, Quinn thought as he folded his arms, thinking he had done quite a good job. After what had just happened, nobody was surprised when General Yati called off the rest of the meeting. He had already informed them about pretty much everything they needed to know, and honestly, he needed some time to gather his thoughts. The other vampires were in a similar mental situation. The squads were to continue with their duties, leaving Mitchell in charge of the new recruits, including Quinn and the others. He took them to where they would be sleeping, showing them their tasks and more. I was scared. When was the last time that a vampire lord who has lived for hundreds of years, was afraid of a vampire who wasn't one of the leaders? What's more, I have never seen before. I need to find out everything I can about this person, Yati thought as he was left alone in the meeting room. At the same time, a certain group of vampires that had been put in a shared room in the town next to the barracks were discussing the same thing. These were the red vampires. Even for them, they couldn't stop talking about what the feat Quinn had accomplished. Hannah, I apologize for all my thoughts about him. I can't believe that you were able to convince such a strong vampire to join us. Our leaders are going to be over the moon, one of the vampires claimed. Yeah, Hannah replied, pretending to have known about Quinn's strength all along. Of course, she had no idea that this vampire she had picked up would be this impressive. And there was something else on her mind. After everyone went back to their rooms, Derek had also left the rest of the vampires and was sitting on top of their house's roof. We shouldn't trust such a strong outsider. We've seen how incredibly dangerous he can be. Do they really believe in our case? Isn't it far more likely that they have another agenda by joining us? Placing his finger to the side of his head, Derek was focusing. He was waiting for the signal and finally got through. What is so urgent that you have decided to contact me directly? You should know how incredibly busy I am. An annoyed female voice sounded from the other side. I'm sorry, but I have a concern about a specific vampire who is trying to join the red vampires. I believe our current leader is being misguided. I felt the need to report this to you right away. Allow me to recount everything I've seen this vampire do. If you decide that this was not worth your attention, I will be ready to accept any punishment. Derek explained himself. The sounds of someone tapping a black sword could be heard, before the voice eventually said, I'm listening. Devils_advocate, my editor, is originally from Ukraine. Assuming you have not slept under a rock, you surely have heard about the current war happening there. If you have the means, please consider donating to one of the organizations helping the refugees there. The Dampiers on Mars were currently residing in the area governed by Pure, enjoying their protection. They weren't an officially recognized group that the people supported per se, most likely because their only goal appeared to be to get rid of all the vampires, without any care for politics, much less the well-being of the normal people. Compared to the areas owned by the Green family and the Vampire Core, Pure's areas seemed to be far calmer. There were less city-like structures and more residential areas to them. There were houses and much greenery in between, with many humans enjoying a nice lifestyle. Of course, many of them were Pure members who worked important jobs that benefited the group as a whole. However, the labs and facilities were far away from the living areas. Every so often, Pure would broadcast their way of life to the other world, showing off their peaceful life that was guaranteed by the soldiers, with only those who wanted to fight on the front lines. However, some would also argue that the reason the Vampire Corps and the Green families couldn't live this way was due to the Dampiers that they were protecting, and Pure in the first place. They were the ones benefiting from those two factions ensuring the peace on the planets. Yet instead of thanking them, they would instead try to eradicate the vampires, and those that supported them. Meanwhile, the Vampire Corps stayed back on the defensive. It was a real struggle, since everyone knew the story of the great hero Quinn. The story of a vampire saving the world from the Dalki. Unfortunately, without a real threat uniting them, humanity proved how selfish they could be, with those in charge caring about their own lives more than anything. So if they could live peacefully with the vampires gone, then they would be sure to support it and happy to live with Pure. For them, it was just a question of picking the right side of a fight that was bound to happen. Still, it was a current war situation, so to speak. To the public, it was just a battle between those in the said groups with extreme views. Society continued from two areas with no trouble, and the groups did their best to keep it this way, which was why at the moment, a regular meeting that would occur was taking place. Only this time, the meeting was called earlier than usual, and rather than Logan attending himself, he had sent two aides that happened to be nearby, his wife Vicky, as well as his son Jake. Usually at this type of meeting, everyone who was of importance would come to attend this meeting. However, neither member of the Green family was interested in meeting any bootlickers. They were also powerful enough to not require any bodyguards, so they requested for the meeting to only be attended by the ones in charge. The spaceship had approached the largest building that was placed far away from the border. It was a giant triangle-shaped building that looked somewhat like a pyramid, only the base of it was thinner, giving a higher point like that of the tower. The ship landed midway of the building where there was a platform, and a few checks were done, before the two were allowed in. This place looks to be as peaceful as always, Jake commented as he walked calmly past all the humans, and eventually entered an elevator taking him to the meeting point. The two had entered a dark room, where at the other end, one could see two other present. Of course, there were several guards lined at the edge of the room, and what might have looked strange in the center acting as some type of wall between the two. Jake and Vicky stood on two circles on their side of the room, which then 3D projected their body as a larger version of themselves in the center. On the other side of the room, two of them did the same. One wearing a large robe, and had a pair of thick black glasses on his face. Agent 4, it is always a pleasure to see your happy face. But I have to ask, why didn't you tell us that there would be an extra guest at this meeting? Jake questioned. As for the other 3D projection, it was a stunning female that looked to be a young adult, only just perhaps out of her teenage years. However, she wore a shining bright armor that was clearly at a high level of beast gear, and had stunning flowing blonde hair that had a single braided part down the middle of it. Perhaps Pure is finally admitting to siding with the Dampiers? Vicky also added, clearly agonizing the woman for what she was. As our group grows larger, as well as to lessen the burden of having to fight on the public as much as possible, Agent 4 believed it was best that I attend this meeting as well. The young woman stated her reason for being here. Besides, one day there will be more that supports us. More and more humans are seeing vampires for what they truly are. You mean humanity's savior? Vicky banged the table in front of her as she bent forward. And as thankful as we are for their participation during the Dalki War more than 1,000 years ago, we can't overlook what happened after that point in time. One good deed does not overshadow centuries of abuse. Need I remind you that it is also a vampire that wishes to destroy the human race for what it is currently? The young woman replied nonchalantly. There was clear annoyance on both Jake and Vicky's face, but they bit their tongue, as they knew it was useless to argue against a damper. Not a single member of their race had ever changed their mind about the existence of vampires. Which is why we decided to work with Pure, to get rid of those specific vampires. Vicky spoke, looking over at Agent 4. Using their resources in tandem with our green families, we have been able to suppress the actions and doing of the red vampires every day. I believe my husband has been working closely with you sharing information about the Red Heart in order to prevent that from happening. Meanwhile, what has your side been doing? You maniacs went as far as hunting vampires on the Greylash planet. Vicky shook her head, as if she was a disappointed mother. You should put a chain on your dogs unless you would like them involved in all of this mess? Or is that it? Do you want things to return to how they've been in the past? Although the young damper didn't show annoyance on her face. In fact, her face was pretty expressionless the whole time, even when speaking. Her actions showed something else, as her hand went towards the hilt of her sword. You really don't want to be threatening my mother, Jake stated, taking a step in front of Vicky, as red lightning was surrounding his outstretched hand, with his eyes glowing green. This time he wasn't playing around, but was deeply annoyed. Let's just move on and get on with this meeting, so we can all go back home. Agent 4 interrupted both sides before it would devolve into a fight. Under the pure agent's gaze, the dampers shed her sword. I was the one that called this meeting and called you two here. However, not everyone is here yet. Just as he said those words, the sound of the door was heard opening once again. Several vampires in black and red were left standing outside, as another started to enter the room, and eventually stood on the ring. Jake, Vicky, and even the damper seemed surprised to see who was here, because it was the first for these two forces to meet. It was the Vampire Corps leader. When the Vampire Corps leader had entered the meeting room, the others were surprised because of where they were currently at. To see such a person in a place like this, because at the moment they were on Mars and the main base of the Vampire Corps was on Earth. Yet, rather than sending someone else like an envoy, the leader had himself come. His footsteps were quite heavy as he walked through the hall, with his boots firmly planted on the ground with each step. His breath was light, which looked strange for one summon of his size. His body was large and his shoulders were broad. Then there were his muscular arms. They weren't too big but were chiseled and defined, with nothing covering them, since the suit of beast armor he was wearing seemed only to protect his chest, leaving his arms free. The chest piece he was wearing went down to his waist and was quite tight-fitting to the body, not being too bulky, while right at the center dividing the two chest pieces it looked like a large needle would go down to one of the belly buttons on the suit. And another thing to note was the texture of the beast plate armor. It seemed as if someone had made it out of bones. Still, just like with many in the Vampire Corps, most of what the leader was wearing were black and red. As for his facial features, they looked different compared to most vampires. He had long white hair and swept back. In fact, it was so long that after it went past the back of his neck, it was tied up in a long ponytail. Most of the vampires had dark-colored hair. Even when a human is turned, their hair color would sometimes change, but for this one, his hair was white and longer than the usual. Then there was his defined face that one could see. He smiled at the rest of them with his eyes curved and jawline when he finally reached the center. It's nice to meet like this and have no trouble between us all. Right, the Vampire Corps leader said. When his face and body were projected in the center of the room, others saw a name appear beneath his hologram. Andy Sanguinis. With his arms crossed, there was a large smile on his face, but in the next instant the young female damper had jumped right through the hologram version of the Corps leader, and for a second, the large image distorted. Now holding her sword, which she unleashed from the sheath, she launched out a large wave of yellow aura straight towards the vampire. The men who stood around the center were perplexed but could only glance at each other. They hadn't even seen her move from her position. Regardless, it didn't seem like her attack was something that they would be able to stop anyway. Her strike was incredibly fast. As soon as the sword left the sheath, the energy moved, coming out at an incredible speed. And before the energy reached the target, she had put the sword back in the sheath. Witnessing this, Andy didn't look afraid. He didn't even flinch or unfold his arms, clearly showing his indifference as the attack came towards him. But that was because someone was already there to stop the attack. It was Jake Green. He immediately fired off his red lighting strike that hit the yellow aura of energy and wholly dissipated the incoming attack. You really want to fight here? Don't you know who else is currently in this room? Jake shouted at the reckless damper. Spinning around in midair, the young woman had stepped back and was back in her position. If you really want to fight, you should have brought your leader to stop me, Jake stated as the powerful red lighting began to envelop both of his arms. All those in the room were nervous and waiting for Agent 4 to step in or do something. Instead, he just shook his head as if all of this was an enormous pain in the neck. Jumping up himself, Jake threw both of his hands together, aiming straight towards the damper, ready to punish her for her actions. No one would complain about his reaction today due to what had happened earlier in the beast wave attack, and Vicky knew this, which was why she hadn't stopped her son like she usually would have. On the other side, though, Agent 4 lifted his hand, and a red ring could be seen on his finger. It soon started to glow with power, and at that moment, as the lighting was about to hit the damper, an invisible wall suddenly formed in between. It wasn't too hidden as the lighting caused red ripples to appear in the air, completely stopping the attack and turning it into almost nothing. Landing back on the floor and standing beside the others, Jake couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw this. That damn blood armor. I do not wish to ruin any of the relationships that we have built, so you better not act so rashly, or I will send you back. Agent 4 said to the damper next to him and then turned to the others. Everyone should be able to control themselves now, so we all don't have to stay in the same room for long. I will quickly talk about the current agenda. The Red Vampire's powers seem to be growing day by day, and today this very base was attacked by a guardian. The others, hearing this, looked towards each other. It was hard to tell what they were thinking just from their expressions. This guardian attacked the Dampiers and even took 2 of ours as hostages with him. Now, this guardian is far stronger than any of us predicted. If there is one thing all the parties currently this room have in common, it's the fact that we are all against the Red Vampires, which is why I have informed you all about this. Also, there is a specific reason I have invited her here. Agent 4 then glanced at the damper, indicating it was her time to speak, but she looked to still have her hand on her sword hilt. She was trying to control herself and her emotions while looking towards the vampire core leader, who eventually tucked out his tongue towards her seeing this and chuckled out of amusement. I am here to request something. Everyone in this room has been trying to find the Red Heart before the Red Vampires. So far, no one has succeeded, which means either it's already in the hands of one of the groups or it's simply hidden out there somewhere. However, we Dampiers have come up with another solution. We have located one of the Red Vampire leaders. As you know, the Red Vampires consist of 2 main leaders. We are requesting permission to enter each group's areas and get rid of the Red Vampires once and for all. We want to launch a full-scale attack against them. The damper spoke. After the events that transpired today in the hall, there was a lot of commotion in the vampire core base. It was lively, and rather than talking about the horde attack, almost everyone was discussing the mysterious vampire who had shocked everyone during the meeting. Rumors had already spread like wildfire that perhaps the mysterious person was an original vampire, someone from one of the 13 families, or at the very least one of the leaders who were still alive. Either way, Quinn had achieved his goal. Whether or not Yadi liked him wasn't a problem. The fact that he wasn't attacking and still allowed to stay in the vampire core to exist showed that he wasn't an enemy. All Quinn cared about was getting to Earth and finding out the truth. He needed a ship that would take him there, and then he would have to find a way to talk to Logan Green without being attacked on the spot, or threatening people or revealing his real identity because that would just cause more nuisance and delays. It had only been a few days since they had woken up, and Quinn felt like he had progressed relatively quickly in his goal to discover the truth about the past and to find his old friends. I want to thank you too for protecting Minnie and guiding us so far, Quinn said to the people with him. He and Peter were currently sharing an apartment block, along with Minnie, Lucia, Jessica. At the same time, the Red Vampires were staying in a different room entirely. At first, Quinn thought that this was disadvantageous, as he still wanted to learn as much about the Red Vampires as possible, but in the end, they weren't his allies, while those that were with him were. Nate! Jessica called out, to which Quinn hadn't turned his head and somewhat ignored, only later responding by moving his head. It looked like Jessica wanted to say or ask something. Don't worry. It's not really my business, Jessica said, looking at him and smiling. But can I ask you one thing? You're not against the vampire core, are you? Teaming up with the Red Vampires? I know you said you have been sleeping for a long time, and now that I've seen what you can do and… Quinn wondered about what to say in response. The vampire core, the Red Vampires, Pure, Dampiers, the Green family. I will be honest, I don't know yet. That's what I'm trying to find out. For now, I honestly don't want to hurt anyone and just want to know what's happening. I'm sorry that I can't give you a better answer. Thinking about this, he thought about 2 hostages that he needed to interrogate, from whom he would for sure get some answers. There is something that I need to attend to. I will be taking Peter with me. I hope that you can look after Minnie in the meantime. I doubt anything will happen since we are in the Vampire Core unit. However, if anything were to go wrong, tell Minnie to call me, and I will be here straight away. It shouldn't belong. Quinn instructed, to which Jessica nodded. Minnie was peacefully sleeping in the room, and Quinn didn't really want to disturb her. Soon, he and Peter left the apartment block. After closing the door, Quinn quickly used his shadow travel to hide his presence and move without anyone noticing him. The sun had long set, and it was now dark outside, the perfect conditions for using shadow travel, making it almost impossible for others to spot a moving shadow on the ground. And if there was a shadow already, it would be even less likely. Although others could still sense them if they tried, no one was looking out or trying to find Quinn, so they were safe. Eventually, the two reached a less populated area that was covered with hills, greenery, and a lovely little lake. I will be in the shadow space for a while. I don't know how long it will take, but I wanted to bring you here just in case, and I wanted to see what you exactly look like with that celestial energy and see how this energy affects you. Quinn explained. Just as he finished his words, an unexpected message appeared in front of him. 3 more followers have met the condition. 3 more celestial points have been granted. 2023's Clystal energy. Why would I get celestial points now? Quinn wondered, trying to rack his head, as the only person he had told about the condition was Mitchell. It couldn't be? After the meeting was over, Mitchell was beyond impressed. The person he had chosen to follow was far more impressive than he thought, and he felt like his intuition was right. This vampire was built different. Usually, those with such power, if treated with disrespect like that, especially being in a higher position, would have killed the nuisance. However, Quinn did no such thing to the other party. And after that display of power from the latter, Mitchell was beginning to believe that the person could really be the great hero Quinn. Because of this, as soon as he finished his duties and helped the new recruits settle down, Mitchell went to the statue of the great hero once more. He decided to complete the condition once more. Although Quinn had said there was only a need to do it once a month, Mitchell wanted to make this a daily routine, simply out of respect. He knelt down in front of the statue and made a small cut on his hand. At that moment, 3 other long-term members of the Vampire Corps had witnessed what Mitchell was doing. I have never seen one do that in front of the statue before. Did today's incident make you go mad? One of the vampires asked as he walked closer. Mad? No. It's more like I have never seen things clearly in my life before, Mitchell replied. I am simply paying respects to our hero. Seeing how the 2 other vampires seemed somewhat interested in what he was doing, Mitchell had an idea. It's a long-forgotten ritual. It is said that during the fight with the Great Dalki, Quinn had requested all of the vampires and the humans to help him battle by drawing out their blood. The blood of the vampires and humans at the time gave our hero great power. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be here today, yet he is not with us. This is why, wherever he is, I wish to give him a part of my blood by doing this. This is a ritual I have restarted to give me peace of mind about what we are doing. Now, this is something I do every day, Mitchell added, placing his hand on his chest. Of course, many vampires in the Vampire Corps also respected the great hero Quinn, which was why there were many statues of him around the base. After hearing Mitchell's passionate words, the others were quite swayed. What were a few drops of blood to show respect to the one who saved the whole world? The 3 of them decided to do the same out of respect, granting Quinn a few more celestial points. Unaware of this, Quinn decided to enter the shadow because he had more important matters he needed to attend to. For him, all that notification meant was that he had more celestial points to pass on to Peter and see how much it would improve his strength. Using the shadow lock skill on himself, Quinn soon found himself in the shadow space. Straight away, he went to the great source of power in his shadow space, the dragon. This was the demon tier beast used to create the Dalki, but currently, Ray, an ancestor of Quinn, was residing in it. Upon reaching the great dragon, Quinn saw it again after a long time. It looked just as strong as before, only it now had two heads on its body, as the two parts of the dragon had reformed together. "So you finally made it in here. I have been keeping these two for a while now," Ray said, speaking to Quinn directly in his mind. Underneath its giant feet were the two Dampiers whom Quinn had captured. "Did they try to use the chi explosion on themselves?" Quinn asked. The dragon snout all four of its nostrils as if it was proud. "Of course they did, but in front of the great red dragon." Well, in front of me they were nothing. Do you remember I once told you that I had a skill that I could use that could drain them of all chi in their body? Instead of draining them, it actually steals the chi from their body. So currently, these two don't have an ounce of chi in their body, including that nasty little chi command skill." "You mean?" That's when Quinn realized. If they didn't have chi in their body or the chi command, the two Dampiers could not kill themselves. However, the more important thing was this condition allowed Quinn a chance to use his influence skill. Well, let's hope what I'm thinking isn't true. Since Quinn had evolved, it was safe to say that with his charm points, there wasn't a vampire or human that he couldn't put under his influence skill. The fact that he could easily control Yati, who was at the vampire lord level, proved this assumption. However, while he was in slumber, the humans had all learned how to utilize chi. It seemed like the second stage, to form chi into shapes externally and internally, was prioritized because of vampires. It was made to counterattack the influence skill, which was why Quinn couldn't just use this on humans for information as much as he would have liked to. On top of that, he was trying to find information of what exactly had happened in the 1,000 years, which wasn't something any random person on the road would know. Even though someone like Jessica was willing to speak to him, she didn't have the information he needed. But there was one group that Quinn felt like had caused a significant change compared to the past, and that was the Dampiers. During his time, there had only been a single one in existence created, which was due to himself. So in a way, Quinn felt like it was his duty to find out what had happened with the Dampiers. The only problem was that not only did they have the second stage of chi protecting their minds, but they also had some type of chi command to commit suicide in case of trouble. This command would initiate when a person placed their own chi into their bodies, and it would cause a chi explosion which would instantly kill them. It was a problem that Quinn was trying to get around, and it looked like rather than having to solve the problem himself, Ray had solved it for him by using chi drain and getting rid of all of the chi from their bodies. I hate to admit it, but I guess Ray can do things that even I can't, even though I'm the one that is meant to be some type of god. I guess Ray really was a strong almighty being in his time. Quinn thought. I already told you, I was an anomaly, an existence that could even bring down gods with my power. How many times do I have to tell you before you will ever believe me? Ray commented, huffing through his nostrils once again. Hearing this made Quinn realize that Ray was in some way able to read his thoughts, so he should be a little careful. Walking over to the two of them, Quinn's eyes started to glow red as he stood in front of him. The dragon's foot was large but seemed to be pressed on top of them just enough so they couldn't move. Both of them looked at Quinn and even attempted to spit at him, but a shadow rose from the ground, stopping the spit in its tracks. You red vampires are scum, one of the Dampiers shouted, seeing the shadow. You were the cause of everything, and we will get rid of you all. I want you to answer all my questions truthfully and to the best of your knowledge. I will let you guys go after that, Quinn said while also using the influence skill. Their hands and head began to shake, though their eyes still looked slightly alive. It was the first time Quinn had seen something like this when using his influence skill since becoming a celestial. Is this some kind of natural resistance the Dampiers have against vampire skills? That would give somewhat sense to being called vampire hunters and all. A natural enemy created by nature or something like that, Quinn thought. However, eventually, Quinn's influence skill won, and the liveness in their eyes had faded. This incident told Quinn that maybe in future, if he faced the stronger Dampiers, he might have trouble using his influence skill, so he should ask as many questions as possible. What are the Guardians? Quinn asked. The Guardians are a group of vampires belonging to the Red Vampires. They are the strongest vampires in the Red Vampire group, working for their leaders and know how to use the shadow ability. The Dampiers both answered simultaneously. All the Guardians know how to use the shadow ability. I guess that's why the enemy earlier assumed I was a Guardian when they saw my shadow wings. But does that mean the Red Vampires are really being run by Laxmus? Did he teach others how to use the shadow ability? Or is it the remnants of the cursed faction? The reason why Quinn was more inclined to believe that it was Laxmus was because of his skill Shadow Link. For some reason, he couldn't feel others with the shadow. But he could feel Minnie's presence, whom he had recently taught the shadow skill. However, since the day when Laxmus escaped, Quinn had never been able to feel the former shadow powers, or at least the powers he had stolen. So perhaps the shadow was different, or Laxmus had some way to block the link. How many Guardians are there? What do they look like? Quinn asked. This time, however, the two of them didn't answer. It looked like these Dampiers had never come across any Guardian before. Quinn went on to ask for more information regarding the Red Vampires, their leader, what they had done and such, but they weren't able to tell any worth mentioning information to him. However, they did tell about all the incidents caused by the vampires. After that, Quinn went to ask about their relation with Pure, if they knew the leaders and such, but the Dampiers claimed that they only worked for their own kind, and the leader's alliance with Pure was simply due to their leader, and if their leader thought it was a good idea, then they would follow it. Now it was time for Quinn to ask questions about the Dampiers themselves. Taking a deep breath, this was the part that Quinn was somewhat dreading learning about. How are Dampiers created? Quinn asked. There are 3 known reasons behind the creation of the vampires. The first one is from the birth of a human and vampire relationship, although conceiving a baby is very rare. The second is that the Dampiers are a creation of a vampire, and lastly, the damper can be created by another damper, just like the vampires. This was what Quinn was afraid of. He thought it would be something like this with the increase of Dampiers. Essentially, they were like vampires, almost a variant of them, but against vampires they were far stronger than what he had seen. What is the damper's goal? Why are you killing vampires? For the extermination of every vampire in this world. It is our purpose. We can feel it inside us, and eventually we will be free from this feeling. Once again, Quinn wished that he had Vincent by his side. He found it hard to believe that getting rid of all the vampires would allow their urge to disappear. From what Quinn knew, the damper's urge to hunt vampires was similar to a vampire's urge for blood. If all vampires disappeared, he couldn't believe that the Dampiers would just no longer have this urge. Perhaps someone was feeding them these lies, and the most likely suspect was the one on the top. The damper leader, is it the one you refer to as Queen? Quinn asked. Yes. Both of them answered immediately. Then taking a deep breath, Quinn asked the last question, which has been bugging him ever since his first encounter with the Dampiers after waking up from his slumber. The one that you refer to as Queen of the Dampiers, is her name Erin Helly? There was a pause, and for a second, Quinn thought he was going to get no answer until, yes. Now having learnt this fact, Quinn had stopped for a second. It was clear it was all proving difficult for him, but he had to continue. Is she still alive? Yes. Standing up, Quinn turned away from the two of them. He didn't want to show the disappointment on his face to anyone. Originally, the Dalki were created by the vampires and the humans' lives were in danger. Now the vampires are in trouble, and the one that created this mess is me. I have to stop her. Even if that means I need to kill her. Quinn clenched his teeth. Jessica and Lucy, who were in the apartment, decided to play with Minnie while waiting for Quinn and Peter. Being a young girl, it was easy for Minnie to get bored, and whatever they tried didn't seem to work on her. They watched shows on the TV played on a few game consoles left in the room, among other things. In the end, Minnie said that she wished to play catch. But the two girls knew it wouldn't be safe to go outside right now, so they decided to play in the room. Just then, Jessica had a serious look on her face as she charged in as fast as she could. Her arms spread wide in an attempt to grab Minnie. However, the latter quickly jumped up and even pushed off her head. Minnie, it's rude to do that to your sisters, Lucia said as she had ignited even her hands with a bit of lighting in an attempt to grab hold of Minnie. However, the latter was able to avoid that as well. as she threw out parts of her blood aura from her hands and towards the door to push herself slightly backwards, making her fingers miss just a little. As soon as the blood aura hit the walls, they heard a large bang. The walls were pretty solid, so they didn't break, but some deep cracks did appear. "Maybe we should stop there," Jessica said. "It looks like you've won this game, Minnie. How about we do something else?" Jessica and Lucia had been trying to catch Minnie for a while. At first, they thought that perhaps they would have to go easy on her during the match and eventually let her win. However, after realizing that wasn't the case, the two of them used their full speed, and Lucia had even resorted to using her abilities, yet they still were unsuccessful. The two women were afraid that if this little game were to go on, they would damage the room a little too much, which would bring even more attention. Minnie was sitting down on the sofa, between Lucy and Jessica, as the latter gave her a small blood juice box. "No, Daddy said that I have to try and restrain myself from drinking blood, and also that I should only drink blood once a week or when I get hurt," Minnie claimed. Hearing this, Jessica knew what Nate was trying to do. It was to wane her off the bloodlust. It was training that vampires in the vampire crops did, and was something that vampires of the old times did as well. For Quinn to start such training for someone so young, she found it strange. "Well, Daddy isn't here right now, and I'm sure he just hasn't been able to keep up with the times. Artificial blood is in large supply, so you don't have to worry about those things. I promise we won't tell him." Minnie had thought about it for a while, and in the end, she allowed her instincts to kick in as she grabbed the blood juice box and started drinking it away. Her cheeks began to puff up wide as she drank the drink relatively fast, and the women couldn't help but agree that Minnie was the cutest little thing in the world. "Speaking of your dad, he's such a powerful person. No wonder Minnie is a strong vampire just like him," Jessica commented. After giving the juice box a few slurps, Minnie patted her small tummy and let out a little burp. "That's impossible. He's not my real daddy. I just call him Daddy." "Not your real daddy?" Lucia repeated and looked at Jessica for confirmation, but the latter was just as lost as her. "Then who is your daddy, and why are you with Nate?" It seemed like Minnie had a few seconds to think about that before she finally came up with an answer. "I don't know who my real daddy is. It was always just my mum and me, but after I separated from her, Daddy One came along and looked after me. Minnie thinks everyone is slow and weak because Daddy One was so strong." The girls felt like facepalming as this was a difficult situation to decipher, to say the least, and they were wondering if they should even try and get more involved in this or back out now, but they were just too deep. "Daddy One. Is Daddy One your real daddy? And Daddy Two Nate?" Jessica asked. Once again, though, Minnie shook her head. "Daddy One is the daddy that looked after Minnie and Mummy. He protected us from all the strange monsters. I used to watch him fight all the time, and once in a while he would explain to Minnie. Daddy One was faster than both of you. Then Minnie, do you mind explaining to us why you are with Daddy Two at the moment? And where is Daddy One?" Jessica asked again. She was fishing for answers, and while the other two were away, perhaps it was her chance to get them. "Daddy Two is friends with Daddy One. Minnie was in danger and Daddy Two saved me. I trust both of my daddies," Minnie explained. "Both of them are stronger than anyone I have ever seen. Daddy One, I don't know what happened to him, but you can ask Daddy Two." After seeing what Minnie could do, the two girls thought they could somewhat understand where Minnie's strength had come from. She was in an environment where she perhaps was surrounded by monstrously powerful vampires. To adapt and be around them, she had to be strong, although it still didn't clear things up. "Minnie, do you mind telling us something?" Lucia said as she scooted over to her side. "You trust us, right? If you do you mind telling us about your daddy, who he is, like what type of vampire and from which family? If you don't know that, just tell us what you know about him." Hearing these words, Minnie started to frown, as if she knew what the girls were asking was something that Quinn didn't want them to know. Eventually, the girls even put their hands together to beg her. "We promise we won't tell your dad or uncle about this. We're your sisters. We're family, right? And family shouldn't have secrets from each other. And we're just concerned about you," Jessica stated. Eventually, Minnie had decided, as she lifted her hand and presented 3 stubby little fingers. 3 more juice boxes. I want 3 more juice boxes. And I'll tell you everything I know, but you can't tell them that I told you. The 2 women smiled as it seemed like the easiest thing in the world. They got the 3 more juice boxes in no time and handed them over to Minnie. She quickly sipped all 3 away, and her little belly was getting larger and growing by the second. They thought it was now too obvious to hide it from Nate, but it was worth the price. Daddy's real name isn't Nate, Minnie finally said. These words alone confirmed that he had been using a different identity, but even then if they knew his real name, what would they do? Jessica thought that perhaps she would have to ask her father if he knew who this person was after learning his name. Just as Minnie opened her mouth to say something though, they heard a knock at the door. Damn it! Who has appeared at this time? Jessica thought. Looking through the peephole, she was surprised to see that the person on the other side was someone whom she recognized. It was one of the red vampires, Derek. What's the problem? Jessica asked without opening the door. Rather than answering, the door had quickly been kicked in, breaking off its hinge and hitting Jessica by surprise. The next second, and a red aura fist smashed through the door and hit Jessica in the stomach, sending her flying back and crashing into the wall. Seeing who was on the other side of the door, Jessica cautiously asked why the red vampires had come. Since she felt like the other red vampires were most likely not aware that Quinn and Peter were not in the room, they wouldn't try anything funny. If anything, she attempted to talk to them first to delay them from entering, or at least find out why they were at the door. But before she could do any of that, the last thing she was expecting was for a red aura-filled fist coming right through the door and into her stomach. It was a powerful blow, and from a strong vampire as Derek, who was second in command within the red vampires group. Jessica went flying into the wall, crashing against it. She fell on the group. A wound appeared on her stomach, but it was slowly recovering due to the natural healing ability of vampires. What are you doing? We're on the same side, Lucia said as she immediately pulled out her spear and spread out her ability. However, the spear lit up more dimly compared to before. She had been fighting non-stop out on the field, and later on, the game of tag had worn her out even more. She wasn't in the best condition to fight, to say the least, but knew that Jessica wouldn't be able to handle things on her own, especially after noticing there were 3 members of the red vampires. It looks like the other 2 aren't here like we thought, so it's the perfect opportunity to act, Derek said, looking around the room a little scared. You scumbag, Jessica claimed as she stood up. Her wound was almost healed. You decided to attack us when you knew the other 2 were away? Are you that scared of them? Scared of what they would do to you? This comment seemed to enrage Derek as he swung out his armful of red aura, giving out a blood slash towards Jessica. Seeing this, Lucia acted as she slashed through the red aura, breaking it apart, but the blue light now had dimmed from her spear completely. If Derek used another attack like that, she wouldn't be able to stop it. Those 2 are clearly not normal. You saw them today, Derek shouted. We need to make sure that he is not trying to go against us red vampires, and to do that we just need some insurance. It was then that the 2 other vampires that had yet to act had gone straight for Minnie. Lucia, the only one standing between them and Minri, thrusted her spear again, but Derek quickly moved from the door and grabbed onto the spear tightly while kicking her away. Now Derek held the spear in his hand. I don't usually use beast weapons, but this one would be a waste to throw. He coated the spear in a strong, powerful red aura in the next instant. He could see that Jessica, having recovered, was now going towards the 2 other vampires as well. Rather than using a blood swipe, she had pulled out 2 small daggers and had coated them in the red aura, condensing it, malting them stronger. Seeing this, he knew she was quite the skillful vampire, enough to have even already wrapped her string ability around Minnie and pulled her back slightly away from the others. Still, she was far too focused on one thing, protecting Minnie. The spear left Derek's hand at an incredible speed, and just as she was about to slash forward towards one of the vampires, the spear went right through her shoulder, sending her back and pinning her against the wall again. We are not some weak vampires, Derek shouted, walking over towards Minnie, who hadn't been hurt but had her escape path blocked by the other 2. I am not a weak vampire. I am a respected vampire among the red vampires who truly cares for the group, and will go to any lengths to protect them. Nodding his head, Derek had given the signal for the two vampires to attempt to grab her, and they both walked forward. "Minnie, play tag," Lucia shouted while pressing her hand on her left side. It seemed like a rib or two had broken and pierced some organs, and she was currently trying to use whatever little chi she had to stop it from becoming a serious matter. Hearing these words, though, Minnie thought back to the game they were playing. Rather than being her scared self, she looked at the arms approaching her and could see that they weren't as fast or scary as they first seemed. Jumping up, she leapt onto the man's arm, and with one jump, she avoided both of their grabs. She eventually reached the shoulder and jumped off towards one of the sofas in the room, landing safely. "What do I do now?" Minnie asked. By this time, Jessica had pulled the spear out from her shoulder, but the deep wound was still there. She would have to consume Bland to heal such intense wounds. This meant she was down to one arm now. "Just get out of here, Minnie. Get out of here. Remember what they said. They will be able to find you if you were in trouble, so call them," Jessica shouted. Thinking about this, Minnie was wondering what Quinn meant. He had never explained how exactly she would be able to find them even though they were in trouble. They were in trouble now, so why hadn't Quinn arrived? "I can't leave you. You are my sisters. Family sticks together." Minnie started shouting, and tears started to flow down her face. "I can't lose my family. I can't be away from my family again, and I can't be the reason everyone gets hurt." The two girls didn't understand why Minnie was so upset, because they had no idea what she had been through. Having been separated from her mother for so long and being captured by the enemy. She didn't really know what was happening in the war, but even at a young age, she at least knew why they hadn't killed her, how they wanted to use her, and she understood that something similar was happening again. Minnie had prepared herself. She would use everything she could in the fight to save them. Holding up her arms, she remembered the pain from using the rifle gun form before, but having seen it work once, she was prepared to use it again, and in the next instant, the red aura began to appear around her arms. "You really think I will let you use that? I know you are dangerous like them." Derek smirked as he quickly hit Minnie's arm as hard as it could, breaking it on the pot. The red aura around her arm disappeared in the next moment. Grabbing Minnie by the back of her collar, Derek soon broke her other arm as well, making sure she wouldn't be able to resist. Intense pain seeped through Minnie, making her cry out loud. "Don't worry, I won't kill you because I need you after all," Derek said with a smile. "But don't try anything like that again. Otherwise, there will be a lot more pain." Having never experienced anything like that before, Minnie was shocked to the point that she didn't even dare think of anything. How could you do that to a little girl?" Jessica screamed at the top of her lungs in anger. Lucia, looking towards her, was concerned for her newfound friend. Is she going to do it again, like she did when we were fighting against those robots? But if she does it here in the middle of the vampire crop space, with all the fighting, I'm sure they will be here soon if you do that here. You could lose your life, Lucia thought. However, she understood because she was beyond enraged at this vampire in front of her. Just take them out quickly, Lucia thought. A bust of energy enveloped Jessica's body, and as she stared straight at Derek, one of her eyes began to glow yellow. The vampire core actually worked on a shift basis. There would be those that lived on the barracks closer to the wall and lived on site, protecting the place from any incoming dangers like the beast wave they had faced earlier in the day. Then, there would be those who were allowed to live in the city nearby. They would just have to come to work in the daytime. Essentially, every member of the vampire core unit had two living quarters. One temporary when staying at the barracks and the other in the city, a permanent home for them and their family. Of course, there were also other humans and vampires in the city who weren't part of the core. They just generally lived there as citizens would. At the moment, all of the new recruits were living in temporary accommodation at the barracks. It was usual for many recruits to leave in the first few months of the conscription. Thus, the core unit wanted to make sure if they were willing to commit to their new duties before giving them permanent homes in the city. However, the vampire core didn't assign the new recruits with any roles or duties yet. This will come in the following week, and for now, they will be under Lieutenant Mitchell's command. This meant, right now, they didn't exactly have to stay put in the rooms assigned to them, as long as they would be there in the morning when Mitchell arrived. With this information, Hannah had decided to head into the city, where the other core members lived. She had sent out a message wishing to meet up with the other red vampires working in the base. She was trying to find out and share the information with the other members. Not everyone from the red vampires knew witnessed morning incidents since some were in the barracks or on other duty. But this did allow them to meet up without being seen or creating any suspicion. Hannah had gone out on her own, which was why she was surprised to see that only one of her men was left behind when she returned to the room. "What happened?" Hannah asked. "Where did Derek and the others go?" The red vampire seemed nervous. He had somewhat expected Derek to come back by now and for Hannah to find out nothing about this, but for some reason, the latter was delayed. "Tell me," Hannah demanded as she stomped over to the vampire side. It looked like she was ready to lash out at her fellow member, but he soon flinched. "I'll tell you." Derek said he had a plan to keep the new vampire under control and the others went with him. "But I was too scared to go there. I mean, they haven't returned yet. Do you think that that vampire has done something to them?" Hearing this, Hannah felt steam coming from the top of her head. Not just because of Derek's actions behind her back, but what this could mean for them. Like the red vampire in front of her, Hannah was more afraid of the vampire she had invited to join them after seeing what happened today. At first, she was excited, but now after knowing what Derek had done, she felt frustrated because she knew this could be a grave mistake. If they were to make one wrong move or one wrong decision, she could see it. That vampire can get rid of them in a heartbeat. The name of the red vampires? It doesn't even scare that person. Just who is he? Hannah thought as she was already rushing towards the other building towards the room of the other group. Inside the room, every time Jessica looked towards the injured Minnie, her blood boiled at every passing moment. This time, she was the one that initiated the attack, as she used her small daggers to produce 2 blood swipes towards the other vampires. She knew that they weren't the most significant concern but were a problem that needed to be dealt with. Out of instinct, the 2 vampires performed a blood swipe. However, Derek knew which attack would win out. The yellow energy broke right through the red aura and continued hitting the 2 of them in the chest. It hit their armor and caused quite the deep wound, permanently creating a mark. It was only one attack, but suddenly, the tides had turned. That damned vampire, are none of them in this group normal? Derek thought. How the hell? And why do they have a fucking damper traveling with them? Derek knew fighting against a damper was always an uphill battle for vampires, and using the red aura against them was like trying to use fire to get rid of water. She did it again, and she's quite a bit stronger in this form as well. Lucia thought as she watched from the sides, as it was the only thing she really could do. When they were attacked in the hotel room, the same thing happened before, but Lucia decided to keep it a secret and guessed that this was the reason why Jessica had left the Vampire Corps. A damper being in the Vampire Corps unit was unheard of. In the first place, how was it even possible? Was Jessica really a damper? Because looking at Jessica, there was something different about her compared to the other damper which Lucy has come across in her life. The most noticeable fact was that only a single eye would light up yellow. If she really was a damper, how did she suppress her urge like the others? She was traveling with vampires but never once showed any aggression towards them. The single eye, is she something else, like a half of a damper or something? Either way, all of this fighting must have brought others' attention, and if the other core members see her in this state, Lucia started to inch her way to the door to make sure she could buy time in case that exact thing happened. Luckily or unluckily, all of the new recruits were placed close together in the same apartment block-like building. Although some had heard the noise of fighting, they were unsure if it was an everyday thing here, and even those that were worried didn't know who to report to or what they should do. So the response was slow compared to the other areas. With the new energy rising in her, Jessica's arms started to heal somewhat, and eventually, she could use both daggers again. As she held them up, they were both coated in the aura. The only thing was they weren't the same color. One dagger was covered in the usual red vampire aura, while the other was yellow, indicating damper aura. "Let go of her," Jessica shouted as she charged forward. Immediately, Derek knew he had no chance and needed to dodge. He let go of Minnie, and she fell on the floor. Now getting both his hands ready, Derek encased them with a red aura. As soon as he sent his first attack, everyone heard a crash and Jessica's dagger was slightly pushed back. Jessica was somewhat surprised by this, but she still had the other dagger. When she went to attack this time and her dagger clashed against Derek's hand, unfortunately, it seemed like their power was equal as they both stayed midair. I see you are quite surprised. Did you think all vampires were so weak against the Dampiers or something? Derek said. I'm afraid you have no clue about my ability because my punches get stronger and stronger with each successful hit on your body. Derek was getting ready to throw another punch, but he felt something wrap around his leg and could see no dagger in Jessica's hand. As he threw out his fist, his leg was pulled, throwing him off balance and causing his punch to miss and Jessica's dagger to go right through his forearm. She had increased the yellow aura to force the dagger right through the blood-hardened coating Derek had created on his forearm. You're not the only one with an ability, Jessica said. Seeing how the fight was getting under control, Lucia was quite amazed. Thus, instead of heading for the door, she stepped towards Minnie to see if the latter was okay, but someone stomped inside the room just as she moved. What the hell is going on here? It was Hannah. Hannah, Derek called out. It's a damper. A damper has infiltrated the red vampires. Help me. Derek had acted very swiftly, and it didn't even take him a second to throw the other person into the line of fire. He knew that Hannah wouldn't be on his side or agree to do something like this, so he had acted on his own. If she had come moments later, then perhaps Hannah would have attacked Derek to stop all of this. However, there was one thing that the red vampires had in common, and that was a hatred for the Dampiers who had killed many of their close friends, family, and allies. Without a doubt, in their eyes, the Dampiers were enemy number one, which was why after seeing the yellow glow in Jessica's eye, Hannah had already made up her mind with whose side she would be on. Taking out a small short sword, Hannah thrusted it forward, and in doing so, a red line of aura shot out similar to the blood bullet. It wasn't as fast, nor would it be as strong, but there was no drawback to using a blood skill like this through the weapon. Wait! Lucia shouted out, who was in the middle of the room. She stood up from the ground and held out her hand open. She couldn't use her lighting powers in her weapon like she usually would have, but could still use a small portion of her ability on her hands. Regardless of this, the attack pierced right through Lucia's hand. Running up her arm, it even shot through her shoulder. Arg! Lucia cried in pain. Blocking those attacks without chi is a lot harder than I thought, and why does it seem like ever since I've joined these guys, I keep getting hurt? Either way, Lucia had somewhat done her job, as the attack had slowed down slightly, and it was then that Jessica had the time to turn the side of her blade and use her yellow aura to stop the attack. As the red aura hit, the strength of the two attacks seemed to collide. Hannah's attack turned out to be more powerful than Jessica had thought. These guys, both of them are leaders of a red vampire squad, and I'm nobody. This is going to be a tough fight. Thinking this, while she was still trying to stop the attack from Hannah, it left room for Derek to deliver another punch. She protected her head, but Derek aimed right for the gut while twisting his fist again. Jessica could feel her insides being slightly ruptured as the attack was stronger than that of the first lot. It seemed like Derek's earlier words that his punches would get stronger with each attack were true. However, this time Jessica was expecting it, and she had a goal to achieve. While flying through midair, she attached all the strings she could to Derek's arm and pulled them as extensively as possible, countering the momentum from the hit, which would have sent her flying into the wall. But before she could do anything else, she saw Hannah come from the side. This time, she was using the sword itself covered in the red aura. As she went for an attack, Jessica pulled herself forward, using the strings on Derek to avoid the strike. Now you want a punch in your face, don't you? Derek shouted while clenching his fist, ready to pound her in the face. With as much strength as he had now, she was sure she would die if anything happened. So as her body hurled at him, she threw her dagger with as much yellow aura as she could. It pierced through Derek's hand and cut the strings off from him, ducking down to the point where she could roll on the ground and get past him. Quickly getting up off the ground, she held her stomach, which was in pain, and there was even a little trickle of blood coming from the corner of her mouth. Maybe I could take out one of them, but even fighting with my powers, I can't take on these two at once, Jessica thought. Seeing everything going on, Lucia also felt guilty for already using most of her powers. Maybe if she had recovered, she would have been able to do a little more, and at the same time she imagined if the other two were here, then they wouldn't be able to do anything. Lucia had Minnie in her hands. The latter's arms were still broken and hadn't recovered. But she was awake, though still under intense pain. "I'm sorry, Minnie. I can't do anything, but maybe you can," Lucia thought as she placed her hand above her mouth. The wound from earlier that was created on her hand was bleeding. She squeezed tightly, pouring the blood into Minnie's mouth. As it slowly dropped into her, Minnie started to feel better, and her arms began to recover just that bit more. "Minnie, we will protect you. But right now, one of your sisters needs your help." Lucia squinted, feeling bad for relying on a child, but this was no ordinary child. When Minnie opened her eyes, she looked towards Jessica, who seemed concerned, and without a second of hesitation, Minnie held up both of her hands. She was trying to create the blood rifle attack that so badly had hurt her hands again. Looking behind her for a second, Hannah noticed what was happening. "Move!" Hannah shouted, immediately putting her palm on the floor. She created the thickest blood wall she had ever done before. Then she also decided to do something strange. She proceeded to stab herself several times with her own weapon. In the next second, Hannah had become somewhat of a blur. Minnie fired the two blood rifles off in her direction. It had smashed through the blood wall without a hitch and continued forward, hitting the wall on the other side and creating a large hole. Minnie's arms were completely mangled once again, and she was left exhausted as she tried to catch a breath. She didn't pass out this time but was grimacing in pain with each breath. How did they avoid that?" Lucia said as she could see that both of the red vampires were fine, with Hannah having pushed Derek out of the way. The ability to get faster with each hit, Jessica recognized. She attacked her own body several times for a speed boost. "Damn it, they have strong abilities. Finish off the damper. The little girl won't be able to do much anymore," Hannah ordered. Hannah couldn't act on her own because even though she hadn't been hit by the blood rifle attacking herself, she was still badly injured. Following her orders, Derek went towards Jessica with pleasure. The latter attempted to move, but pointing out her blade, Hannah fired out another blood attack, showing that her end would be even worse if she moved. Doing this perfectly, firing out a fast blood attack each time as a distraction, allowed Derek's punch to land. It was either to be hurt from the blood attacks from Hannah or to take a punch from Derek. While doing her best to avoid the blood attacks, Derek's fist was ready to hit her. But suddenly, something happened. Minnie appeared between Jessica and Derek. Her arms were blood-red as if the attack's recoil had destroyed all the vessels in them. They were floppy as her small bones had broken from using such a powerful attack, and yet she still stood there with a severe expression on her face. "I won't let them take you," Minnie shouted, and from her back rose a shadow which instantly moved towards Derek's fist. It blocked the attack, stopping it, and before anything could happen, Derek's full-strength punch became useless. Seeing all this, Hannah's mouth opened wide as she lost the grip around her sword. Is this little girl a guardian? But how is that possible? Even Derek stopped his punch, dropping both arms to his side, his mouth left wide open. While Minnie was extremely tired, she didn't have much shadow power, and blocking that one punch had taken a lot from her. Slowly it started to descend down from her body, but before it did, something strange happened. As the shadow touched the floor, it created a large circle as if a pool of shadows was created, and a figure could be seen slowly rising from it. The figure's outline looked somewhat familiar to the others, and as the shadows began to fade, they knew who it was. "No. What have we done?" Hannah's heart dropped when she recognized the figure as well. Rising from the pool of shadows was the silhouette of Quinn, yet from Derek and Hannah's point of view, that person might have been the Grim Reaper himself. That was just how afraid the two red vampires were when faced with the power of the celestial vampire who they had known for such a short period of time. He told us he would come if we were really in trouble. And here he is, Lucia thought, letting out a little sigh of relief. Still, the air in the room remained thick enough to be cut, the tension high because nobody knew what that person would do next. Quinn had sensed Minnie was using shadow. Shadow in some way, he became aware that the group of girls had to be in trouble. As such, he hadn't hesitated to use his shadow link. The truth was, the vampire had never taught Minnie how to use that skill. To have it active, one would have to leave a small part of their shadow powers active. Not teaching her was how Quinn could tell that they were in trouble because the link had become active. Looking at those angry eyes, Hannah understood that her worst fears had come true. She had run over here in the first place to prevent such a scene from happening. She didn't know what Quinn's real goal was, or what Derek had been planning. But one thing was for sure, they didn't want to upset this person. What is going on? Hannah thought. I was already overwhelmed when I saw the little vampire use the shadow powers. I didn't see him here before, and it looked like he rose from the shadows. Is he another guardian? Since when do guardians travel together? Damn it! Could it be that he's teaching the little girl to become guardian in the future? If so, that means we've made a colossal mistake. We'll be lucky if they don't excommunicate us from the red vampires for harming them. Considering that possibility, Hannah was trying to figure out if there was any way for them to salvage this situation, or at least buy enough time to explain themselves. She could tell with the little time they had spent that Quinn was extremely protective over the girl. Minnie, Quinn whispered, yet his voice trailed off. That was because he had already noticed all of what looked like destroyed blood cells in Minnie's arms. He hadn't been there when the small girl had used the blood rifle before, so he had no clue that this was the aftermath of her own action. Her arms were mangled, and it looked like the blood was trying to rupture through the skin but was unable to. Seeing this, something had come over Quinn that he hadn't felt in a long time. A rush of blood was moving all over his body, his heart beating louder than before, and his hands were slightly shaking. If he didn't do something about this rising energy soon, it felt like it would completely consume him. Minnie, tell me who did this to you, Quinn requested, his teeth grinding against each other, as he was finding it hard to speak through the anger that was rising in him. That man! He hurt Sister Jessica, Minnie exclaimed, not holding back. She swung her injured arms as they weren't in the best shape, but Quinn knew who she was pointing at. The next second, before Minnie's arm even swung down, before anyone could say anything, Quinn already had his hand right around Derek's throat. No one in the room had seen Quinn move. The room wasn't large by any means, but the celestial vampire didn't limit his speed at all. Not in the current state he was in, and where he had left from the floorboards had been destroyed underneath as well. No, wait! Hannah shouted out. The vampire you were traveling with, she's not really a vampire, she's a damper. There were some strange things that Hannah had noticed when traveling together, and the other three seemed more of a tight-knit group than the two girls that would often be with them, so she was hoping revealing the fact that one of them was their mortal enemy might make him stop his aggression. Also, she was sure that it would be a secret that the damper wanted to keep at all costs. Even Jessica herself started to worry that things could be turned on their head at any second and that Quinn would instead come for her. Lucia was also contemplating what she could do to help her friend. Don't listen to her, Nate. That bastard broke Minnie's arms. All she wanted to do was help Jessica because he was trying to kill her. Lucia shouted, hoping that would sway things. However, in the first place, Quinn hadn't even turned around for a second to confirm whether Jessica was what they claimed her to be. Simply because the celestial vampire didn't care about it. He could always verify the truth of the matter later, but now was the time for punishment. Letting go of Derek's neck, immediately, Quinn held onto the red vampire's hands. At that moment, the pale surface of his skin started to light up red. Small spots started to arrive until it filled his arms completely. Then blood squirted out as the pressure of the blood from inside his body was too much, piercing through the pores of his skin. Arg! Derek screamed in pain as he felt the blood burst through every part of his skin like a balloon. Tell me, was it fun breaking the arms of a little, innocent girl? Are you proud of your actions? Quinn asked, yet he wasn't done with just that. He soon started pulling one finger after the after, breaking them with great speed, before moving on to each bone in Derek's body, using his strength to crack them. Now not only was blood covering his skin, but part of his bone had ripped through it. Hannah wanted to jump in and stop him, idiot Derek might be. That didn't change the fact that he was her subordinate, yet something about Nate's eyes made her abandon any will to get in his way. She knew powerful vampire wasn't using the influence skill, but she instinctively knew if she tried anything, she would be the next one to suffer his wrath. Kicking his victim right by the knee, flying through the air, his legs came off. They had been broken off from the joints and hit the wall. Quinn had let go of his arms, making him, who was now considerably, fall to the floor on his bloody stumps. Don't think for a second I'm done with you. My instinct was telling me that you were dangerous, yet I gave you the benefit of the doubt, only for you to prove me completely right by demonstrating that you someone who doesn't deserve to live. The fridge door swung open, and out from it, all the blood from the cartons of blood juice had been removed. It soon floated over to where Quinn was, breaking off from the pool of blood that was behind Quinn. A fraction of it suddenly went right into Derek's mouth. It was at that moment that the wounds on Derek started to heal. What is happening? Is that everything? Is he now healing me? There was visible confusion on the red vampire's face, but when his arms had fully healed, his bones and skin back to what they used to be, he felt pressure on his wrists again, and the buildup of pressure like a balloon was felt. This was just the beginning, Quinn stated coldly. You will soon beg me to end your life. It was a cycle. Quinn was going through a cycle of torture with Derek, letting him experience the same thing over and over, healing him from near death. For some reason, each time Quinn thought that the anger in him would disappear, but it hadn't. In the end, the blood from the cartons had run out, and Derek was left there, a shell of his former self. His mind had long since shattered, unable to mentally endure such a procedure. One more thing needs to be done. The worst pain a vampire can ever experience. Quinn started opening the palm of his hand and a shadow started to form. Skill Shadow Eater activated. The others in the room had no clue what Quinn would do next, and soon they saw something strange forming around his palm. It was a dark spherical shadow that began to turn into the shape of a dragon head as it left his palm. The shadow changed shape and form, growing so large it looked like it was a real beast. The shadow was long, had no legs or arms, and looked more like it had a serpent's body, as it had no wings. However, due to its head shape and size, without a doubt, it was clearly a dragon. What is this? Jessica and the others all stared at the scene with their mouths wide open. They were witnessing something like this for the first time in their lives. Most of them had seen glimpses of video of the shadow power being used in different ways, but never like this. Bracing himself, Derek squinted his eyes as the shadow came towards him. He was still at a loss of judgment, and that was when the shadow passed directly through him. As it did, it felt like something had come out of his body, as if a part of him was taken away from him. In the next moment, a burning sensation overcame him as if Quinn had lighted up his body in flames. Immediately, he tried to use his broken arms, but they were useless. Kneeling on the floor, Derek was now screaming and shrieking in pain. Minnie, I'm sorry that you had to see this, Quinn said, not looking at her, afraid of the look she would have on her face. But I want you to know the extent of what your powers can do. This was taught to me by a great man, I am sure you know him too. And this skill was developed by him, and he used it to punish vampires for their wrongdoings, to make sure that they never acted out again. Perhaps the vampires have forgotten about this fact, and they need reminding that the Punishers are still out there. Thinking about it, Quinn was officially the Punisher leader. Or, at least at one point, he had claimed the title of that. He also noticed that since evolving, his Shadow Eater skill seemed to change slightly, and due to that, he had gained more MC cells from the vampire than he assumed he would have received. Just now, he had obtained about 200 MC points. Perhaps it won't take me that long to get my MC cells back up to how much they used to be. Derek continued to scream, but others had no idea how to react. Eventually, Minnie, the one that Quinn was trying to protect, started to cry on the spot due to the screaming. Hearing this, Quinn thought it was his cue to put an end to this mess. Using his shadow, he raised it above Minnie's eyes, blocking her view, and at that moment, the screams came to an abrupt pause. When the shadow descended once again, Derek's body was no longer there because Quinn had placed it in his shadow not to make Minnie any more uncomfortable. Minnie is just a child. I didn't want to show her that. I said I would look after her. It was because of these people that I had to show her something like that. Quinn thought and immediately turned his head towards Hannah. She was next. The other vampires that had joined the attack were already standing at the edge of the room, kneeling on the floor and begging for forgiveness. They didn't even dare raise their head. As for Hannah, her whole body was shaking, and she, too, hadn't moved. She was so afraid that she even felt a warm trickle down her leg. This a man, he has complete control over the shadow. Is he a secret leader of the Red Vampires? Was he here to supervise us? Or is it something else? The next second, Hannah went down on her knees and kneeled as well. I apologize for my subordinate's actions, Hannah shouted. I initially came here to stop him. I didn't want to cause any harm to you or your group. We didn't know you were a guardian. Even then, I know this was not an excuse for our actions. I only acted because I saw the damper dash. Quiet! Quinn spoke in a stern tone. You are mistaken. I am not these damn guardians you speak of. You have mistaken me for them. Hearing this, Hannah wondered how that was even possible. Only the guardians and one of the leaders knew of the shadow powers. In the end, she could only ask, then who are you? I said before already. I am a punisher, someone who uses his shadow powers to punish the vampires who abuse their powers, Quinn replied. He had somewhat expected a reaction from the others because he still remembered how much fear the word punishers had instilled in the vampires before. However, there was no reaction from them all whatsoever. Punishers, forgive me. I do not know of them, Hannah replied as she started to panic. She couldn't think of a way to get out of this situation, so she said whatever came to her mind. Didn't you join the Red Vampires for a reason? Did you perhaps want to meet the others with shadow powers? Maybe I can help somehow? You tried joining our organization for a reason, right? I can help you. This was a familiar scene to Quinn. When one's life was on the line, they would do almost anything to protect it. The organizations they had joined, the loyalty they exhibited will disappear. Originally, I did, Quinn said. But there is one thing that I will never do, and that is to allow those close to me, those I wish to protect, to get hurt, just because of my own goals. There are other ways I can find out what I want without bringing any unnecessary trouble. As he finished, he moved his hand and spread his palm in the direction of Hannah. It looked like Quinn was ready to use the Shadow Eater skill again. No, Minnie shouted. No more, please. Please. I don't want you to hurt anyone anymore. Please stop. Quinn's hand lowered to his side, and silence filled the room. One could only hear Minnie sniffling while others remained silent. Jessica and Lucia knew of the Guardians. Many people did due to the reports, but it was quite clear that this vampire in front of them wasn't a Guardian, and it seemed like he was even quite disgusted by the fact that someone might consider him so. I'm just happy that he's on our side instead of being on the enemy's side, Lucia thought. I was right. This vampire is something special. He clearly knows something, and there is a reason why our leader was so kind to him. Just then, as if on cue to end this small scuffle, a vampire core unit stormed through the door. They stepped into the room with their red aura brandished out, expecting a fight. It seemed like with everything going on, in particular the screams, the vampires nearby had finally gained some sense to report to the higher-ups. However, what came as a surprise was the number of high-level vampires that had entered the room. In this new group were some of the lieutenants who were on stage earlier, and eventually Yadi had stepped inside as well. I had a feeling that this vampire would cause trouble, but to cause so much on the first day, Yadi thought as he saw the mess in the room while unconsciously blaming it on Quinn. After swiftly considering what to say, Lucia was the first to act. Thank you for arriving. These people are part of the Red Vampires. She almost shouted while pointing at Hannah and her group. We found out, and they tried to silence us. Looking at the situation, of course, Yadi didn't know what to believe. but for a second Hannah glanced at Quinn, and she knew what to do. What she has said is right. We are working with the red vampires. Hannah accepted, thinking that it might be her only way to get out of the situation safely, and perhaps it was for the best. Soon, the vampire corps rounded up the red vampires and took them away while also asking for Quinn and his group to make a report. However, when Yadi got to Jessica, he paused for a second as she looked down, trying to hide her face. Yadi frowned, and after a moment of pause, he suddenly shouted, attracting everyone's attention. Jessica, it's you. What are you doing here? We have been looking for you everywhere. Walking slowly, Peter could see the city on sight. It was the area where most of the vampire corps members and some humans would live. The reason the White was currently out there was due to the fact that he had been suddenly left stranded out in the middle of nowhere on his own. Peter had been patiently waiting for Quinn, something he had no problem doing after spending more than 1,000 years doing it already. However, he was particularly annoyed at his best friend right now. After being dragged out to this place, the vampire had left his shadow and Peter was getting ready to transform, to show off the newfound powers Quinn appeared to be interested in. Yet the first thing he had been told was, the others are in trouble. Minnie has used her shadow powers. It was the only explanation he got, before the celestial vampire used his shadow link to disappear. Now, usually Peter would have run to the others if they were in trouble, but given the strength level of those they had met ever since they had woken up, the White was sure that there was no need for him to assist. Honestly, I hope there's someone there to give that guy a good slap in the face for treating me this way. As he entered the city, Peter quickly realized that there were quite a lot of vampires that were paying attention to him. Most of them seemed to be wearing vampire corp gear, while a few of them were just their family members. It really is him. He was the one that got the special award. You can tell from his little badge on his shoulder. The odd comments on his way back made sense to him, but the attention he was getting didn't. In the end, he could only assume that the little emblem badge that he had received was a bigger deal than he took it for. After finally reaching the room, though, Peter was greeted with an empty, partially destroyed room. Not a single person was inside. What is going on? Peter asked out loud, hoping someone was still there that could answer his questions. But there was no reply. Man, is everyone just forgetting about me or something? A few moments before Peter had arrived, General Yadi looked to be over the moon that he had discovered Jessica. The initial frown that was there when he first entered the room had turned upside down. However, Quinn quickly noticed that Jessica herself wasn't too pleased about being recognized. In fact, she looked frightened and was hugging one of her arms. Jessica, I can't believe we finally found you after all this time. Andy has been looking for you everywhere. He'll be over the moon to hear that you're safe and sound. Yadi stated, but after saying these words, even he could tell something was up. Actually, I was hoping that you could keep this a secret from Commander Andy? Jessica replied with a half smile. It looked like she was trying her best but couldn't. Listening in on the conversation wasn't just Quinn, but Lucia as well. However, the human woman was busy taking care of Minnie. She was giving her more of her own blood, so the little girl's arms would heal slightly faster. While she was doing this, Minnie was hugging her tightly, having turned around to not look at the one she had called Dad. Lucia felt that the girl was slightly trembling. Not that Lucia could blame her in any way. After what they had all seen, everyone had mixed feelings towards Quinn. Wait, do they not know she's a damper? Lucia wondered. Or is that why they want her? Could Jessica actually be an important person to them or something? I guess she had a reason for running away all the way to the Greylash families. I'm afraid I can't do that. Yadi eventually shook his head. We were instructed to immediately report if we found you. Honestly, I never knew you ran away. I have to report this matter and see what they say. I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to come with me to the base. We can't lose sight of you again. Hearing this, Jessica tried to move out of the way as the vampire corps members came up to her. It looked as if they were about to treat her like a fugitive. When trying to move, she didn't have much luck. After all, she had already used a lot of strength in the fight. No. What do you plan on doing with Sister Jessica? Why does everyone want to hurt her? Minnie protested, tears in her eyes. Before the guards could even get close to her, Quinn took a step forward to stand in their way. Knowing what he had done earlier in the day with just his influence skill, the two immediately stopped what they were doing. "May I remind you that right now she is traveling with me? To me, it looks like she doesn't want to go along with you guys," Quinn stated calmly, yet everyone clearly understood this to be a warning. The happy face once again turned sour, and it was due to the same person yet again. "How many times in a day does this vampire intend to upset me? I'm just following official orders. I can't go against this guy no matter what, but I can't let Jessica get away either." The general was at a loss at what to do. "Fair enough." Yadi let out a sigh. "In that case, might I invite all of you to the vampire core base? I'll just make the report, and when they arrive, if you wish to talk to them, then please do. If that is all right with you." It was still somewhat hurtful for Yadi, having trained and fought for so long to get to the position he was in, and in one day he had to treat someone he didn't know as if he was superior to him. Quinn looked towards Jessica to see if she was okay with this proposal, to which she nodded a few times. Honestly, she was already happy that Quinn had done this much for her, even after knowing what she really was. The agreement has been reached, so Quinn and his group followed Yadi to the base. He informed them that he would give them housing there to prevent more incidents like the earlier one, though everyone seemed to understand that it was mostly to keep Jessica close to them. "That reminds me, the other two Dampiers are still in my shadow space as well," Quinn remembered as he saw Hannah being taken away. A short while later, and the whole group was at the vampire core base, where they had been given a more standard small bunk bed-like room, compared to the apartment room they had before, to rest for the night. At first, everyone sat there in silence for a bit. Everyone had questions for the others about what Quinn had done, his shadow powers, the Punishers in general. Then there were all the questions that surrounded Jessica as well. However, since no one spoke up, they understood that unless they were ready to share their own secrets, they shouldn't ask the others. In due time, they were sure that they would tell each other their secrets. It was then that Quinn realized something. "Oh crap, Peter. I completely forgot to leave him a note or anything about where we're going. How could I have forgotten about him?" Quinn stood up, ready to leave the room to bring back Peter. Before that, though, he turned to Minnie. "Minnie, will you come along with me? We need to get your Uncle Peter here. Your sisters did a good job protecting you, but they need to rest now, and I can look after you better this way," Quinn said in a soft voice. For a second, Minnie looked a bit hesitant. But in the end, she ran over to Quinn as she usually would have, opening her arms for him to pick her up. As always, he placed her on his neck. Seeing that she didn't resent him, a big weight fell off Quinn's heart. He didn't even realize why he felt so tense at a child disliking him. Either way, the truth was Quinn wanted to explain his actions to the small girl, while looking for Peter. Fortunately, given his shadow powers, he could sneak out of the place without having to deal with anyone else. After the two left the room, it didn't take long for Lucia to fall asleep. The human woman had been exhausted, and Jessica followed suit. At least she made it appear like she was doing the same. Once she heard some light snoring sound from the other bed. She got off the bed and headed for the door. "Where do you think you're going?" Lucia asked, who had only pretended. "I'm sorry," Jessica stated. "I didn't think it would come to this, at least not this soon. I don't want to drag any of you into my personal trouble." Lucia couldn't help but laugh at this comment. "In trouble because of you? Have you completely forgotten how much trouble we already encountered while traveling with the three of them? Besides, you saw him, right? What trouble do you think could arise that he couldn't handle?" Jessica paused for a second, as if she was really pondering her option. Ultimately, she clenched her fist and teeth, having come to a decision. "No, I know he's strong, but there is no way he can get me out of this. I have to leave now before it's too late." Tears started to flow down Jessica's face, showing that she was truly upset at this fact. "I'm sorry, I've enjoyed spending this time with all of you, but I'm afraid the only one who could help me now would be the hero himself, Quinn Talon." With that, she stormed out of the room. Devils_advocate here. Thank you to everyone who donated to one of the organizations supporting the refugees from Ukraine. General Yadi did exactly what he said he would, making a report to the main base of the Vampire Core unit on Earth. He thought he would need to do this as quickly as possible to get a response about what to do next. However, what he did refrain from in his report was about the troublesome vampire whom Jessica was currently traveling with. He had debated with himself what to say, but no matter how he phrased it, Yadi felt it would make him look reckless, and it might show him as an erratic leader who couldn't handle the situation. Many members in the Corps were after his position, mainly the Vampire Corps generals on other planets. This was because, in a way, being the leader of the Vampire Corps unit on Mars made him the number 2 in the Vampire Corps, and if he were to report about Quinn, his rivals would make sure to take advantage of the situation. Let's see what they say. I don't believe he will try to go up against the whole Vampire Corps unit. No matter how strong he is, going against the whole Corps isn't something he is capable of. Standing in the command center in the Vampire Corps unit, Yadi soon received a response from the main base on Earth. And the answer he got only made his heart beat faster, which was not a normal reaction from a vampire. No, he's coming here. He's coming here to see her personally. That means he will meet that vampire too. What will happen now? It was safe to say that Yadi had gone into full panic mode because he realized he had made a mistake when rereading the message. Wait, he's not coming here. He is already here. Presently, Quinn was peacefully walking back the way he had gone before, hoping to run into Peter somewhere. He had already checked the room they were in previously, and no one was there, so he could only imagine that Peter perhaps had remained at the same spot as before. I mean, he stood in the same place for 1,000 years, so it's not far-fetched to say that he's right now in the same spot where I left him. Quinn felt slightly strange walking through the city. The night sky was out, and beast crystals were being used as a light source in different ways, such as street lamps, being carried on personnel, or hanging the lamps outside the barracks, to light the whole area. Normally, almost everyone would go to sleep once the night darkens, but vampires need less sleep than humans. They could go a few days without feeling tired at all before going to sleep. It was usual for Quinn to see that in the vampire settlement, but this place wasn't the vampire settlement. Dad. Minnie finally spoke. This was the first word she had said since coming out of that place. She had realized that Quinn was hiding his appearance and didn't want to be called by his name, and rather than mess up and call him Nate, she chose to call him Dad. Why did you do that to that man? Why did you hurt him so much? He was screaming so much he must have been in pain, right? Minnie asked hesitatingly. Hearing this question, Quinn thought it was perhaps time for him to talk to Minnie. He looked around and soon found a quiet alley between 2 buildings. Ordinary people probably wouldn't think this was the best or safest place to talk to a child. But then again, Quinn wasn't an average person. Putting her down on the ground, Quinn looked Minnie in the eye. He then held her hands and calmed her down with a smile. Minnie, you were scared, weren't you? I want you to know that I will never hurt you. You have to understand that. You were precious to Arthur, so much so that he had done things he thought he would never have even considered. You know, I believe that if Arthur were looking after you and was in the same spot as I was in earlier, he would have done the same thing. Do you remember what the war was like? Quinn asked. Minnie nodded her head. She wasn't very involved in the war but had remembered when the Dalki originally came to attack everyone and had taken her away. Do you remember how it felt back then when they were hurting everybody? When they took you away, do you remember how your mother felt? Today, I felt the same way your mother felt when those Dalki took you from her. I never want anyone to hurt you. And not just you. I don't want anyone in our family to get hurt. I needed to make sure that not just him but none of those in that room tried to do something like that again. I didn't enjoy doing that, Minnie. In fact, that's the reason I did it. If I make an example of one, then I won't have to do it again. Quinn's explanation was a bit all over the place. Of course, his anger had consumed him at the time, and perhaps just the Shadow Eater skill would have been enough to deal with the said person. But it was a feeling he couldn't explain himself. He just felt a bit more protective over Minnie compared to the others. Okay. I think I understand. Mummy used to go really worried whenever I nearly got hurt, so I understand your reaction. I know Daddy cares about me like I care about everyone else. But Daddy, what about Mummy? When are we going to go look for her? Minnie asked. It was the question Quinn had been dreading, but he thought now was a better time than any to tell her. He placed both hands on her shoulders and prepared to tell her the truth. "Minnie, you have to understand. I care about you a lot and I promise to give you whatever life you want, but you see, when you were in that shadow with Sunny, 1,000 years passed in the outside world. You know, your mother, she was a human. So it's unlikely that she is still alive, but I promise I will look for her and find out what happened to her," Quinn quickly stated after. He had somewhat expected Minnie to start bawling her eyes out, but instead, she just tilted her head and smiled, but it wasn't a smile of happiness. What Quinn saw was a smile with pain and sadness hidden underneath. "Thank you for looking after me, Quinn." Minnie had noticed that there was no one nearby. Quinn coughed and turned away for a second. A visible tinge of embarrassment appeared on his face under the moonlight shade. You can keep calling me Dad if you like. I mean, only if you want to." "Sure. Thank you, Dad," Minnie said as she stepped forward and gave Quinn a big hug. "Don't worry, Minnie. If we don't find your mother, I'll make sure to take care of you," Quinn inwardly promised. The two of them soon resumed their search through the city for Peter, or Uncle Peter as Minnie called him. The first location was of course the spot where Quinn had left Peter earlier, but to his surprise, when the two of them reached that spot, there was no one there. Quinn frowned and observed the area. There were no signs of any scuffle or anything. This relieved him. He was worried that Peter might attract unnecessary attention, and from how he usually was, it wasn't wrong to say that he might get into a fight with just anyone. Where could he have gone? Since there were no signs of anything out of ordinary, it was clear that Peter had left the spot on his own. "Looks like I will have to look through the whole city." Quinn sighed and resumed his search. Minnie noticed the change in mood, and couldn't help but ask, "Dad, what happened? Is Uncle Peter all right?" Quinn reassured her, "Yes, he will be fine. There are only a very small number of people who can hurt him." Saying this, he increased his pace and began to look through the city. And just when Quinn was about to think otherwise, he suddenly heard some cheering coming from one of the dining establishments. "That sounds like people are having fun. Maybe Uncle Peter went in there?" Minnie had noticed the noise too, thanks to her sharp hearing. "Well, I guess there is no harm in looking at what's going on. Although when I think of Peter, the word fun doesn't exactly come to mind," Quinn thought. Either way, Quinn walked through into the large establishment. It was a bar, one of the biggest in the city. There were quite a lot of bars because, for some reason, the taste of alcohol felt somewhat the same regardless if one was a human or a vampire. There were many tables in the bar, where one could sit in a square ordering their drinks and playing games. However, Quinn noticed that everyone was focused on one thing: a boxing ring. And in the boxing ring was Peter. "What on earth is he doing here?" Quinn smiled. Just then, loud words spread throughout the bar. "Everyone, give it up for our winner, Zombie P. Is there anyone that would like to go next against our contestant?" It was clear that all eyes were on Peter, who was in the ring, and on top of that he had used his old stage name. Although Quinn thought that there would likely be no one who would even remember that name. In fact, what was even the state of the game Power Fighters in the first place? Quinn hadn't even had time to enjoy the new wonders of technology since he was busy enjoying everything else. "Peter, what have you gone and done?" The idea was to stay low, Quinn thought. Right now, it wasn't even best for him to go on stage while everyone was looking. Although Quinn did have the idea to use the Blufang armor set. Perhaps he could grab Peter and get out of the place before anyone would notice. However, in the end, Quinn decided to stay and watch for a while, as he wondered just what exactly was going on in the first place. The next participant had been selected from the crowd, and he appeared to be quite the bulky vampire. At least partly. The vampire had the appearance of someone who was in the gym every day of the week, yet for some reason had decided to skip his legs, making him look like an upside-down triangle. As he entered the ring, he was punching his two hands together, and Quinn was beginning to think he had an idea just why they had a ring in the center of the stage. That was until the two of them sat down at a table that had been placed in the center, that also had tow bars on the side. "This is arg interesting," Quinn thought, moving in closer and eventually taking a seat at the bar and ordering a drink. "Juice, please," Minnie shouted straight away as she quickly climbed on top of the stool. Although Minnie looked like a kid, The vampire bartender could tell that she was a vampire and thus happily complied, pulling out a little carton of juice. Usually Quinn would have said something, but with the day that Minnie had had, she truly deserved a treat in his opinion, and he had to remember that times were different compared to what he was used to. There seemed to be an abundance of blood these days, and nobody paid any heed to someone drinking blood out in the open. Looking up at the arena, Quinn soon saw that both Peter and his opponent locked arms, and now he knew exactly what they were doing, but he couldn't quite believe it. Both of their hands were locked in with each other. The next second and a loud bang was heard, and all that could be seen was strain on the large man's face. His hand hit the table without any resistance. To Quinn's surprise, the table remained fine, yet the same couldn't be said for the challenger's hand. There had been a loud sound indicating that those bones were completely broken. "You could have gone easy on me, or at least made it look like it was going to be a close match," the large man complained as he calmly looked over the state of his arm. Without having to say anything, seemingly used to this scene, the referee had brought him a drink so that the man could start the healing process. "I'm sorry, I don't really know how to hold back." Peter merely shrugged. After watching this short match that had lasted less than a second, Quinn understood what Peter was doing. The White was having arm wrestling matches with his fellow vampires from the Vampire Core unit. As he walked down, Peter couldn't help but attract the attention of everyone else. In the end, one of the braver Vampire Core members who had been out on the raid called out to him. The vampire praised the White's strength, and seemed quite intrigued in finding out just how strong someone was who managed to get a bronze blood emblem on their very first day. Of course, Peter understood that he couldn't just punch his fellow members, yet soon other members gathered around the duo, asking to have a match of their own. The White was sure that he could take all of them in a direct fight, but that might be bad for whatever else Quinn might have planned. Eventually, someone came up with the idea which led to the current situation. "Well, at least he seems to be having fun, and it looks like he didn't really get in any trouble," Quinn thought. Seeing how the table was still in good condition even with Peter using his strength, Quinn thought that the table had to at least be made out of glathrium, or perhaps some stronger material that might have been discovered during his slumber. Of course, that was assuming Peter hadn't lied about the not holding back part. "Is there anyone else that wishes to go up against our undefeated contender?" the referee shouted, looking out to the crowd. Seeing the nervous look on all of those out in the bar, Quinn would guess that Peter must have defeated quite numerous vampires already. "Why don't you go up?" Minnie tugged on Quinn's arm. The bartender, seeing this, couldn't help but chuckle. "Hey, don't laugh. My dad is the strongest," Minnie insisted, flexing her small little biceps. Although Quinn wasn't aiming to correct the man, nor did he have any desire to show off any more than he already had done, the celestial vampire did wonder who among the two friends would be stronger. In the past, he had created the White, meaning they had shared a connection that had made it so that Peter would share Quinn's power. However, at some point, Quinn had surpassed Peter to the point where this would no longer apply. The link between the two of them had broken. Since then, Peter had been able to still get stronger regardless. Quinn had seen that, developing his own special use of chi, and now even using celestial energy. The few times Quinn had used celestial energy, he hadn't felt his strength change by a large margin. However, from the sounds of it, it would deeply affect Peter's performance. That would make somewhat some sense. Bliss didn't seem that strong either, so maybe just because someone is a celestial or a god, it doesn't mean they are strong. The bartender served another drink to another customer, and when he turned around to look at Quinn, he almost dropped the glass he was wiping, because he saw the poor father raise his hand. "What are you doing? You don't have to impress me. You have a daughter, you should look after her," the bartender shouted. "It's okay. I'm not trying to impress anyone. I just want to see how much he has improved myself," Quinn answered, who also thought this would be the perfect time to find out firsthand how much celestial energy could improve one of his dedicated followers, since he had recently gained quite the nice boost. "Oh, what's this? Just when it looked like there was no one else. Now there are 2 brave volunteers," the announcer shouted. 2. Quinn wondered, already having gotten up and out of his seat, he looked around. "Please both of you make your way up to the stage, and we will decide which order for you guys to take on our champion," When Quinn walked up to the stage, he brought Minnie along with him. He didn't want her to get out of his sight. At the same time, there were those that noticed Quinn as well. His face had become quite memorable after the meeting, for more reasons than one. Hey, isn't that vampire? The one that used the influence skill on the general? There were whispers about him everywhere, and there were even a couple of people that were so frightened that they left the room. But most stayed, excited to see just what was going to happen. Peter, when seeing that it was Quinn, he just had a large smile on his face. Now, don't go easy on me, Peter stated. Don't worry, I won't, and remember there's another one. Why don't you beat him before you get to me? Quinn replied. On the other side of the ring, the other participant, who was a well-built man, quite tall and strong, stood there. He was the only other one that had put his hand up, but strangely he had a full lac mask covering his whole face, and only 2 small slits for his eyes. After seeing Peter beat the last person like that, he has to be fairly confident. And there's one more thing. He doesn't smell like a vampire, he smells like a subclass. Quinn thought. After receiving the important announcement, General Yadi was already out and about, walking out of the base. He was traveling with his 2 close confidants who wore the 2 silver emblems on their bodies. As they walked through town, many of the Vampire Corps unit's members greeted them, saluted them, or spoke a few words in praise. However, it was clear that General Yadi had a lot on his mind, as he barely gave any response and did little to acknowledge greetings. His pace was fast as they walked through the city, while the 2 men with him kept a close eye on the surroundings. Eventually, they had reached the local landing station. It was an airport made for the that would arrive and depart. It was large, and every vehicle that arrived would be inspected, and the people too, before entering the city. In simple words, the security was top-notch. That was unless the person was a VIP. In that case, they could get approval to land beforehand with their loading spot, and this was where Yadi was heading to right now. What do you mean he's not here? Yadi shouted at the top of his voice at a staff member. The staff was instantly terror-struck, as Yadi's fear was being instilled into him a bit as well. Sir, when he landed, he said he wished to explore the place. He also arrived on his own, so only his ship is here. The staff replied. Yadi proceeded to slap his forehead upon hearing the news. He's exploring the plaque. Does that mean he's doing an evaluation? Well, if he's just in the city, things shouldn't be too bad. But I thought he would have gone straight to the base. Sir, you're not going to like this, but I just received news from the base. One of the men beside Yadi suddenly spoke. They just went to the room where Jessica was staying, but it turns out, she and the male vampire are no longer there. If Yadi was human, he felt like he could feel a heart attack about to ensue at any moment with how his blood pressure was rising. Everything was going in the worst direction for him and his future. Tell them to find her or the vampire. Also, we need to find out where the commander is right now. Yadi ordered and took a deep breath to calm himself down. He knew this was not the time to break down. Inside the ring, the mysterious man sat down in his seat confidently. It was hard to gauge his feelings and thoughts. Quinn couldn't even sense an aura in him, no chi or vampire aura. He had met a few who could control their aura well in the past, most of them being from Pure, but it was unlikely for a Pure's agent to be in a place like this. Honestly, Quinn still wasn't expecting much from the man. Anyway, there wouldn't be many in the current world who could face Peter when it came to strength. After Peter dealt with this guy, Quinn was actually looking forward to facing Peter himself. If you use the same amount of strength as you did against the last guy, you will lose, White. The mysterious man wearing the black mask said. Oh, says the one that chooses to hide behind the mask. If you were that strong, you wouldn't be any need for you to hide behind the mask. Peter replied while taking a fighting stance as the match was about to begin. The 2 latched on their hands, intertwining their fingers to ensure they were holding properly. They then placed their other hand on the metal bar, allowing them to use more of their arm's strength. Then when everything was set, the referee could make the call. Start! The ref shouted. Everyone in the bar cheered at the top of their lungs, hoping to see another massacre like they had seen in the last match. However, there was no sudden bang. As seconds flew by, the cheering died, and people whispered about what was going on. I said start. The ref shouted once more just in case they didn't hear because both of their hands were still dead in the center. I told you, didn't I? You will have to use a lot more strength than that if you want to beat me. The man spoke again. Inspect. Colossal Draugr. Using his inspect skill on the person who could match Peter in strength astonished Quinn, but it made some sense now, seeing what subclass this mysterious person was. The Draugr class was what Linda was, but, if I remember correctly, she only ever evolved up to a great Draugr? She had great strength, but it didn't scale up to a creature like White. Also, after evolving, Linda was one of the strongest in terms of strength. I want to know if he is at an evolution above Linda's, or is he far beyond great Draugr level. Also, the scary thing is, I'm guessing he isn't using everything he's got either. The frustration could clearly be seen on Peter's face. Although Quinn could tell that Peter wasn't using his chi, different energy was rising in him. Sigh, I should stop him. But I guess the others have already seen it. Quinn inwardly sighed. Peter's whole body started to transform as he used the celestial energy. The vampire core members got excited at this sight. They had all heard of this but never expected they would see this. At the same time, Quinn was also quite eager to see what these changes were since he had missed out on them. When Peter started to change though, there was something that would seriously change, and that was his face. His real face was revealed. Quinn looked around to see if anyone noticed, but no one seemed to. Finally, Peter had finished his transformation, looking the same as before, with a strange tail sticking out from the top of his head, but the red celestial energy was pulsing through his whole body. With this boost in power, Peter smiled before giving it his all, and in the next second, the chi that will usually cover his hands appeared as well. Taken by surprise, it looked like the mysterious stranger didn't even have time to act before Peter slammed the latter's hand into the table. This time, the force was so much that the table was also slightly dented. It looks like Zombie P is still our winner, the ref exclaimed in the silent room, breaking the sudden silence. The whole crowd cheered at this, and as the ref walked over to lift Peter's hand, he was a little hesitant to grab it, since it was still slightly pulsating with the red power. At that moment, Peter raised his hand on his own anyway. The mysterious man stared at his own hand for a few seconds. It didn't seem too hurt, and after shaking it a couple of times, he healed most of his hand's internal injuries. I wonder, could the Draugr have done more in this match? He has piqued my interest, Quinn thought. The mysterious man stood up and started to walk over in Quinn's direction, which startled the latter a little bit. But as he went past, he lifted his hand as if going for a high five. Come on. Don't tell me you don't know what this is? It's a tag. I'm tagging out, which means it's your turn. I just hope you put on a better show than me and beat him. Quinn smiled at the person. At least this one didn't seem to be a sore loser and was a change compared to the annoying flies he would meet. I'm not sure, but I'll make sure to go all out from the beginning rather than testing my opponent. I know how strong he is already. Quinn replied as he walked past and headed towards the center. Quinn soon sat down at the table. Glancing at the table, he held the table's opposite sides, and then he kneed the table from below, and as he did this, the dent formed due to the previous match came out of the table. This simple action awestruck the crowd, and they now knew the show wasn't yet over. Seeing who was on stage and the two that were about to face off, the crowd couldn't help but talk about them. They mainly focused on what had happened earlier today. First, they spoke of Peter's feats on the field. Even now, his body was still transformed into the great monstrosity, looking the same as it did then. However, seeing how he was calm and not attacking others, the vampires felt more calm seeing him this way. There were rumors about when he transformed. He was more like a wild animal that would attack anything on sight, but it was clear that wasn't the case, and he clearly was in control. Then there was the talk of Quinn. Although not everyone in the bar was a part of the Vampire Crops unit, most of them worked for the Vampire Corps, helping one way or another, and they too had heard of what he had done. A vampire with an influence skill that was even stronger than the general. Of course, the mysterious stranger was able to hear all of this. These two certainly are interesting, and it looks like they have made quite the stir already. I wonder why the general didn't report anything then, the mysterious man thought. Sat opposite each other. The two friends didn't say anything. They both knew they wanted to test their strength, and saying anything would reveal too much. Getting both their hands ready, they quickly held on. Since he's using some strange powers, anything goes right? Quinn asked the ref. Honestly, there really were no rules since this wasn't a common game played by them, and he decided just to say what the people would want. Of course. After answering Quinn's question, he looked at each contestant, who gave the nod calming that they were ready. You know, that hair of yours looks pretty strong, but you won't be able to use it in a match of strength, Quinn commented. Oh, trust me, I won't need it. But if you think you need your blood aura or chi to win this, go ahead, Peter replied. Minnie stood close to the table, looking at them both. She was mainly being ignored. Usually, they wouldn't allow one to get so close and be in the ring, but everyone seemed to ignore that because she was with Quinn. She looked at both as she didn't know who to cheer for. Both of you, fighting, Minnie shouted, pumping her fist. In the end, she decided that she couldn't support one or the other, even though secretly she did have a favorite, but she would never say that out loud. Start! The ref shouted. This time, unlike before, there was a clear swing in movement. As for the one whose hand had moved, it was Quinn's. It was lightning quick, but there was no bang heard as the back of Quinn's fist was seen centimeters from touching the table. His strength really has improved now with the celestial energy. I haven't given him any more points. I wonder why it affects dedicated followers so much and not myself. With his 200 points of strength, Quinn believed that he might be able to still win this. In the end, though, he had to reinforce his arm with the first stage of chi, giving him extra power. Peter was doing the same, going full blast from the get-go. Quinn didn't know if it was a tactic of Peter's just to win the match using the chi and his celestial power or not. Either way, Quinn felt like he had this one in the bag. I thought I would give you a chance, Peter said. But if you're not going to go all out. At that moment, Quinn felt his hand move ever so slightly as the power started to increase, and it looked to be growing bit by bit. This wasn't the celestial energy. Peter had already used all of that. No, this was the chi surrounding his arm. It looks like the chi training that he has been doing has been paying off. Right now, I couldn't be happier, but you aren't the only one that has been trying to learn something new. Of course, there was an easy way for Quinn to win this, taking away the celestial energy Quinn had given. According to the system, he could take it away and give it back as needed, but that just wouldn't feel right. Quinn wanted to beat the Peter that was in front of him. Perhaps right now, in a battle of pure strength, Peter would win, but just like with any fight, there wasn't just strength. There were a number of factors, and Quinn had faced multiple opponents that were far stronger than him and had overcome them. This time he was going to do the same. In the middle of the match, Quinn closed his eyes. Peter felt like this was a little strange but continued to push forward with his energy. He, too, closed his eyes as he tried to draw more chi from his body to his arm. But that's when Peter noticed something. Since learning chi, he could feel his own clearer, and at the moment it was flowing straight from Peter's hand and into Quinn's. Is this? Did you learn how to use the chi drain skill? You're stealing his chi, Ray commented. He quickly realized that this was one of his tricks being used. I've always been quite skilled in chi. I had quite a few good teachers in the past, Quinn said, thinking of Leo and Chris and wondering if the two of them were still alive. Because I was worried about my vampire aura entering their bodies, I learned to control it, and I learned to control others' chi to teach it to them. I realized that perhaps I already had everything needed for the chi drain skill, and what better time to test it than now. Quinn wasn't worried. If he took Peter's chi, he would always give it back, if not by the same method. He also still had the gauntlet. His blood gauntlet may have disappeared, but the other demon tier gauntlet was still in his possession. Slowly, the tides were turning as Peter's strength was weakening, and Quinn was making a comeback. The arm slowly rose until both of them were in the center once again. The two strong powers of chi were colliding against each other. Although Quinn could use the chi drain, it wasn't as straightforward as he imagined. The clashes of the two powers caused quite a wave of energy to be sent from the center of the ring. The vampires sitting closest could even feel it giving them shivers and shaking their glasses on the table. It was then that Peter knew that he would soon lose this match. No longer planning on winning this match with his chi energy, he started to rely on his celestial energy instead. "Now don't you think this is a little unfair?" Peter said, his eyebrows shaking as he used every ounce of his strength. "Aren't you also using something that I gave you in the first place?" Quinn replied, talking about the celestial energy. "Anyway, why don't I give you a hand? 2 points of celestial energy have been transferred." Immediately, Peter could feel the effect of the power, and the red pulse in him grew. He wondered why Quinn would do such a thing in the middle of the match, and sure enough, once again, Peter was able to overcome the power even with the added chi that Quinn had drained. The truth was, Quinn was trying to see just how much stronger the celestial energy made Peter. At the moment, Quinn wasn't using any celestial energy himself. "I just wanted to give you a bit of confidence before you lost this match," Quinn said. All of Quinn's hand was starting to become encased in red blood. It was so pure and dense that it just looked like Quinn's arm was red. "That's some strong blood aura," the mysterious stranger noticed. However, I fail to see how this would help him. The way Quinn had used the blood aura in this instance, he coated it over his arm like some armor, which was why the mysterious man was confused. But that was because he had no idea who Quinn was nor what he could do. Now that his arm was completely coated in the blood aura, Quinn could use his blood control to increase the strength of his arm further and push it that much further. There was a smile on Quinn's face, and the next second, Peter's hand moved so quickly, followed by a loud clang. The contestants could see a completely destroyed table and Peter on the floor lying there. "It looks like we have a winner." The crowd started to cheer like madmen, as they had just finished watching the most intense arm wrestling match they had ever seen in their life. "Man," Peter said, getting up off the floor. "I should have tried to stab him a couple of times with my head." Now the match was over. Peter was reverting back to his form. It looked like he would never be able to surpass his creator, but Peter didn't mind that. He didn't mind that at all. The mysterious man, the bartender, and more started to clap away at Quinn as he stood there in the center. And all of them looked at them proudly until a certain person had entered the venue. "Nate!" Yadi shouted, with the other two by his side. Everyone turned and quickly stood up straight as they saw their general enter the venue. "Where is Jessica?" he asked. Quinn raised an eyebrow at this question because he had no clue what was going on. "Jessica's missing?" Quinn replied. "Don't play games with me," Yadi shouted. "You and she went missing from their room. The commander is here, and he will be furious with you once he learns what you have done." Saying these words, it was then that the mysterious man stood in front of Quinn. Now, there is no need to shout. I'm sure there was a misunderstanding. Everyone is friends and on the same side here, right?" The mysterious man removed his mask, and out from the back, long flowing white hair was seen. There were audible gasps in the room as they saw who it was, and soon everyone understood why he was able to put up a match against Peter. "Commander Andy," Yadi said, immediately getting on one knee. "The commander?" Quinn thought. "Does that mean he's the leader of the vampire corps?" "The leader is right here in front of me. I don't have to go to Earth." "Who?" Peter said out loud. It hadn't been long since Quinn had woken up, but according to what he had learnt so far, the quickest way for him to learn what happened to the cursed faction and the events of when he was in slumber was by getting to Earth. This was because Logan Green, one of the core members back then, was currently on Earth. Quinn believed he would give him all the answers. However, he didn't expect that while he was here on Mars, he would encounter one of the higher-ups in the power hierarchy of the world and someone who could also take him to Earth. This person was the commander of the vampire corps. Quinn assessed him. He looked like quite a strong vampire or subclass now that he knew him better, and after seeing him go up against Peter, he understood how someone like him could become a leader, at least based on their strength. "He isn't anyone I recognize from back then, but I have to convince him to bring me to Earth either way. Perhaps the easiest way would just be to tell him who I am. Whether he believes me or not will be another thing, but we can deal with that as it comes." Quinn thought. Thanks to Commander Andy's intervention, it looked like Yadi could not go on a wild rant. Instead, they left the bar area and headed straight for the vampire core base. The group stopped at what looked like a luxury lounge. There were several seats, fancy glasses, even some raw meat stored away to be consumed whenever the guest desired. It was quite the luxurious place, which surprised Quinn a bit since most of the vampire core unit was uniform and disciplined. Lucia was already present in the room when they stepped in, and some lieutenants were watching over her. In fact, all of the lieutenants were invited, including Mitchell, whom Quinn was pleasantly surprised to see. I should talk to him about those other followers and see if he knows anything, Quinn thought. Please, everyone, relax. It looks like Yadi has already decided to make this place a paradise for himself, and he's only been here 6 months. Andy joked as he went to grab himself some of the meat displayed in the huge fridges placed on the side. Yadi was nervous about the comments, while Andy was calmer than ever. He was so laid back, the polar opposite of Yadi, that Quinn wondered if it was an act and if he should be a little worried. Grabbing a metal box, Andy started to eat away, and after he was done with his food, he patted his stomach. Although at the moment, he had some clothes covering his armor, Quinn could tell, thanks to the inspect skill, that Andy had a piece of demon tier armor underneath, which was expected. After all, 1,000 years had gone past, and the leader of the vampire corps not having any protective gear would be quite odd. The reason for him covering it in the first place was due to others recognizing him, and it was the same with the mask. Now that he didn't have to worry about that, he removed the large overcoat, revealing his muscular arms and his black and red armor-like chest piece. I feel much better, Andy said as he stretched his arm a couple of times. Now, since not everyone here seems to know me, I think I should introduce myself. Andy looked towards Peter, who had made quite the big comment in the ring. It had caused some of the other members to raise their eyebrows, but Andy just laughed it off, even though it was strange that someone in the vampire corps wouldn't even know what the leader looked like. I am the commander and leader of the vampire corps unit, Andy Sanguines. On the way here, I asked about you and your group. Nate, was it? Apparently, you have done a lot in the short time you were here. It seems that Nate went toe-to-toe with Jake Green. Peter faced a wave of a level 4 horde all on his own. And then, Nate went on to finish the final wave by himself while also using the influence skill on everyone, including General Yadi later. Did I miss anything? Andy asked, looking at Yadi, who was a little surprised. He had learnt that the commander had only just decided to come over. Due to the meeting with the Dampiers, he was in the area and didn't plan a visit to the base, but after learning about Jessica's presence, the latter had decided to come. When did he even have the time to learn about this? Yadi thought. His worries were coming true. The commander already knew that transpired in the base today. Honestly, I would have thought most of it was exaggerated tales. But after seeing the two of you for myself, it seems like there was some truth in them. The good news is, it doesn't seem like you are working with the red vampires since you have even reported a group of red vampire infiltrators. What if they did that just to get us to trust them more and grow in the ranks quickly? Yadi said, worried about his position, and said whatever came to his mind. But upon hearing his words, Andy just shrugged his shoulders. I very much doubt that. You see that chest piece he is wearing? Andy pointed. That belongs to the Greylash leader Xenon. Now, not many have seen it, so I don't blame you if you don't recognize it. But if the Greylash leader trusted him enough to give him that, he has earned my trust. Now, I can't deny that I have a high-level interest in you and your group, but don't worry, I will ask those questions in due course. I have some guesses and ideas, but there is one thing I don't understand. Why is a group of strong, high-ranking vampires traveling with Jessica? Looking around the room, that's when Quinn noticed that Jessica hadn't been invited, and there was also something strange that had been asked before about her as well. Where is Jessica? Quinn asked, looking at Lucia. But someone else opened his mouth before Lucia could respond. You helped her escape, don't try to play stupid. I still can't fully trust you. Who knows how you got that armor, it might be fake. How could an unknown vampire like yourself have the trust of everyone? It was Yadi. Quinn ignored him and waited for Lucia's reply. She escaped. Lucia finally spoke. She had been silent for the entire time ever since Quinn left. She felt like she had been swept up in this madness but knew she needed to say something now. She said that she didn't want to bring our group any trouble, and it would be best if she parted with the group. Hearing this, Yadi's frustration grew tenfold, while Andy just let out a big sigh. That girl is running away from her responsibilities and is acting quite selfish. Anyway, I don't think she left too long ago. She couldn't have gone far. Send out a team and bring her back. Don't hurt her. Just tell her that the commander wishes to speak to her and make things clearer. Wait, Quinn said, just as the lieutenants were about to move out. Before you follow his order, I still see Jessica as part of my group, and I won't allow you guys to hurt her. So first, I want to know why Jessica is so important to you. Honestly, Lucia was curious about this as well. Was it because she was a damper or at least part damper? Was she a part of an experiment that the Vampire Corps had been performing secretly and didn't want to get leaked? Or perhaps she's a weapon against the Dampiers. Look, I really want to work with you too, Andy finally said. And I'm really an easygoing guy, but the matter with Jessica also involves the humans, not just the Vampire Corps, and I really don't know who you guys are. At the same time, this is an urgent matter due to the meeting I just came back from. So, I don't think I can answer your question. It was then that Quinn came to a decision. Considering everything, it seemed like the right time, so he lifted his hand and held out one finger. The eyes of everyone were on him as they were expecting him to do something. But that's when, with a single tap, Quinn touched the tip of his nose, and several cracks appeared on his face. It wasn't in Jessica's plan to leave so early. At some point she thought that she might have to, but with everything going on and event after event coming up, the thought that this would have to happen one day kind of just slipped to the back of her mind. Currently, she had just left the city with a robe. She had spent longer than she had hoped, as she had to find someone who looked somewhat similar to her. In the end, she found them and then needed to swipe their wristwatch off them in order to use their ID. Everyone just used their wristwatches for ID purposes. Of course, usually there would be identification methods that linked each person or their own wristwatch, but she hadn't left the Vampire Corps without learning a thing or two. After all, it was also part of their training as well. Now, with a new ID, she headed to the space station, paid for a spaceship taxi, and just headed for another city. Where she would go, she had no idea. In the first place, she didn't have the funds to go back to the Greylash planets like she originally wanted. Maybe I should try to become a traveler again, and then earn income that way and live my life, Jessica thought while she was in the spaceship. Why does my life have to suck? Seriously, what did I do to deserve any of this? If I'm not being chased by the Dampiers, then it's the Vampire Corps. And if not them, then the other guys. I just want to do my own thing. While lamenting her own situation, Jessica couldn't help but think about her companions. Although her decision to accompany Nate's little entourage had ended up leading her to more trouble than she had ever imagined, in a way it had felt truly liberating. At no point in time had the others demanded for her to do anything against her own interest. Here I was hoping that I might have gotten to travel to Earth somehow. Maybe I could have explained myself there. Just what was I thinking? Getting to Earth without showing my face. I seriously believed I could help those guys, yet I didn't even get the chance to do anything. Somehow, I ended up being the most useless of them until the end. Jessica sighed. Eventually the ship landed, and straight after going through the checks, the vampire entered the new city. She did have to sneak past the sensors, but given her experience, it wasn't too hard. This was due to the facial recognition they also had for new entrants. They were always strict with security when someone came in from a spaceship rather than on foot. After a tiring time sneaking around, Jessica had made it to another city. It was smaller than the one they were at, and there was a Vampire Corps base here as well, though it was merely a quarter of the size of the one she had just escaped. It was more to just keep the order and protect from small beast attacks here and there. It was also one located far away from where the others were as well. If only I had half the power of that Nate guy. He was kinda cool with his influence skill. I wish I would be that powerful. Maybe I could simply make everyone forget about my condition. Walking through the city, Jessica continued to think of the others, yet sooner or later her thoughts always gravitated to the original vampire. She hadn't noticed it while traveling with him, but at one point she had become quite obsessed with him. Perhaps it was due to a vampire's nature of looking up towards those with real power. Then again, perhaps it was his seemingly kind and caring character. He had always done his best to protect all of them, whenever they needed it. Jessica still remembered her first encounter with him and how rudely she had treated him, yet he never held a grudge against her. It's truly a shame. If only he was a bit more handsome with a more memorable face. I would have already tried to snatch him. Jessica giggled to herself at the thought. Not that I could ever think about that type of stuff anyway. Once again, Jessica found herself in front of the Travelers Center. This city, although smaller, had more humans in it, since there wasn't just a vampire core base but also a regular military run by the Green family. However, here she was hoping that she wouldn't have too much of the same issue, since she could just make a team of mostly vampires. Heading inside, she still looked around the place, cautiously checking to see if she could see anyone. When looking, she saw the back of one of the travelers' neck. There was a tattoo of a sword. Immediately, this sent shivers running through Jessica's entire body. They're here. Do they already know that I'm on Mars and no longer on the Greylash planets? No, that shouldn't be possible, Jessica thought. There was the off chance that they were just here by pure chance, but either way she wasn't going to risk it and decided to head back out of the building. She walked quickly, almost running, but not quite, paying attention to not make it too obvious. Having finally gone out of the building, she was relieved, but as she looked in front of her, she could see a man just standing there with his arms crossed. Looking at his hand, he too had a tattoo of a blade on his hand. Calm down. It might just be a fashion statement to get swords and stuff tattooed on your hand, Jessica thought, already gathering some of her string powers in her hand. Smiling, the man clicked his fingers, and suddenly she no longer could see people around her. There were no buildings, crowds of people. No, she was on the hard red desert-like ground in the middle of nowhere, and standing opposite her was the same man. Jessica Clark, don't you think he's waited long enough? The man before her asked as he clicked his fingers once more. Following the sound, more people started to appear, all with the same tattoo. Each time he clicked his fingers a new person appeared, until a total of 6 of them had her surrounded. Immediately, Jessica pulled out her daggers. We can do this the hard way if you wish, but there is no need for us to fight. We both know that there is only one outcome to this, so please make this easy for us. The clicking man requested. I want to speak to Andy first. Or Logan. Let me speak to either one of them. I promise I will comply. Just let me speak to one of them first. Jessica pleaded, not liking her odds. The people that had surrounded her, all of them were human. Not a single one of them was a vampire or damper, nor were they from the Greylash family. Yet for some reason, a noble vampire like her that had skills was afraid, and knew that she wouldn't be able to fight out of this one. Don't you think you had multiple chances to do that anyway? It's time we took things into our own hands. The man nodded his head, giving her a toothy grin. Now are you going to come peacefully? Or shall I continue bringing more of us? Even though she knew she was going to lose this fight, Jessica decided to fight anyway. Her single eye started to glow. They already knew that she had run away, so why should she make it easy for them? Immediately, she charged forward and swung both her daggers, releasing out 2 lines of yellow aura. One of the 6 guys that had cut off her path of retreat ran forward. Taking the hit on his body, the yellow aura struck him, causing his limbs to fall off, but they regenerated on the spot. The man continued to run forward towards Jessica without a care for his life. Seeing this, she immediately went to slice towards his neck, cutting the man's head off. Successfully having killed the first one, Jessica went on to move to the next, yet felt someone grab her from behind, which turned out to be a body without a head. The next second, Jessica could feel her body's weight increase by multiple times. From the corner of her eye she saw one of the tattooed men point at her, seemingly the case of it. Then she felt herself getting drowsy all of a sudden. Damn it! I wasn't even able to put up a fight against them. Damn these chained, Jessica thought as she fell asleep. Seeing the cracks in Quinn's mask, it was clear to everyone that he must have been wearing some disguise. Because of this, the others were on guard, and Yadi even braced himself to attack the intruder. He had doubts about this vampire's identity, and his best guess was that the vampire in front of him must be one of the red vampire leaders. At the same time, all of those in the room, the other lieutenants, including Mitchell, prepared themselves for the worst. He is finally showing himself, Mitchell thought. I might need to make a decision soon. If everyone decided to attack him at once and if Andy gives any order, whose side do I take? At that moment, he wanted to slap himself across the face. He had already promised that he would be loyal to the new vampire. He had decided. Whether it was the right one or the wrong one, he would soon find out. Then there was Lucia. Ever since he had appeared on the Greylash planet, she had a hunch that the person was someone else. When the mask pieces fell from Quinn's face, they started to evaporate before they could touch the floor. After all, they were part of Peter's power and were part of his soul weapon. Soon, his long flowing hair rolled down up to his waist, and his face was now that of a young man. He no longer had as unremarkable features as before, and everyone in the room was taken aback by his handsome appearance. Never had they set their eyes on such a person in their life, and it was a reaction brought from within. The person at the center of everyone's attention had a flawless handsome face without even a single blemish. Now seeing who he was though, none of the vampires acted because they were confused for a second. Who are you? Yadi shouted as he brandished his blood aura. I am not here to attack you, Quinn replied. I have decided to reveal myself to you, so there are no secrets between us. Hopefully, you will all be willing to work alongside and tell me your secrets. Of course, Yadi scoffed at this. No matter who he was, unless he was someone as great as Logan Green or Andy, no one would listen to him, even if he was the enemy. I guess I no longer have to disguise myself either. It is tiring keeping it up, Peter said while withdrawing his transformation skill. They then saw a more pale figure appear, one with tighter skin on his face and more sunken dark eyeballs. The Peter they all could see now, though, was more similar to what he looked like when transforming and using the celestial energy. In simple words, he looked a little more dead. For a second, after reverting to his original appearance, Peter turned and glanced at Lucia. He wanted to see her reaction. Seeing Peter, the real Peter, she just smiled back. She had already gone beyond the point of caring what he and Quinn looked like. She just wanted to know if they were good people. Still, Lucia was confused. The person she could see, the vampire she could see, wasn't one that she recognized, and she believed there was something she had overlooked. A strong white that can transform and an original vampire, I am guessing? So are you going to tell me what family you lead then? Andy asked, not really surprised by their appearances. You are wrong about the first guess, Quinn answered. But I am not an original vampire. These words surprised a lot of them in the room. Mitchell, Lucia, and Andy all thought without a doubt he had to be an original vampire. You have great strength. Both of you do. I also assume that is your white by your side. If you are not an original vampire, you had to be a leader at least, correct? Andy asked again, now a little more intrigued about the person in front of him. In the past, I had earned many titles. I was the leader of the 10th family at one point, and later, I was also what was known as a Punisher, and I guess at some point I became leader of the Punishers. There were strange faces being pulled as they processed what Quinn was saying. Some of his words made sense, and at the same time, few didn't. They tried to think about the past, who were the Punishers, and what was the 10th family. Well, there were a few other titles that people knew about me. At some point, I was the king of the vampires and the cursed faction leader. But I guess these titles don't mean much since many have forgotten what the cursed faction is despite their sacrifices. My name is Quinn Talon, and from what I have seen recently, my name has become somewhat infamous while I was away. Saying these words, tears had almost streamed out of Mitchell's eyes. Although he had heard this man say it once before, and he was unsure whether or not to believe him, hearing them this time, inexplicable emotions began to overcome him. For Lucia, everything was starting to make sense, the amount of power he had displayed and why Xenon had gifted his armor to this man. However, there would always be those that didn't believe, and they had every right not to believe him. How dare you? Yadi shouted, and he wasn't the only one. Many of the other lieutenants seemed to be angry with these words as well. They called remarks and were furious. How could you claim to be a great hero? That is a disgrace. We should toss him out. Of course, Even with all the harsh remarks, not a single vampire had chosen to act on them because of what they had witnessed earlier. Andy stood up and walked up to the two of them. Everyone waited to hear what he had to say as he stopped a few meters short. I have great respect for the hero Quinn. There are many reasons behind this, and if you are who you say you are, then I wish to have a talk and a drink with you. I would do everything to help you as best as I could. I will happily tell you about Jessica and help you with whatever you need. However, if it turns out that you're lying. Andy paused, and with a smile he added, I'm going to chain your arms above you, then I'm going to flay your torso and pull it up over your head and tie it in. You're not going to bleed to death, and you're not going to die of shock. But the pain will cause you to vomit, and you will die choking on that. This made Peter angry, and he soon was going to interject until Quinn spoke. There is video footage from the fight with Graham, a worldwide broadcast. Xenon, the Greylash family leader, used that to confirm my appearance. Many of the statues are of my previous look. Quinn stated, amused by Andy's words. Anyone could fake that. Yadi interrupted. Are you saying that anyone can fool the Greylash family leader? Mitchell shouted out, now speaking up for the one that he supported. And how do you explain his strength? You think a vampire would keep himself hidden this whole time? Lucia spoke up as well, now supporting them, believing in Quinn's words. If this was the hero, maybe she could get the answers she had been waiting for. If you don't believe my words, then tell me, how can I prove myself to you? Quinn asked. By now, using a device on himself, Andy had already begun the video of the great battle. Everyone in the room had already seen it at one point or time in their lives. However, the Quinn captured in the video, mainly his appearance, was slightly different to what was in front of them. For one, the red celestial power wasn't flowing through him like back then. This was the main reason why the video didn't wholly convince them. On top of that, they used disguises before, so how can the vampire core believe that they aren't using another disguise now? There is one way. Andy spoke after a long silence. My father can confirm who you are. Memories flashed through Quinn's mind at that moment. To prove who he was, Quinn thought that perhaps he would have to reveal his strength, show what exactly he could do and prove that he was the hero that they all worshipped. However, it was quite clear that even though he had performed feats that many alive today can't even fathom, they still refused to believe he was the exact figure from the previous millennia they idolized. Just then, a thought came over Quinn. Maybe he could leverage this situation to get to Logan Green? Of course, there was also the chance that Logan wouldn't believe that he was Quinn, but there were so many incidents from the past which if Quinn spoke about, only a few would know, including Logan, and that would let them ascertain who he was. On top of that, there was one thing that only Logan Green could do, and that was to access his system. This was something he could do with a simple touch and something only the Green family ability had an advantage of. Are you saying that your father is someone that knows me? Quinn asked, still surprised by this fact. He wasn't expecting to meet someone from his time so early. If that is the case, they would have to be as old as I am. There seemed to be strange expressions on the people in the room. Someone had raised eyebrows, a few were whispering, and others were frowning. It turned out that even the lieutenants, along with the others, were unsure of just who Commander Andy was talking about. It is a big risk, Andy said. I can't just let anyone see my father. And just so you know, he no longer has anything to do with the vampire core unit. He will only appear to confirm whether you are the hero or not. Are you willing to accept? There was a pause before Quinn answered. It was mainly due to him wondering who he would meet, but the others took this as a lack of confidence. Ha! Look at this. You have scared him straight. No one would have ever thought that there was still a vampire alive who would remember how and what the hero actually looked like. Yadi scoffed, enjoying this moment. At first, Yadi hid his displeasure against the new vampire, but now it seemed like he was making it clear that he didn't like Quinn. He felt confident as the other lieutenants also considered this person a liar. Agreed. It would be nice meeting someone who knew me, Quinn answered. If possible. Do you mind telling me your father's name? Taking a medium-sized vessel, the group was on the move with half of the lieutenants, including Mitchell. Originally, he wasn't one of the selected ones, but Quinn insisted he come with them. Andy wanted to take the lieutenants with him because he also wanted to update everyone on the current events that he had learned of so far. At the same time, Mars couldn't just be left defenseless, although he had good reason to believe that the Dampiers wouldn't cause a stir or attack the vampire core base anytime soon. Everyone was aboard the ship traveling to reach where Andy's father was. Andy has told them that they would have to leave the planet Mars. Quinn was hoping they would be heading to Earth, but that didn't seem to be the case. As the ship was on autopilot and voyaging to its destination, the group had gathered in the command center, where one could gaze at the dark view of space. I said I would tell you who my father is once we begin the journey. Andy broke the silence. Originally, many of those in the Vampire Core believed that I was the one who made the Vampire Core unit. That is because every vampire in the unit has only ever known me as their leader, and although I am old, I am not the leader of the original Vampire Core. What are you saying? You are documented as the only leader of the Vampire Core. Mitchell spoke up, confused by what he was hearing. I guess, technically, I am the only leader of the Vampire Core. Andy chuckled, realizing his words may have confused the former. But long ago, the Vampire Core were known as something else. The Vampire Soldiers, which is the true origin of the Vampire Core unit. If you are who you say you are, you should know about them, yes. Quinn knew who the Vampire Soldiers were, so he happily answered. After 1,000 years, perhaps what you and I know might be different. However, the Vampire Soldiers were initially a unit belonging to Earth's military, and they were human beings led by a man named Paul. His men were captured by the vampires and turned by them. Eventually, Paul died, and the unit was led by a vampire named Ashley. Since they were trained as soldiers but turned vampires, we called them the Vampire Soldiers. The others then turned their heads to look at Andy to see if he had a response. Everyone was still trying to figure out if this was the real hero or not. Indeed, what I know and you know is slightly different, and I cannot confirm what you say is true, at least not yet, Andy replied. All I know is that a group of vampires had agreed to work with what was then known as the Earthborn Group, and these were the Vampire Soldiers. Quinn could guess perhaps why, in the end, all of those vampire soldiers had family members in the Earthborn Group. Quinn had promised that he would try to find a way to turn them back into a human, but he never did. Having gone asleep for millennia, it didn't seem like any one of them would be alive today, or maybe one of them did survive. The relation between the vampires and the humans was starting to develop. It wasn't always as hostile as it is now. The vampire soldiers also expanded in numbers, mainly because of 3 people. The leader of the vampire soldiers at the time, and then my mother and father, Fex and Samantha. Hearing these names, a warm feeling came over Quinn, and he couldn't help but smile. Others thought this smile was fake, but when Andy noticed it, for some reason, he instantly knew it was Quinn's genuine reaction, and this made him smile back. Those 2. I hope they both had a happy life, and it looks like I will be getting to see you again, blood brother. Quinn thought. The ties increased dramatically when my father and mother joined. My father held great prestige among the vampires, and as more vampires enlisted the vampire soldiers, it eventually led to the founding of a unit within the military composed of only vampires. Then, my mother was someone who was incredibly trusted by the humans as well. My father introduced his family ability, that of the 13th family, to the vampire soldiers and familiarized them with the string ability. However, relations between the vampire and humans didn't exactly seem to stay the way they were. Which is why the Vampire Corps came into existence, but honestly, it was just a reorganization of roles within the military of Earth, something that was done to please the humans and masses at the time. We still have a good relationship with Earth and wish to keep it that way while also trying to fight our own battles and protect our own kind. There were a lot of questions that Quinn wanted to ask Andy. How Fex was, what he had done, what happened to his mother and more, but since they were already heading to see the person in question, Quinn thought it would be best to ask Fex himself. How did the relations between vampires and humans turn sour? Was it a damper attack or something internal? Quinn wondered. At the same time, Yadi and the other generals were just waiting for the act on this vampire to slip up. They were expecting him to try to escape or make an excuse not to meet Andy's father. Although what he had heard was all new news to him, it didn't change much of what the others already knew of the Vampire Corps. Finally, the group had arrived on a tiny planet. It was mostly dark and secluded while also looking like there were no signs of life on it at all. In fact, the planet was so small in size that it could be mistaken for an asteroid. Upon landing the ship on the surface and seeing no life signs was strange. Everyone continued to follow Andy, and eventually, they stood in a large crater. Getting on his knee, Andy began to turn some dials. Quinn had seen these dials before. These unique dials were locks that vampires used all over the vampire settlement. Soon everyone faintly heard the sound of moving gears, and as if the ground was a giant elevator, they all began to descend. It was hard to tell how deep they were when the elevator came to a halt. Andy continued to walk forward, and eventually, they entered a dark room. It was well furnished with different paintings, treasures, beast armor, etc. The whole place looked more like a museum. "What is your father doing in a place like this?" Peter eventually asked, since it was so secluded from all signs of life. Turning around, Andy looked at all of them. "My father is resting. He went into eternal slumber." There was a strange feeling brewing inside of Quinn. Despite having been told that more than 1,000 years had passed since his fight with Graham, and even having seen a lot that has changed, there had always been something surreal about that information. Perhaps it had been due to the fact that overall things didn't seem to have changed too drastically, technology not having advanced to a degree that he would be unfamiliar with, or the fact that Peter had still been by his side the moment he had woken. Whatever the case, only now that he stood here, having been told that one of his best friends would need to be awoken from his eternal slumber, did he really start to grasp the meaning of a millennium having passed. "I was a little too hopeful." Quinn thought to himself. "Just because I saw Vicky recently and have been told that Logan is still alive, it doesn't mean that all of them will be as well. I have been foolish." Fex was an incredibly young vampire at the time, and although a vampire's lifespan was far longer than a human's, it was rare for any of them to live that long. Perhaps only an original would have been able to last that long without eternal slumber. "You seem a little sad," Andy noted, his voice echoing a bit in the room. "So much has happened while I was away," Quinn slowly admitted. "It's a little hard to process it all." Fex had been the closest thing to a real brother the vampire had ever had, and he wasn't quite sure if he was ready to see him as an old man. "Is only your father here? What about your mother? And where are the rest of the cursed faction?" Hearing these words, a small smile appeared on Andy's face. "Ah yes, the cursed faction. As a small child my parents had often told me the stories about it. Although I suppose this was also the case in my latter years. These days I might be one of the few people who still remember them. As I stated before, the relationship between vampires and the rest grew after the defeat of the Dalki. With the big threat looming over everyone's head gone, separate factions weren't really needed. Those in the cursed faction began to live their own lives, doing their own thing. According to my parents, the end of the cursed faction was a good thing in a sense, though. Usually when a group is made and the leader disappears, they are replaced. However, with their leader having sacrificed himself to save everyone, nobody felt that it was right for somebody else to take over. As the one who had gathered all of them together, they regarded all deeds done by the cursed faction as something truly done by the hero Quinn Talon. So the right person was getting all the credit they deserve anyway, so why would they complain? Quinn couldn't believe how he had managed to truly gather a group of selfless people like that. Listening to Andy's account, a giant weight was lifted off his shoulder. He had been worried that the cursed faction might have been hunted or killed off. This outcome was for the best. At least the others might have managed to live a happy life. My father and mother had me quite late in their lifetime, even though I am quite old. During their later years they wished to experience real life, so after I was grown up and well, the two of them had planned to go into a deep sleep together. With my mother being a type of undead similar to me, our lives are close to being immortal as long as we eat, but my mother wished to pass with her husband. That was how much they loved each other. It was then that the look in Andy's eyes changed a bit, and he clenched his fist while speaking the second part, turning away from the others, so they could no longer see his face. However, before they could do so my mother was killed in an attack by the Dampiers. Ever since my father had spent his time in the hopes of one day getting revenge on her killer. Unfortunately, he never succeeded. Over the decades, I watched him grow weaker and older, to the point when he retired, having me take over. For a long time he refused to go into eternal slumber, until he had no other choice. Walking to the end of the room, Andy pulled out a knife. Before I finally put him to sleep, he asked me for a couple of favors, to hunt the one to kill my mother and the other one, to see the hero Quintalon. He was convinced that one day he would return, and in that case I was to bring him over. My father's life is hanging by a thread. I'm not even sure he has the energy to enter another eternal slumber after waking up if he were to stay out for long. So when I tell you I'm taking a big risk in doing this, I'm not joking. If there was another way, I would prefer doing that, yet as his son, I wish to respect my father's wishes. I sincerely hope that you are who you claim to be. If not, Andy left the threat hanging, and before Quinn could say anything, the commander made a cut on his arm and blood started to drip onto the floor. The celestial vampire had seen this before, as the blood slowly started to fill the specially made dial on the ground, turning slightly red. A sound was made as the top part started to lift off the ground and small pockets of air were escaping from the strange mechanism. The pod-like chambers that were used to keep vampires in eternal slumber were in front of them. The vampire that would descend could only be awoken by the same bloodline, and even though Andy wasn't a vampire, he still had Fex's blood running through his veins. The chamber started to swivel around its front door, and slowly a figure could be seen standing upright with his hands over his chest. Other lieutenants in the room stood to the side, as did General Yaddy. After hearing how Commander Andy did all of this in accordance with his father's wishes, they felt like they had no right to directly stand in front of this person. All of them went to the side of the room. Seeing this, Lucia and Minnie followed suit. Peter was about to move as well until Quinn grabbed him on the shoulder. "No, you stay. You were Fex's friend as well, we all were," Quinn muttered, not looking away from the vampire who arose. The White noticed his friend gripping tightly. Although Peter didn't really feel pain, he could still feel the pressure. He understood why Quinn was so emotional. The one in front of them was Fex, even though he wasn't the one they remembered. No longer young and luster, his face was now filled with wrinkles. Fex's hair had gone completely white, almost resembling his sister's. His body seemed smaller than back then, and it looked far frilier since his muscles had long since started to fade. Nevertheless, one thing hadn't changed. His hair was still combed back, like the both of them remembered it. Finally, the vampire in the chamber opened his eyes, revealing a faint red glow. In front of him, the first thing he saw was Andy. "Father, it has been a long time." Andy greeted him and immediately went to his side, offering him his arm as a support. "Hey, will you look at that?" Fex spoke, in an old and wise voice, as he went to touch his son's massive arms. "You're nearly as muscular as I was back then, though you're only half as good-looking." Andy joined him in his dry laugh. "Now tell me, why did you wake this old man up? Do you bring good news? Did you finally manage to kill the one that—" Although Fex didn't finish his words, his faint eyes shone brighter, as he thought about his wife's killer. "No, I woke you up due to the promise I made you," Andy corrected, as he stepped to the side, no longer blocking his father's view. Both vampires looked at each other for a while, neither one capable of finding the right words. Everyone in the room was nervous and wondering what would happen next. A tear was running down Quinn's cheeks as he opened his mouth to break the silence. "I'm sore dash." "Don't you dare say that," Fex shouted as loud as he could, his words echoing through the room with an energy which didn't seem to fit his appearance. "No, not you. You should never, ever have to say those words. If one person has ever earned the right to never say those words to anyone ever, that's you. At the very least, you should never have to tell them to me. I don't know how long it has been, but let me speak first." Fex gulped down his emotions and cleared his throat. He then gestured to Andy to let go of him, so he could stand on his own. "I missed you, brother," Fex smiled. Vampire leaders tended to enter into eternal slumber before reaching their peak age. There were many possible reasons as to why they chose to do it. Be it because they believed that they had accomplished everything they could hope for, or because they felt that it was time for a new generation to decide the vampire's future. Vincent Eno's theory on the matter, however, was an entirely different one. He had stipulated that the reason they would make that choice was a lot less selfless, and rather quite selfish. It was something vampires would do out of fear. As a long-living species, they were blessed with a few centuries in which they would continuously grow stronger. Yet it was inevitable that at some point the ravages of time would turn against them. Instead of growing weaker with each passing day, they would much rather be remembered as the bastions of strength each one of them represented. As such, it was quite rare for a vampire to actually look the way Fex did now. Seeing him so weak before him just pained Quinn. He couldn't help but imagine how much pain his friend must have been through while he had been asleep, completely oblivious to the loss his blood brother had suffered. He was so sorry for not being there to help him grieve over his loss. He could even tell the anger he had from his voice when speaking about losing his wife Samantha. If only he had been there, he might have been able to prevent that misery from occurring. Of course, with Fex being one of his closest friends, he had practically read the other's thoughts, so he had immediately stopped his blood brother from uttering nonsense. Quinn was someone who had not only saved his life, as well as that of countless others, but he had also selflessly risked his own life time and time again to literally save humanity and the vampires. The person in front of him had managed to accomplish so much in 2 short decades than others would have in multiple lifetimes. After all that he had been through, the worst thing he, as friend, could do would be to make him feel guilty, especially for something which has happened when he must have been recuperating. "I knew that you would come back one day," Fex said, a lone tear dropping from his face. "Even after all those centuries, I knew that there would come a day when I would see you again. I would have loved to be there for when it happened. But I never knew you that would be that heavy of a sleeper, Quinn," Fex joked, making a small smile appear on his friend's face. "I'm glad. My boy listened to his old man and allowed me to see you one more time." The old vampire hit his son on the back a couple of times, who rubbed the place, even though the pats barely had any power behind them. "I wish we could talk for a long time. I wish I could tell you everything that happened while you were gone, to reminisce with you about the good old days. Unfortunately, as you can see, I was a bit too foolish in my old days. I can tell that I don't have a lot of time to talk, so please allow me to be selfish and be the one to do all the talking." Quinn wanted to interject there. There was a lot he wanted to say to Fex, but with his new powers the celestial vampire knew exactly what the other was talking about. The red vampire aura surrounding his blood brother was barely there. His outburst earlier had diminished the little wisp even more, although Quinn was thinking if there were other ways he could maybe solve the problem. He must have really waited till the last second before entering an eternal slumber. And now he's using his last moments to talk to me. I need to respect that. I hate to admit it, but for once you might actually be the more handsome one from the two of us. Perhaps you are similar to the originals." Fex chucked. "I don't know how long you've been awake or how much time has passed. But if the world is still in the same state as it was when I left, then allow me to apologize. I never wanted you to see it like this. After the 10 years had passed and there was no sign of you coming back, all of us split up. Each one of us set out to make a chance to help create a perfect world you would have been proud of to have given your life for. Everyone from the cursed faction did what they thought was best with you in mind. I truly believe that, so take that as you will. I can only hope that at least one of us succeeded. In my case, after marrying Samantha, we took care of the vampire soldiers, and together with Ashley we created what later became the Vampire Core Unit. Seeing my son with you, I assume that means that they still exist. As you can see, I can't really help you myself anymore, but fortunately I can offer you a different kind of help. I've already instructed Andy that in case you would ever return, he is to hand over the command over them. In return, I only have a single favor, and I realize that it's a giant one, but you might be the only one who can fulfill it. I beg you, Quinn, please kill Aaron. Avenge my Samantha. Optional quest received. An old friend has made a request. Upon accepting the quest, you will receive the following rewards. Reward: Leader of the Vampire Core Unit. Title: Task: Kill the Damper Queen. Quinn had listened to Fex's plea wholeheartedly, and it seemed like he had developed a true hatred for Erin now. It was also the second time he had heard her being referred to as the Damper Queen. It made him realize that she really had gone too far. She was no longer one of the friends that he had grown up with. On top of that, to learn what the cursed faction had become failing his return, that the people closest to him had set out to spread good was good to hear, though it saddened him at the same time. Not having a family growing up had been painful for Quinn. He had missed out on that, and what was painful now was that he himself had left the replacement family he had created, and yet none of them had blamed him for it. Instead, they had responded in kind, doing grand gestures for him like these. "It looks like you have said everything you wanted to say," Quinn replied. "I can tell that every second you're out here must be painful for you. So please, enjoy the rest of your time, my friend." "No, my brother," Quinn corrected himself. "I want you to rest in peace, knowing that I will do everything to fulfill your request." Optional quest accepted. Quest reviewed. Kill the Damper Queen. Reward: Leader of the Vampire Core Unit. Title: Error. Although the original creator wishes to hand over the Vampire Core to you, the people within the Vampire Core do not accept you. Prove to the people, to your future subordinates, that you deserve to be their leader. I thought as much. It seems even if Fex wishes it and originally created it for me, it isn't something I can just take over. Either way, I don't want him to know about this. Please rest, and perhaps one day I might find a way to wake you up again without it being so painful for you. Because I too would love nothing more than to listen to you tell me everything that happened during my absence and to reminisce with you about the good old days. Quinn replied. With his celestial powers not yet at its full potential, and not having reached level 10, Quinn didn't know what he was capable of, so maybe this was within his powers. At least he hoped so. He had thought about trying to make him become a dedicated follower in hopes of rejuvenating him, but that wouldn't be fair towards his blood brother. He wasn't someone that he could treat as a guinea pig. Besides, the old vampire had already lived a full life. Yet his obsession to get revenge on his wife's killer had left him in his current state. Even if it would work, it would most likely lead him down a dark path, and in the worst-case scenario he might lose his for real. No, letting him continue down this path would only be selfish. Not to mention, Quinn was certain that even if he did offer him that choice, Fex would decline it. As such, Quinn vowed to himself that when the time came for him to end his own journey, he would come back and the two could share their tales together. With all that was needed said, Quinn walked toward Fex and carefully gave him a giant hug. The two embraced each other, and the celestial vampire could feel how light his friend's body felt. After that, Fex returned to the chamber, and Andy performed the ritual to allow his father to enter his eternal slumber once more. "Peter," Fex spoke with a weak voice. "Thank you for watching over him. Please stay with him, in my stead." Finally, the chamber was closed, and Fex was resting once again, leaving the whole room silent. No one knew what to say. It was just that unbelievable. The emotion in all of their words. Quinn and Fex had spoken to each other as if no one else was in the room. They had ignored everything around them, aware that those might perhaps be their last time talking to each other. Without a doubt, though, the biggest shock that was taking time for them to process was that the person who had claimed to be Quinn Talon hadn't lied. Nobody dared to doubt the confirmation from someone who had been there on that fateful day. Now that the great hero Quinn they had all learned about, studied and thought of as something akin to a god was in front of them, none of them knew how they were meant to act towards him. To top it all off, everyone in the room were high-ranking members of the Vampire Corps. Could they really adhere to the wishes of their founder? All eyes shifted to Andy, then to Quinn, waiting for him to say something. Everyone was left full of thoughts after witnessing the meeting of two brothers after millennia. They slowly processed the information, and at the same time they were afraid to say something. In the end, what could they even say? And eventually, Quinn was the one who broke the ice. "I am Quinn Talon." Quinn addressed everyone in the room. He wasn't shouting, but it was loud enough so that everyone could hear him. "That is all I am. That is just a name given to me by my parents, whom I don't even know very well. I know to all of you that name means a lot, but to me it's just a mere name. I never thought I would be called a hero. I never planned any of this to happen. I was doing everything for those I deeply cared about. Waking up 1,000 years later, it is the same world? No. But I still want to look after and know what happened to those my friends and everyone else whom I care about. After hearing Quinn out, the others, bit by bit, truly understood how Hero Quinn had lived in the past. From the tales he had heard, there wasn't much known about Quinn to the general populace. A person, a vampire that seemingly had great strength, and he had come out of nowhere for the world. Nearly no one knew about his past. This was even more of a reason why they felt like he was a god to them all, but they realized now, seeing the actual person, that he was someone just like them. A normal person. I am thankful for everything you have done, and I am so happy to see a smile on my father's face, Andy said, already bowing and standing on one knee. It looked like he had more to say, but before he could, there was one person who had chosen to speak out. "What are you doing, Commander?" Yadi shouted out loud. His face was covered in sweat. Right now, his mind was going through panic mode. He had bet everything that this person wasn't who he claimed to be, and even now, he couldn't fully believe that was the case. Either way, he was reacting as such to save himself. Yadi had been so vocally against Quinn that he knew he would be done for if Andy really gave the vampire core unit to him. In fact, even if Andy remained in his position, he would still be done for, so there was only one thing he could do. "How do we know?" Yadi tried to reason. "How do we know the vampire didn't use some strong influence skill to trick your Dash?" At that moment, Yadi felt something pull him from under his legs, and in the next instant, something dragged his body across the floor, and he was directly in front of Andy. Before Yadi could understand what happened, Andy moved his fist and threw a punch at the former's face, only to stop it just short of hitting Yadi's face. A large gust of wind flapped Yadi's cheeks, and he could do nothing but gulp. "How dare you say that someone can trick my father while we were all here?" Andy gritted his teeth as he said these words. "We all saw he used no such trick. And do you really think anyone can fool my father? You are indeed a man who only cares about himself and his position. I was an idiot for not seeing through you and promoting you to such a post. If it weren't for the fact that this is my father's resting place, my fist would have gone right through your head. If there was one other thing everyone could be sure about, it was that Andy deeply cared for his father and his father's wishes. Make sure to keep an eye on him, relieve him of his position. I will find a replacement for him during the meeting later today." Andy ordered the lieutenants. Yadi was simply too stunned even to act or move anymore, and he got even more frightened as two lieutenants stepped forward, lifted him off the ground and took him to the side of the room. While this was happening, Mitchell's eyes hadn't left Quinn for even a moment. "I can't believe it. He was telling the truth. This whole time. I knew he was something special and I needed to follow him, but for him to actually be Quinn Talon, I have no regrets about what I have done." Mitchell felt immensely relieved and proud of his intuition. Turning his head, Quinn glanced over at Mitchell and smiled as if he knew what the latter was thinking. Quinn didn't really want to hide who he was, and he was honest from the beginning, but he knew there would be plenty that would have a hard time believing it. "Quinn, if you please let me speak." Andy respectively bowed, and of course Quinn nodded back. "I wish I could welcome you with a great celebration. I wish I could tell the whole world of your return, and I wish I could hand over the vampire core unit to you as my father wished." There was hesitancy before saying his following few words, and based on the quest details he saw earlier, Quinn knew that there would be problems. "But I'm afraid it wouldn't be the best thing to do. How many people do you think would believe Quinn Talon had returned? Even with my word, I can't convince the masses out there. The vampire core would think something went wrong if I suddenly said you are now in charge of the vampire core. However, if there is anything you need help with, you can ask me, and I will do everything to help you. At the same time, as for telling everyone of your return, the others will think it's a hoax or maybe we're trying to trick them. Something like this can get the whole Greylash planets and other neutral factions dragged into this whole mess again, and this can even trigger a war against the Pure and the Dampiers. It would give the Red Vampires a clear position to attack, or if we claimed you were Quinn, it might even make those Red Vampire fanatics attack us as well for saying such things. There are too many reasons why we can't announce your return." "Do you think that really matters?" Peter replied. I don't think you understand. Quinn doesn't need to prove who he is. He just said he never wanted to be a hero. The simple truth is you don't have to tell anyone that we have come back. If there is a problem or someone disagrees, we will just deal with it ourselves. If we wanted the vampire core, even if you didn't wish to give it to us like you just said, we could simply kill everyone in this room, and you wouldn't even be able to see it coming. Hearing those words left most of the other lieutenants uneasy. Many of them had only seen a fraction of Quinn's power, and now that they had verified Quinn's identity, they fully well believed Peter's threat and knew the latter wasn't joking around. It's all right, Peter. We don't need the vampire core, and I never planned on using them the way you think. Quinn smiled, and then turning his head towards Andy, he spoke. Andy, I only have a few requests, and if you can help me get them done, that will be more than enough for me. Quinn paused for a moment, and as Andy lightly nodded, he added, First, I wish to go to Earth with you, and then, I want you to set up a meeting with Logan Green if possible. You can tell him who I am or do whatever you think is best. After saying these words, Quinn was trying to gauge a reaction once again, and it looked like Andy had no problem with that request. Second, there is a little ritual I would like you to incorporate into the vampire core unit. This ritual is crucial, and the vampires throughout all the vampire core bases must adhere to it. This request raised an eyebrow, but Andy first wanted to hear about the details. The third request I have is access to the information you have on the red vampires and the Dampiers. Upon hearing this one, Andy looked displeased because he didn't really want Quinn acting on his own and causing more trouble. His father might have been close to Quinn, trusted him and knew who he was, but to Andy, he was still a stranger, and his father's wishes would only take him so far. Quinn didn't mind the latter's reaction and revealed his final request. Lastly, you need to tell me about Jessica and why she's so important. The whole group soon returned to the ship on which they had come to the small planet, and they were now returning to Mars. Although this time, there was one thing different. General Yadi was tied up by Andy's red string, which was much stronger compared to the others. In fact, it was strong enough even to hold down a vampire lord like Yadi, who looked to have tried to escape from it multiple times. Currently, Quinn and Andy had put him in a separate room on board the ship. It was something found out about the 13th family's ability many years after the war. Andy explained the string ability. Before, everyone thought infusing our blood aura with the string was the best way to harden it. Although this does work, it means a vampire would have to have a powerful blood aura to have their strings more practical against enemies like a demigod tier beasts, demon tier beasts, and vampires like that guy. Later, we also found out that the string's natural strength was actually related to our own. The stronger the user is, the more powerful their string ability will be. Quinn subconsciously glanced at Andy's biceps were large and bulging even in a relaxed state. I guess that's why your string is incredibly strong, being that you're a colossal draugr, Quinn commented. Andy was stumped upon hearing Quinn's words. How could someone else know what he was? In truth, even he himself didn't know what subclass he was. He just knew that he had surpassed his mother in terms of evolution, and it was the first time he had heard the words colossal draugr. Still, he said nothing as he had to remind himself just what great person was standing next to him. Heading back to the command center, Andy had called a meeting. It was more official compared to the talk they had last time. It seemed like he was in a rush of some sort. Even when coming to see his father, he stated the lieutenants were brought along so he could update them on the way about an important upcoming event and also about Jessica. The latter was why Quinn agreed to board the ship, because he wanted to know the truth regarding Jessica. As soon as Quinn and Andy stepped in, everyone stood up from their seats and bowed down. It's okay, guys. Please take a seat, Andy ordered. A few chose to sit down, as they usually would have done after Andy said those words. But that's when Quinn and the others noticed something out of the ordinary. A few of the lieutenants remained standing, and one of them was Mitchell. It would be rude to sit down before the great hero does. Mitchell spoke, smiling and making sure his eye patch was properly fitted. Hearing this, Quinn smiled. Please sit down. It had set a little strange mood for the meeting as the lieutenants looked at each other. It was clear that there was already a split between the lieutenants. Those who thought they should be following the hero Quinn and those who still believed Andy was in charge. I guess this is what Andy was talking about. In a way, it proves that he was right. Even after seeing me in person, not everyone would be willing to believe. Although this wouldn't just cause the others to attack, a split in the vampire core or the public is possible. However, if I pick and choose people who know that I am back and who don't, things will be much more under control. Quinn thought. Before we discuss the matters of Jessica, there is something else that need to announce. When I get to Earth, I will send out a notice about what I am about to say to all the other bases. Andy explained. In the last meeting it was loosely agreed that the Dampiers would be attacking the Red Vampires. Apparently, they have found one of the Red Vampire leaders. They have said that they won't be touching the Vampire core bases and areas or the Red Vampires currently hiding within these bases. In turn, we are not to attack them and give them aid when required to. However, we are not directly taking part in taking down the Red Vampires. This is not cooperation, and I need to make that clear. However, with the Dampiers being so confident, who knows what they might try to do after attacking the Red Vampires. They will have to be confident in their strength if they think they can take on the Red Vampires and not be afraid of someone attacking them from behind. Maybe that's why they informed us of their plans, so we would seem like the villains to the public. Or perhaps it's because they are confident that even if we attacked them they could defend themselves from any attack. If there was one thing Quinn learned, it was that all major factions seemed to be against the Red Vampires. The latter made the Vampire core look bad, and ultimately their goal was completely contrary to the Dampiers. The others looked a bit worried about this, but they knew Andy had made the decision and there wasn't much they could do. In the first place, the values that the Vampire core has taught them were to not attack but defend and protect those they cared about. As for why I am reporting this now, it's because it is partially linked to our Jessica problem. Andy spoke and paused for a second as he was unsure how to really explain what was going on. Lucia's heart thumped louder as she started to think. What is it? Is it because Jessica is the first hybrid damper? But what does this have to do with them? Or maybe she is a secret weapon that the Vampire core have been developing. You see, Jessica herself is not of much importance, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but she is just a normal member of the Vampire core, admittedly with unique characteristics of her eyes. Andy explained. Jessica not of importance? Lucia raised an eyebrow. This certainly wasn't what she thought. It's her position that is of importance, or her role. Because of her unique position, she gained the attention of a certain someone, and that someone had proposed to her. She knew of the importance of this group and had agreed to the marriage. However, it looks like she either got cold feet or maybe doesn't wish to go through with the marriage at all. So, Jessica got hurt just because she doesn't want to marry some stinky old man. Minnie shouted across the table. Usually, such interruptions wouldn't be allowed at the meeting, but since Minnie was next to Quinn, no one dared to say a word. Perhaps you have explained it as simply as possible. The problem is who this stinky person is. And he smiled. Earth is in a tough battle against the Dampiers. The Green family and the Vampire core are strong forces, but Pure and the Dampiers are strong as well, and we need all the help we can get. As for another strong party helping us so far, they are known as the Chained. They are humans with strong abilities. Some of them are more powerful than any of us can even imagine. They have abilities that aren't shared with others. The man that proposed to Jessica was the leader of the Chained. This marriage was meant to bring the Vampire core and the Chained closer together. This is why we need to find Jessica. Otherwise, it will cause a huge problem for us. Peter began to shake his head because he knew exactly how Quinn would have felt about this. Is this how the Vampire core, no, the leader of the Vampire core operate? Forcing people to do things against their will for your own benefit. You don't understand, the sacrifice for one is to help the many, and we need the strength of the Chained. Times are different, Quinn. Andy stated. No, Quinn replied. Times aren't different at all. Do you think nothing like this happened in the past? I can already tell by the way you're talking that if I advised you to support Jessica to call off this wedding, you wouldn't agree to it. But I want you to know something. If your father was here, he wouldn't have acted helpless and he wouldn't have allowed for such a thing. Peter knew this type of situation was coming because even in the past, when Quinn wasn't a prominent figure, and he had to go against the whole vampire settlement and the Blade family on his own, he had done so. He had done this type of thing many times before. "Are you trying to stir up my feelings?" Andy said, staring directly into Quinn's eye, and the others felt like a fight was about to happen any second aboard the ship. "Mentioning my father and what he would have done. My father is not perfect. He made plenty of mistakes. Just because I care about him doesn't mean I agree with everything he has ever done." "No," Quinn said. "I was never going to ask for your help in getting Jessica out of this situation, and I just wanted to know about her situation. My point was, in fact, I would have never asked for help from your father either, because I wouldn't have needed to. He would have helped me no matter what." Standing up, Quinn didn't want to hear any more, as Andy's words had soured his mood. "Just get me a ship to Earth and I'll talk to the Chained. You can at least do that much, can't you?" Andy felt like he was standing between the devil and the deep sea. Whatever he was going to do now, it would be his loss. Not too long ago, he had sworn that he would be happy to help Quinn using the vampire core by all means. The only thing was, Andy never thought would try to go against the Chained head-on. Perhaps using the core members to search for people, or aid them in their fight while Andy still kept command over everything, was what he had expected. Yet, for some reason, it was clear that Quinn held an attachment to a vampire whom he couldn't have known for long. Clenching his fists, Andy was even prepared to do something he never thought he would do if he were to meet the hero Quinn. "If I do get you a vessel to go to Earth, what are you planning to do? I know you plan to see the Chained, but what will you ask of them?" he asked, controlling his frustration. "That's simple. I will tell them who I am and request them to let Jessica be the judge of her own fate. If she wants to go through with this marriage, then it's up to her, but if not, then I will support her decision against whatever that entails." Quinn shrugged his shoulders, but he was clearly stating he would fight them or use force if necessary. Silence descended the meeting room as Andy took time to think, and at that moment Lucy was struggling as well. "I wonder, do the Chained know about Jessica? Is it because of what she really is? Maybe that's why the Chained want to keep her so bad, not just because their leader is obsessed with her. Does everyone here know of this?" Thinking about it, Lucia wondered if she should inform everyone. It was quite possible that if the vampire core knew about this, they might change their mind about handing Jessica over so willingly. "Fine," Andy eventually spoke, which came as a surprise to the other lieutenants. They knew how hard Andy had worked behind the scenes for this relationship with the Chained. Quinn wasn't the only one who wanted to break off this relationship. Andy himself didn't like this, but he was trying to see the bigger picture. "I will grant you permission to enter the Earth. You can head to the core base located there. From there, the staff will prepare the ship for you, and then they will give the location of the Chained. I only have one request. In return for all this, you must declare that none of your actions has anything to do with the vampire core, that this is completely your doing." Andy's clear voice ran throughout the room. Quinn wasn't sure if he was looking too deep into Andy's words, but he wondered if this request had a double meaning. Perhaps he was stating that if he were to do him this favor, Quinn should forget trying to become the leader of the vampire crops. After all, if Quinn really did become the leader of the vampire crops, all his actions would certainly be treated as their responsibilities. "About my other request from before, will they still be followed?" Quinn asked, wondering if they were on the same wavelength. Although Quinn wasn't friends with Andy, the vampire core were a yield from Fex. In the end, their goal and what they were doing was exemplary. Just because they didn't do this one thing how he would have done didn't make them bad people or a sinister organization. Andy nodded. It looked like Quinn had received his answer. "Wait!" Mitchell suddenly stood up, putting his hand on the emblem stitched to his shirt. He soon ripped it off and placed it on the table. "I have decided to resign from the vampire core, and Quinn Talon, I wish to follow you." Hearing this, Quinn smiled. Of course, he would welcome Mitchell. The latter had proved himself to be more than loyal, and it was to the point where Quinn was thinking of making him a dedicated follower, increasing the latter's strength. However, he knew that this perhaps would put Andy in a difficult situation. After seeing the first person leave, maybe some other lieutenants might choose to go and follow the hero. Mitchell walked over to Quinn, who gently nodded, indicating he didn't mind traveling with them. What was surprising was that no one else had done the same thing. Only Mitchell was the one who resigned. If it was only one lieutenant, Andy didn't have a problem with letting him go. As for why no one else chose to leave, including those that seemed to support and welcome Quinn's return as leader of the Corps, it was simply too risky. Right now, Quinn was on his own, and he had no support from the current great powers in the world. Even now, he needed Andy's help to get to Earth since there were no teleporters anymore. The lieutenants also had their families dependent on them. They were a source of income and safety. Leaving with Hero Quinn was a huge risk that promised little benefits to them. Their life was good, and no need for them to go on an adventure. Mitchell always thought his life had a purpose. That's why he developed skills to protect others around him. These days, his left eye was pricking, and perhaps he was a superstitious person, but he believed that a change was coming and needed to be on the correct side of it. There was little time before their ship would land back on Mars, and not to make the situation awkward or the tensions any higher, those traveling with Quinn had left the command room and would stay in their rooms, leaving the others to discuss their own matters. Just before leaving, Peter had a few words to say to Andy as the others went on ahead. "I'm not the smartest guy," Peter said. "However, I think you're even stupider than me. Are you trying so hard to keep a good relationship with the Chained that you're even ready to fall out with Quinn? Do you really think the Chained are worth more than Quinn?" Andy looked a little frustrated by Peter's words. "I know you two are strong, but you are only two people. You guys know nothing of what is currently going on. How much do you think one person can do?" Peter stared at him for a few moments and then left the room while shaking his head. "If you were there 1,000 years ago, you would have never said those words. There's a reason why you have statues of him everywhere," Peter said as he walked off to catch up with the others. Inside a small spaceship heading towards the Earth was a young blonde man and his mother. Jake Green seemed to be listening and reading through reports from different planets. "It says the Chained were spotted on Mars," Jake commented. "It looks like those bastards are doing something again. That's none of our business. We agreed to stop getting involved with them because of our deal with Andy. Keep to the deal for now," Vicky replied. "You know, the uncles will be really annoyed that we didn't do anything to them when we were just on Mars. Even if it was just a poke here and there." Jake smiled as he imagined it would be quite fun. Thinking of fun, he started to remember the vampire he had done combat on as well. It looked like not only would his uncles be upset, but his father would be as well for not gathering enough information on the newcomers. Either way, there were more serious matters to attend to. "Don't worry about them. They have as much reason as I for getting rid of the Chained. After all, it's our family's fault to begin with. When we no longer need the Chained's help, I will make sure to right the wrongs of our past." It didn't take long for the ship to return to Mars, and since Quinn and his group were going to continue their journey onward to Earth, they were advised to remain on the ship for a few hours. This was because General Andy needed to drop off the lieutenants back to the base and decide what to do with Yadi, while also determining who would be the latter's successor. Of course, Quinn couldn't complain. Andy was his sure way to reach Earth without the ship being blown to bits or without facing any unnecessary attention. During that time, while on the ship, everyone in his group and he were currently sitting in a room. "I'm just happy that we no longer have to wear those disguises," Peter said as he continued to touch his face. It was tiring continuously using his transform skill. "I guess no one really recognizes me with this long hair, and even if anyone does, it would be a good thing if they could anyway," Quinn said as he came to terms with it all. He couldn't get used to that since he wasn't wearing a disguise and the other two, Mitchell and Lucia, knew who he was. They were now constantly staring at him while being seated on their beds. "The statue is of my old appearance. In case you are wondering. I can see the resemblance," Mitchell said, standing up from his bed. He was formal every time he spoke to Quinn. "It is an honor, and I am thankful that you allowed me to travel with you," he added as he bowed 90 degrees. I know, Quinn said. "I already told you as well, you don't have to be so formal with me. It feels a little weird. Anyway, I wanted to ask you something." Quinn proceeded to ask Mitchell if the latter had completed the request he had asked for earlier and asked if he saw anyone else doing the same thing. That was when Mitchell explained to Quinn that a few other vampires who were nearby him at the time had acted in their own accord due to the respect they held in their hearts for the hero Quinn. So the condition worked and I got those extra celestial points. If Andy still decides to go through with my request and gets the whole vampire corps to do the ritual, then the number of celestial points will increase significantly, but I'm sure that's not on his priority list. He might not even do it, but at least he doesn't know that I will always be aware if he has or hasn't completed what I requested of him, so there's no way he can fool me. Either way, Quinn knew now was the right choice to make Mitchell a dedicated follower. Of course, he would need to explain the benefits and the risks that came with it as well. Since there were no longer any secrets, Quinn explained to the latter what being a dedicated follower would mean. A lot of it was new news to the vampire and to Lucia, who was in the room. They had never heard of a human or a vampire capable of doing such a thing. However, this reminded them that Quinn Talon wasn't a typical vampire. He may not have been an original, but he had the strength which other vampires couldn't even fathom, which allowed him to beat the Dalki in the first place. Of course, even after Quinn explained the risks, Mitchell agreed, and not only that, he seemed pleased that he was chosen. You have gained a dedicated follower. 3 celestial points have been granted. 15 23rds celestial points are available. Quinn still wanted to keep quite a few celestial points with him. After all, it did seem to help when he was facing celestial followers or other celestials. Also, since draining celestial energy from followers was something he could do, it was highly likely that this was something the other celestials could do as well. Giving his dedicated followers more energy would make them a potential target. Quinn also found out that he couldn't get double points from a follower and dedicated follower. Since Mitchell had already completed the condition, Quinn didn't gain another celestial point for having a dedicated follower, although now it would be permanent, and Mitchell would have to sacrifice blood every month. Hearing this and seeing all of this take place, Lucia, who was in the room, was a bit disappointed. It didn't seem like a thing that was limited to vampires, yet Quinn hadn't asked her to become a dedicated follower. She still didn't know whether or not she would have accepted due to the condition of death and being linked to a particular person, but she still would have liked Quinn to ask. I guess he just doesn't see us two as that close. I would say it's because we haven't known each other for long, but he hasn't known that lieutenant long either. Lucia sulked to herself. Rather than ask this, she had another question she wanted to ask, but just as she was about to, she saw Quinn do something quite strange. Quinn pressed his ear against the door to hear if anyone was guarding the door. Mitchell, how long do you think will it take before Andy returns? Quinn asked. He has a lot of things to address. It should take him at least a couple of hours. Mitchell replied. Do you know where they would keep prisoners? Of course, with his position, Mitchell knew that as well, and that's when Quinn decided to do something. A large shadow rose from the ground, appeared beside him, and slowly turned into his exact replica. If you don't mind, come with me, Quinn said to Mitchell, and then, glancing at Peter, he added, and Peter, use a mud mask on Minnie for Mitchell's replacement. With their replacements staying on board the ship, Quinn decided there was one person he wanted to see, so he and Mitchell were traveling through the shadow space heading straight for the cells located at the vampire core base. Honestly, there was nothing left for Quinn to do on Mars, no one to stay behind for and nothing to find out about. However, there was one person he still wanted to talk to, his only link to this planet and the red vampires. After reaching the cells, Quinn went past many criminals, most of them were vampires, and occasionally he would pass by a human. Eventually, Quinn and Mitchell appeared in front of a cell. 3 vampires were placed together in this cell, and they could see what was happening on the other side of the cell. Regardless, as quickly as Quinn and Mitchell appeared, they disappeared in the next moment, but they took one of the vampires with them. Hey, who was that? Did you see their faces? One of the remaining 2 vampires frowned. No, it's so dark here anyway, who cares about that? Ain't? Fuck. They took Hannah. The other vampire suddenly shouted at the end of the words upon seeing the 3rd vampire amongst them was now missing. At the same time, Hannah was in Quinn's shadow lock. She knew IIT was an individual place, disconnected from everything outside. Regaining her composure, Hannah looked around, wondering where she was. She could see nothing, but there were a few noises in the distance, which concerned her for a bit until she saw the person in front of her. Who are you? Hannah asked. It was the first time she saw Quinn's real face. Thus, she didn't recognize him. I'm the one who was traveling with you. This is what I really look like, Quinn replied. But I didn't come to show you my real face. I am here because I can get you out of this place. If the vampire core keeps you here, it will most likely be your end. It didn't take long for Hannah to figure out who this was, especially since she had seen the shadow powers before, which she presumed was the place they were in now. You mean a crueler death than what you did to my fellow before? Hannah asked. Why would you even break me free? Are you actually a guardian for the red vampires? Or are you trying to trick me into something? And why do you need me anyway if either one of my questions is true? Because I'm not with the vampire core, nor am I with the red vampires. I've just learnt that the Dampiers plan to attack one of the red vampire leaders because they have the latter's location. Now, if you ask me, it might mean that your position will become a little complicated. As for why I'm helping you, you can believe me or not, but I'm a little worried that maybe some of my friends are part of the red vampires, and I don't want them to get hurt, Quinn answered without hiding his true intentions, since there was no need to lie anymore. The death you gave to Derek, it was too far. I would rather die in the vampire core's hands than yours. Hannah replied, but she seemed a little hesitant. But I want to live. I want to believe what you're saying is true. I'm your only way to the red vampires, aren't I? That means you should keep me alive and take me out of here, Hannah requested. But tell me, what is the name of the red vampire or red vampires that are your friends? Maybe I can confirm if they're even in the group or not. Of course, Quinn already knew that she didn't know. Quinn had already asked the other red vampires about the leaders' names, but they had no clue. Then how would Hannah know their names? I doubt you know their name, but maybe if I tell you their name now, it might let you help me find them quicker in the future. Well, her name is Layla Monroe, Quinn answered. Perhaps, saying the name out loud, Quinn was expecting somewhat of a reaction from Hannah, but there was nothing. If Tyker didn't know what the leaders' names were, it was unlikely that Hannah would know either. For a split second, Hannah saw a change in Quinn's expression. She knew he was expecting something. Seeing this made her recall the time when she first saw him. When the two first met, she wasn't afraid of him even after knowing his great strength. She just knew that she needed to be cautious and not get on his wrong side. Honestly, even after seeing what this vampire could do, her opinion didn't really change. In Derek's incident, she had figured out what most likely happened after she had time to think about it. During the fight in the room, her reactions were irrational after seeing the damper. I will help, Hannah replied. I still don't think what we red vampires are doing is wrong, and if you have a friend or someone you know in the red vampires, then it means they believe the same. I haven't made a report back to the red vampire base, and the other guys weren't able to as well. I will be your link and even help you if you let me go back to the red vampires. I know I'm not in a position to ask this, but I don't think the two of us are enemies here. Quinn thought about it for a while. Hannah had helped him, and it was true that he shouldn't put of the red vampires in the same category just all because of one bad incident. At the same time, he was sure after having witnessed his strength, she wouldn't try anything funny, and even if she did, such as alerting more members of the red vampires to their position, Quinn wouldn't be bothered because he was confident in his own strength. Unlike in the past, Quinn wasn't afraid of whatever came to face him. If they were to go to him instead of him visiting them, he was okay with that since that would save his time. In return for your help, I'm happy to bring you back to the red vampires, but I need to do many things before that. Quinn stated, feel free to stay in this place. There are a couple of guests in here to keep you entertained, and I will warn you again from trying to do anything stupid. It would be wise if you were to listen to him. Of course, Hannah was greatly confused by this because she only saw endless darkness and didn't find anyone else around them. However, there was the sound of whistling wind even though she couldn't feel anything. Wait, Hannah called out. What are you doing? Maybe I can help in some way. That way you can trust me more, and if you don't, you can put me back in this shadow jail thing. I have a meeting with the chained. Quinn answered, and to his surprise, Hannah took a bit of a step back. Oh, you know about them? Right, yes. The Chained are one of the strongest groups on Earth. So much so that even the red vampires have tried to avoid them as much as possible. They not only have strong abilities, but are a little bit on the crazy side. Still, even though they are undisciplined, every group in a way has tried its best to ignore them, and we can say that the Chained have done the same. Why would you be meeting them? Don't tell me you are planning to attack them. That would be a death wish. For the red vampires to be so afraid that they even avoided this group, Quinn thought the Chained had to be somewhat strong. Still, he doubted if they were as frightening as One Horn, Graham, and others. In his mind, the current most prominent problem for him was either Laxmus or Aaron. If I can talk things over with the Chained, I'm hoping there won't be a need for that. Anyway, since you're willing to help me, I will consider it and might bring you out later, Quinn said and left the shadow space before Hannah could respond. This vampire. He's really going against the Chained? But with who? Which group? Or is he planning to go on his own? Damn it! I have to think of a way to save myself if he decides to do something like that. With nothing to do, Hannah decided to walk through the space. She was wondering if there was anyone else in here. Either way, it didn't take long for the windy sound, which she had heard all along, to intensify. The hairs on her body stood up as she felt the goosebumps. She knew something was coming toward her. She prepared her red vampire aura in her hands, ready for an attack. However, when she saw what was coming toward her hands and shoulders dropped, and a helpless expression appeared on her face. What? Is that a dragon? Before she even had the time to think about anything else, the huge dragon landed only a few feet away from her. She expected that, with the ladder's weight, there would be an earthquake upon its landing on the shadowed ground, but no such thing happened in the shadow space. What she did aura, though, was that she increased her red aura output and made sure to cover herself. Welcome. It looks like he has given me another one to look after, Ray stated, speaking directly to her head as he would do to Quinn. I can hear and understand the beast. Yes, I can hear you and I can speak to you, Ray replied. Either way, now that you are in this shadow space, I must welcome you. The thing is, I get a little bored here, and the other two have begun to bore me a little, so you have come at the perfect time. Hannah was wondering if she was dreaming of everything. The whole thing seemed crazy, and she wondered what a giant dragon beast was even doing in this space in the first place. Was it a pet of some sort? Me? A pet? How dare you? Ray was instantly irked. At that moment, Hannah saw 2 lines of yellow aura coming right for her. She quickly rolled and skidded across the ground, narrowly avoiding both of them. When she looked up, she saw 2 Dampiers with the dragon. They jumped off and it looked like they were ready to charge in, but the dragon soon put its feet in front of them, stopping their path. The 2 Dampiers immediately stopped moving and obeyed the dragon. Don't worry, if Quinn wants you alive, I will keep you alive, but I will make you 3 fight each other in the meantime. Grow stronger and maybe one day you will be able to entertain me a little bit. Ray smiled, revealing his enormous sharp teeth. Wait, Quinn, are you talking about the hero Quinn? Hannah asked. Once again, Ray just smiled, revealing that there was a lot for her to learn. Meanwhile, Quinn returned to the ship with Mitchell, and it looked like everything was all right. The others were all still patiently waiting, and Minnie had a big smile on her face. It didn't take long after that the group was ready to head to Earth. It looked like whatever Andy needed to do was done, and now they were heading to Earth. The rest of the journey between the group was primarily silent. Lucia was trying to find the right time to approach Quinn. However, she found him playing with Minnie. Earlier she had suggested they play tag, and since Quinn was faster than Minnie, it proved to be quite the challenge and training experience for Minnie. Of course, Quinn was holding back and would let her win. Until Minnie started to brag, of course, and then Quinn would catch her once in a while. It was a nice sight to see, which was why Lucia decided she should wait for now and ask her questions later. Just then, an announcement resounded throughout the ship. We are now approaching planet Earth. After the First Dalki War, Earth didn't have as much land mass as it did in the past. This led to gigantic high-rise buildings surrounded by walls. Since the war was going on at the time, it also allowed protection in case of an attack. Due to the low population of the human race, the little landmass worked out better for them. However, the current time was not like that of the past. In the past, only the wealthiest people could live on Earth, while others would have no choice but to live on the beast planet's solar system. Now though, Earth had once again become a type of battleground. More so in a political sense, but extremists in each group would constantly fight against each other, leaving those on Earth as some of the strongest in the solar system. The top members of all groups lived there. One had to be strong and brave enough to, so they respected those who did. Logan Green, Andy, and even the group Pure, who mostly were on Earth, whose support was growing by the day, not just within the current solar system but outside it as well. On Earth, there was one piece of vast land that had been transformed. This piece of land had a single building built on it, or more correctly, a luxury resort in a sense that had everything: an entertainment area for games, several swimming pools, workout areas, large gyms, and more. It was similar to a giant luxury shopping mall or a state-of-the-art airport. However, it wasn't either of those things. This was a home, a building that was owned by the Chained. All members of the Chained lived there, and there were 100 rooms. There weren't many members of the Chained. They numbered 50 in total, and the others that lived in the building were servants, workers, or guests. When an official member would perish, they would replace that member. As for families, the members of the Chained didn't really have a family. It was a weakness to them, and they weren't the type to settle down. Once in a while, perhaps a member would pass on their knowledge of their ability to a person. Then when they perished, that student could attempt to join the chain, but there was no guarantee. If they chose not to do this, each chain member was to write details of how their ability worked and put it into an ability book that would be stored in a particular place. However, they didn't operate like Pure despite having some similarities in their system. There was no internal ranking of who was strongest. Everyone knew they were strong ability users, and a lot of them had the same history and past. The Chained, the original, and core members all had the same goal they were working towards. The leader made sure of that because it was a prerequisite to joining the Chained in the first place. He made sure that all members followed this rule, or there would be an unavoidable punishment. Inside the large establishment, looking at herself in the mirror, sitting up straight, Jessica couldn't help but let out a big puff of air. "Dear, please, could you not move so much while doing this? We promise it won't take so long," a woman said, who was busy applying makeup onto Jessica's cheeks. Jessica was in a room that would be fit for a princess. It was large, glamorous, and had all the luxuries one could want. Even staring out the balcony overlooking the swimming pools, where she could see some of the other members having fun and a laugh. She was in a tight-fitting white dress, a wedding dress. At the moment they were going through a trial run of the wedding. It wasn't the actual day, but they were picking the hairstyle and the dress and other things. "Hey, if I tried to escape, would you try and stop me?" Jessica asked. Other than the 4 maids attending her, there didn't seem to be anyone else in the room. No members of the Chained anyway. There were worried looks on the maids' faces when asked this question. "Please don't try that, Miss Jessica. Otherwise, we all would be in great trouble," the maid said. I know. Jessica sighed again. "It would be selfish of me, and besides, now that I'm in this place, I could never escape it. Maybe when there were only a few chained here and there, but all 50 of them. This has to be one of the most secure prisons in the world." In another part of the connected building, there were quite a few members in a dark bar. It was lit up with different neon lights, music blaring out loudly. Some female dancers were wearing skimpy clothing that were from the outside, not part of the chained group. They had been brought in for a particularly high-paying job and would be sent home when told to. Sitting in the most oversized chair, there was a medium-framed man in the room. His hair was long, blonde, curly, and the strangest thing was that he was the only one wearing his beast gear, unlike all the others in the bar. On both of the man's hands, 2 blades were tattooed onto them. He was the only chained with 2 blade tattoos on him, which signified that he was the leader who had built up this place and had gathered the chained in the first place. Sitting in his chair, he continued to watch the girls dance. Suddenly out from his side, a man looked to have appeared out of nowhere, as if he was teleported into the place. A report. The man said, "We have asked all the news channels to be ready for your big day, sir. At the same time, invitations are ready to be handed out to all of the groups. The Vampire Crops, the Green Family, the Greylash Group, the Bree Family, and more. We have made sure that each group sends an important figure to this wedding. After all, it is your big day. There is only one thing we need, sir, and that is the day of the wedding itself." The leader continued to stare ahead at the girls, not breaking eye contact. It looked like he didn't blink either, and when replying he didn't turn his head either. "Send an invite to Pure, and ask them if they wish to bring someone from the Dampiers. The red vampires probably already have someone on the inside coming to this event. Still, there is one thing that needs to be done. Tell the Greens that they can't just send the Green Family. They need to send a Blade as well." Hearing this, the man looked a little nervous. He knew about the deep hatred the Chained and the Blade family had for each other. "Don't worry. The whole world will be watching this. They won't act. It will just annoy them even more that they can't act. And if they do, well, that gives us a chance to get rid of them without starting anything. We have been enjoying benefits from the Green family for quite a while now. But after this marriage, everything will soon change. As for what day?" The man by the leader's side knew what to do. He clicked his fingers and once again, as if being teleported in, a hooded figure appeared by his side. "Shall I have my wedding one day from now?" the leader asked. Hearing this, the hooded figure threw out a coin onto the floor. It spun and eventually landed on the tail side. 2 days from now?" he asked again. Pulling out another coin, the figure tossed it again, but it was the same result, landing on tails. 3 days from now?" Throwing out the coin, this one seemed to spin for longer than any of the others. As it was slowing down, it looked like a result would appear. However, one of the girl dancers stepped on the coin. Immediately, before she even realized it, she could no longer see as her body fell to the ground, limp and dead. The other girls were getting ready to scream, but each of them fell and died in seconds. Then, the leader stood up and walked over to where the coin was, seeing that it landed on heads. "What does this mean? Is the third day a good day?" the leader asked. The hooded figure lifted its head, revealing glowing red eyes underneath. "Yes." The night sky was out, and Jessica was lying all alone on the giant bed inside her room. Now that they were gone, she actually somewhat missed the company of those maids, even if they had pestered her for the better half of the day, by making her dress for what would be the worst day of her life. It was a long day going through the rehearsal, and what was worse was the fact that her future husband wasn't even there to go through it with her. "I'm okay with this. No, I have to be okay with this. You don't want to be the cause of a whole war, Jessica," she thought to herself, trying to keep calm now that her mind was allowed to roam free. She knew that her privacy was just a farce. There was bound to be at least one camera in the room, from which someone should be watching her 24 hours a day. Worse yet, people outside of the door and outside of the windows. Grabbing one of the oversized pillows, she shoved it into her face, and proceeded to scream into it, resulting in a muffled scream. Unfortunately, it was a short-lived escape. A few seconds after she was done, her mind wandered yet again. "I wonder how Lucia and the others are doing. Given how crazy things were, me disappearing should be relatively tame, right? What am I thinking? Of course it is. The two of them even had the largest bounties in existence placed on their heads. I initially thought it was because of me, but now I'm not so sure. Never even found out why that happened. And I miss Minnie. She was like the small sister I never had. I hope she doesn't hate me for not saying goodbye. Are they missing me as much as I am them?" Jessica had only known them for a few days. With how much had happened in that relatively short time frame, it had felt like it had been far longer, though. As she thought back about how confidently she had acted towards them, believing to be an asset, rather than the onlooker she had turned out to be, a shade of red came over her, and in order to cover up that embarrassment she grabbed the pillow and screamed into it once again. "You have my condolences, Jessica. I'm sure this isn't how you wanted your life to turn out. When taking the pillow off her head, the vampire expected to see no one. Honestly, she thought that she was just going crazy, starting to hear voices in her head, but as it turned out there actually was a hooded person standing in the center of the room. Although Jessica had no problem in the dark, the face of the person was hidden behind the hood. Yet the large staff in her hand was all the information one needed to recognize the woman. You! I did everything you told me to, and look where that got me. Jessica shouted as she got up from the bed, storming towards the woman. How did you even get in here? If the chained find out, not only will you be in trouble, but so will I. Processing the words she had just let out, Jessica decided to quiet her voice down. However, the unknown woman seemed unbothered by that prospect. That was because she had already made preparations beforehand, expecting this type of reaction. Even though you are in a tough situation, you have done as I asked. For all this time you've managed to keep your secret. The woman spoke. Hearing this, Jessica paused before reaching her. She thought back to the last time the two met. It was soon after her father had passed away. She had been young with no clue what to do next. And in the end, the one who had guided her was this woman, advising her to join the vampire corps. Somehow, this woman had known that Jessica had been the child of a vampire mother and a human father, something that had been considered impossible. As such, her birth had been quite the big deal, even before she had started manifesting traits of a damper. As time went on, those powers had strengthened, not to the point where she had felt an urge to fight her fellow vampires nor kill them. However, the fear that it might appear one day had consumed her on a daily basis, and then all of this mess with the chained had started. Seeing the person who had recommended her to go to the vampire corps in the first place, Jessica wanted to somewhat blame her, yet before she said a word she realized that it wouldn't change anything at this moment. I may have kept the secret you told me to, but there were those who saw me, Jessica lamented. The woman raised an eyebrow as if she was intrigued by this. And how did they act? They didn't act at all. Actually, I'm not quite sure. Some people tried to kill me like you said they would. As for the ones that were protecting me, arg, what does this even matter in the first place? You have yet to tell me why you've come here? I haven't seen you even once in all those years, so why now? Have you come to tell me what to do next, to get me out? Or is the future you foresaw one where I marry this guy and live the rest of my life in shame? There was a pause as if the woman was thinking about what to say. I'm sorry, but in all the futures I saw you ended up here. I advised you to enter the vampire corps because that should have allowed you the happiest life until now. As for what happens next, that is up to you, but you should know the consequences of that best. The fact is that if you don't go through with this, there will be conflict. Honestly, my advice would be to try and get as close to the chained as possible. Then when your secret is out, at least you will have a strong set of people to protect you. Given what you are, the vampire corps can't protect you, you will now have to rely on others. Hearing this, Jessica's hands were shaking. That's your answer? She ran forward as fast as she could at the figure, making sure not to use her vampire aura to attack, just in case it would alert the others. The woman in front seemed calm, not taking a step. When the fist landed upon the woman's body, her figure just lit up in a golden light. Jessica felt her hand go right through the body, and she almost tumbled to the floor herself. Looking back, the figure was no longer there. In a way, this person had been her last hope to get out of this situation, and now she had been told to try to get close to the ones she disliked. Covering her face with both her hands, she was fighting back the tears. The next day the sun rose, and the events that happened yesterday felt like a dream to Jessica for a moment. Still, part of her knew that the woman had been here, but that didn't matter. Looking outside, she knew it was one day closer until the day of her wedding. She had already been informed that it would begin the day after tomorrow. Miss Jessica! A female voice called out, and the next second the doors were swung wide open. Storming inside as if they were ready for war were yesterday's maids. The one at the front was holding up a scarlet red dress. Miss Jessica, you are to get changed into this as soon as possible, so that we can escort you to the outside grounds. The head maid explained. Jessica was confused. For one, it wasn't a white dress, and the second reason was the fact that the wedding was to take place tomorrow, not today. Nevertheless, She knew that she had no real choice, so she followed the instruction. Once getting changed, they headed out to the outside field, which was large and filled with more people than Jessica had ever seen around the chained area. There were many unknown faces among them, though some she could recognize as public figures. Then, she also noticed that there was a large red runway carpet, leading from where the spaceships would dock to the main building. Just up ahead, she could see several drones that were being used as cameras, and immediately they went flying towards Jessica. A little flustered and embarrassed as her dress showed quite a bit of her skin. She wanted to attack the cameras, but before she could, a man suddenly appeared in front of her. This annoying, clicky finger man, Jessica thought, having seen him before she had been taken away. Apologies, Miss Jessica. The reporters have arrived earlier than anticipated. The leader wishes for you to do an interview with them, and also to greet all the guests that will be arriving a day early before the wedding. The man instructed. It made it clear to Jessica that this really was going to be a world-broadcasted event. There was visible concern on Jessica's face. For one, this was something that she wasn't a willing participant for. She didn't like the fact that she had to do this, and now she would need to put on a fake smile for the whole world to see. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! This thing just can't get any worse. As she said those words, not too far behind the countless numbers of drones, she could see groups of reporters running behind. There wasn't just one team, but it looked like streamers, as well as those from other solar systems who must have arrived just for this event. What do I do? Jessica thought as she was trying to compose herself. None of the preparations she went through yesterday had gotten her ready for this. Don't worry, he doesn't expect you to entertain them all on your own. Clicker, as Jessica liked to refer to him, clicked his fingers again, and suddenly her soon-to-be husband, who she hadn't seen once since arriving, was suddenly in front of her. Russ, Jessica stammered, as she bowed down, holding her dress. Although she disliked this person for forcing her to play along in his farce, the vampire knew that as the leader of the chained, Russ had to be shown a certain amount of respect. When Jessica lifted her head, she watched his arms stretch out in her direction. A cold chill went through her body as it reminded her of the first time the two had met. However, he merely placed his hand around her shoulder and brought her in close. Today you look extra gorgeous. I hope you can share your smile with the world on such a beautiful day like this one. The leader of the chain stated. It was true that the day certainly was a good one. There were fluffy white clouds showing the clear blue sky. Of course, this was just using human standards. For vampires this was a nightmare, but of course she wouldn't correct Russ about that. The one thing she did want to speak about was the fact that Russ' own expression hadn't changed. It looked like he was trying to smile, but his eyes were still showing no emotion in them. Thank you so much for inviting the Banvi station to one of the biggest events in the world. The whole world is excited to find out just who has managed to capture the heart of the chained leader. The famous man voted to be the most cold-hearted bachelor for 10 years in a row. The reporter closest to them claimed. He was a young man in his 20s with light blue hair. The reason he was the first one on the scene was all due to his ability, which was speed. Each reporter had wanted to be the first to ask a question to the couple. They all took a step back after hearing the question that the first reporter asked. Damn it! They invited Banvi Studio here. Another reporter thought. Arg, they do rack up the most views, so it makes sense, but I swear that AJ is just asking to die young. The other reporters had all been briefed beforehand about what questions they were to ask. More so, they were warned that if they tried to push the boundaries with the questions they asked, or in some way insinuate or insult the chained, they shouldn't expect to come back. For AJ though, that threat didn't matter because he was the majority shareholder of Banvi, so he could do as he wished. It was unusual for someone who was successful, had large funds to want to enter the field themselves, but it was all due to the legacy of his family. Generations ago, his great-great-great-grandparents had been the ones who had filmed many great battles, but the most famous one was undoubtedly the battle between the hero Quintalon against the Dalki leader Graham. A video that everyone in all solar systems would see at one point in their life. Step back, Clicker shouted, and when clicking his fingers, not just the reporters but all of the cameras moved back to the landing dock once again. All of you should have been told the ground rules for this event, as well as the timetable. Right now, Russ and Jessica are here to greet the VIP guests that will arrive at any second. You're more than welcome to film that, and feel free to report on all details of the event regardless of what will happen. As for questions, they will only be allowed after the wedding has concluded. There will be a day after for a question and answer section. As long as you listen to what we say, we promise you will enjoy and have perhaps the best time of your life here, while also filming a piece of history. The reporters looked a little sulky at this, but they had to try to get past that, as it really was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Soon, though, the reporters' mood was looking up as they could see not just one ship, but a few ships approaching. It looks like his VIP guests have arrived, AJ thought. I wonder who was invited, and who is also willing to attend. Leading with his hand, Russ walked down the large red carpet that had been prepared while pulling Jessica along. At the same time, at either side of the red carpet, Clicker was clicking his fingers, making the other members of the chain appear one by one. This time, all of them were wearing high-level beast gear. None of them stepped on the red carpet, and didn't go past or ahead of where Russ would walk. Look at that, AJ reported, as he controlled the drones with his fingertips to get into view. Unlike other groups, each individual member of the chain looks completely unique. It is said that there is no ranking between members, which is why there are so few of them. The only thing we know for sure that the strongest among them is their leader, who will be getting married in a couple of days. Russ and Jessica just stood by and patiently waited for the ships to dock. They landed one by one, and the members inside could be seen coming out, walking towards the future groom and bride. The first to exit from the vessel and enter the docking area was one of the generals for the Vampire Core group. Most expected them to send over a small delegation. Seeing as the bride was one of them, however, as it turned out, there was only a single person who had come, General Fiswell. As soon as he saw the cameras, immediately he started to pose straight away, getting into different positions for different shots. Fiswell didn't look like your typical Vampire Core general. He had short spiky hair and always seemed to wear a pair of sunglasses as well. Still, no one doubted his ability as one of the generals leading Earth's Vampire Core unit. Next, coming off one of the other ships, was a young short female with rough-looking hair. The strangest thing was the actual mount that she was on, resembling a large lion, whose mane was constantly on fire. Even stranger, the little girl, or more accurately, the short woman named Pinky Bree, was seemingly completely unbothered by the fire. After the cameras filmed the individuals, Russ and Jessica went ahead to greet their newcomers with the man doing all the speaking. He told them to follow Clicker's arrangement, who would place them in their room and update them on the schedule for 2 to 3 days. Then, there was the Green family, head of the main military. Now this is a surprise, AJ commented. Do they see the Chained as this much of an important ally? The reason for his comment was because everyone who wasn't living under a rock would recognize the representatives. Jake Green, humanity's strongest fighter, could be seen coming forward waving towards the camera, and behind him was Vicky Blade. Immediately, several of the drones blocked their path as they wanted to film everything. That was when 2 others descended from another spacecraft and together. So they really came, huh? Jake said to his mother, staring in the direction of the other pair. As soon as he had seen the ship, he had known that it was from Pure, but that wasn't the surprising thing. No, he had expected the high-ranking agent from Pure, unlike the young blonde female damper who had been at the meeting. The cameras moved from Jake Green and immediately went to the others, which Jake was a little upset about, but just clicked his tongue. Please, you guys go first. I wouldn't want to be stabbed from behind, Jake commented loudly to the 2. Walking ahead, they seemed unbothered by his snide remark, and when meeting with Russ and Jessica both were respectful to the chained leader. Thank you so much for inviting us, and allowing me to bring a guest, the large red-headed Pure agent stated. A large number 1 had been stitched on the back of his jacket. When Jake and Vicky walked ahead, everyone knew that this was a tense moment for the world. The disliking was public knowledge. It's great to see that the Green family has taken this seriously, although frankly, I was hoping to see Logan himself. Russ looked at Vicky, mostly ignoring Jake. Am I not good enough? Jake replied, and was doing his best to keep his anger in. I didn't say that. Both of you are certainly good enough for the Green family. However, I believe I also invited the Blade family to this event as well. You know, I don't regard you as part of the Blade family. Russ was clearly addressing Vicky. I hope a true Blade will also attend. I must have missed the meeting which gave you any say who was or wasn't a Blade, Vicky replied sharply. But don't worry, one of them should also come. It wasn't common to see these figures all in one place. For starters, the Dampiers weren't even an officially recognized group, unlike the Red Vampires. To the humans and the other groups, both of these factions were seen as a nuisance to their goal. In the end, the other factions were, in some way, just looking out for the humans. Whereas these two groups had their own agenda and cared more about that than what the general populace wanted, which was why all of the reporters and news channels were going crazy. The event was trending on online platforms more than it had ever been. The Chained were a hot topic, but just a wedding like this wouldn't be so big if it weren't for the people who were arriving as guests. And now we know that another Blade will be coming. I wonder who it will be, AJ thought. Clicker had directed the other guests to their respective lodgings. The staff then informed them about what they could do in the room and where they could go. Of course, the Chained were treating them like guests and wanted them to enjoy their time here, so there weren't many restrictions on their end. However, the reporters were still outside. They, too, would be given a place to stay, but they were a second priority to the Chained, and they continued to point their cameras and drones towards the sky, waiting for a ship to approach, but none had arrived. Clicker clicked his fingers, planning to send both Vicky and Jake away. They were the last of the guests that had arrived so far, but nothing occurred when he clicked his fingers. The two were still standing there in front of him, and Jake just had a large smile on his face. The Green family has been cooperating with the Chained for now, Jake said. And although I trust you guys to do nothing to me, I can't say the same for my mother. Did you think we wouldn't have some countermeasures against your ability and would let you just teleport us away? It was unexpected, and Clicker didn't know what to do as he looked at Russ for an answer. Of course, this little problem had caused the reporters to move their cameras back towards Jake. What Jake is saying makes a lot of sense. Clicker could have always teleported the two to separate areas. Then, with the rest of the Chained, he could attack Vicky Blade. But the Chained would never do that. Their leader just said on the way he recognized Vicky Blade more as a Green than as a Blade. And he knows better not to harm Logan Green's wife. AJ thought, which was why he was interested. Jake should know all of this, so perhaps he was antagonizing them for a different reason. That or he was just close to the Blade family as well, being a son from the two families. It is fine. It looks like the last guest might arrive at another time, and I will come here and welcome him personally when he arrives. In the meantime, I can take you to your room personally and give you a tour, Russ explained. To this, Jake smiled, and Clicker did his job of getting rid of the rest. Russ was doing as said, giving both Jake and Vicky an almost personal tour of the whole area. There certainly was a beautiful theme throughout the place because of the wedding day. In particular, Jake noticed the use of red roses. They looked beautiful, but the vast amount of red roses was drastic, to say the least. They spiraled up pillars along with the floors and were nearly in front of every venue. You must have every red rose on earth here, Jake shouted in surprise. It looks beautiful. Vicky couldn't help but tell the truth. It seems you must really care for your wife. Of course, Russ answered immediately. Only the best for my future bride-to-be, and I chose what I thought suited her the most. Don't you think these red roses have formed a sea of blood? The two of them looked at Jessica for answers, and she didn't know what to say. She had never seen someone go through so much effort for her. But, I know. He doesn't really like me. I can tell. This is all appearance for the others and the TV. It really is beautiful, thank you, Russ, Jessica replied with a smile. She thought about what the mysterious stranger had said to her early and about seeing everyone today. It made it clear to her just how important her role was. The guests enjoyed the resort as if it was a 5-star hotel, and the Chained catered to their every need. The reporters during this time were also able to enjoy the facilities, and each person was able to film who they wished, apart from Russ. So instead, they were trying to get answers from the likes of the Vampire Corps, Pure, and the other groups. However, for AJ, none of this was good enough. He didn't want to get what anyone else could get. His stream had to be special. That blade. It would be good to look at who will arrive. Maybe I should try to get out of the resort and go back to the landing dock to see them first. I would have to sneak or run past the chained. Even if I'm caught, I doubt they would hurt me, he thought while standing by an open window and staring at the bright sky. But just then, he suddenly frowned. He had heard a noise. To be more specific, it was of someone crying. After a moment of consideration, he swiftly ran without using the drones, not to make it obvious. And then, as he came closer to the sobbing noise in one of the large hallways, he came to a halt and peeked around a corner. Here he saw the sunlight shining down upon a certain individual wearing a red dress, and it didn't take him long to recognize who this person was. If this person were in a crowd, she would be the first to get noticed, but right now she was on her own, and from her state it was clear that she had been crying for some time now. "What are you doing, Jessica? Get it together. You have to marry this person," the person said to herself, and she was indeed Jessica. You have to not care about your own feelings and forget about them." Seeing this sight, AJ didn't know what to think, but he clearly understood that. This girl clearly wasn't happy. His habit, in the end, got the better of him as he decided to film this scene. He zoomed in, capturing her teary face. But it had just been a few seconds when he began to film when he heard a loud bang out of nowhere. What was that? AJ thought, instinctively lowering his head and going fully on alert. On the other hand, Jessica had a similar reaction as panic spread across her face. Quickly, AJ peeked out of a nearby window and saw multiple ships approaching the area. Before he could react, an announcement rang throughout the resort. "Please do not be alarmed. Someone woke up on the wrong side of the bed and chose to attack us. But please don't worry. The chained will handle it without any hassle." He noticed about 5 medium-sized vessels when looking out the window, which meant the enemies numbered around 200. It wasn't a small attack force, and it was indeed a surprise. But with the people here, AJ wondered who was brave enough to initiate an attack. Running through the resort, AJ wanted to get in the best position to film, but he noticed many in the resort, including the servants, weren't even fazed by the sudden arrival of unknown enemies. While taking a moment to catch his breath, AJ stopped to ask one of the nearby servants why they weren't scared or worried. "Why would we need to be? The chained are strong, and you know that. They have many enemies throughout the world, and they get attacked multiple times by different factions. Also, this time I feel we might even get to see our leader fight." Hearing this, AJ rushed outside and saw that Clicker and 4 other members of the chained were indeed already out. And in front of them was the leader, Russ, himself. Well, Jake commented from his room's window. "Will you look at that? It seems that the chained will put on a little show for us, and I think we will see how much of a help they can be to us." In the past, the originals were a world-renowned group. There were 2 meanings to this word. They were the ones who originally had the power, and later on, they taught their abilities to the whole world. The second were the ones who, during the Dalki War, decided to keep their powers to themselves and did not share them with the public. The second definition of originals became more apparent later on as they grew with power. These secretive groups would become some of the strongest factions, families, and travelers. And with how much time has passed, the world now thought they had access to every ability so far. Even from the other originals who had tried to keep their abilities secret. Perhaps the former didn't know how to teach or use the ability of the other originals, but they knew of them. However, this all changed when the world came to know of the existence of the chained. Although their abilities perhaps wouldn't be classified as the strongest, they certainly had original and interesting abilities that the world had yet to see. At the same time, some were strong, incredibly strong, and they were the reason behind the rise of the chained in terms of power and prestige. There are still many powers within the chained that we don't know about. Today will be an exciting day indeed, AJ thought. Although he wasn't the only reporter filming the scene, he was the only one who had risked his life and had left the establishment to take a close-up footage of the incoming battle. Almost everyone invited to the resort was now witnessing what was about to occur. All of them were standing at the edge of the large windows to see everything clearly. because the chained were not the aggressors in this situation, and with the people and the reporters present at the scene, they had the right to defend themselves from this attack, which was why no one was going to interfere in the ensuing fight. The audience could see Clicker stepping up. He snapped his fingers a few times, and each time he would, someone would teleport beside him. These new arrivals were 4 men and 1 female, clad in beast armors. They all had a distinctive look. Each of them had a smile plastered over their face as if they were excited to face the enemy. What was surprising about the whole thing, though, was that Russ, the leader of the Chained, was also out on the field. The area was surrounded by mostly forested land. And after a few moments, Clicker snapped his finger for one last time and brought over another person on top of the other 5. This person immediately put his hands on the ground, and it suddenly began to shake. The whole forest, from trees to pebbles, everything began to move to the side. Everyone knew this was the Earth ability, but the scene itself was amazing. Giant landmasses, even bigger than the whole resort, were being displaced by one person. The forest parted as the ability pushed the trees to the side, revealing dark soil underneath. It seems like the Chained also has normal ability users, AJ commented. And they can't be weak if they can move that large amount of earth. But there's something strange about this. Why is it so slow? Although the landmass was moving, it was moving at a slow speed. It was as if a low Earth ability user was making a move but had a high amount of MC cells, and this didn't make sense based on all their knowledge so far. Or perhaps it was just a talented person with a high amount of MC cells who didn't quite know how to use the ability yet. Either way, it wasn't important, and it seemed even more so since Clicker clicked his fingers to make the man disappear. The hunters are here today to get the large bounty on your head. A loud voice boomed from the ship leading the enemies. It looked most impressive and was clearly the most powerful amongst them. We've been planning this for a long time, and what better time and day to do it than today? The whole world will be our witness. The hunters are a strong faction that rather than prioritizing hunting beasts, go for bounties instead. They go primarily for bounties on criminals and the like. AJ reported to his viewers. Due to him being directly on the field and recording a closer view of the action, most viewers had switched to his reporting channel. Although there is no public bounty out there on the Chained heads or the Chained leader as they are an officially recognized group, the Chained are infamous for their past actions and covering up a lot of their wrongdoings. This has caused many underground and private groups to put bounties on the individual members of the group. And those bounties are most likely these hunters' goals. Amongst the people whom Clicker had brought out on the field was a young woman with a dark skin tone and large frizzled hairstyle. However, what seemed most striking from her appearance were her pupils. They were white, as if she was straight out of a horror movie. Her name was Fizzle, and she also had the least amount of armor on her. In fact, it looked like she was wearing nothing at all apart from what was on her legs. The beast armor made her legs appear twice the size and was glowing with a strange blue energy. It was a demon tier piece of equipment which the others in the group also possessed. During the First Dalki War, the discovery of beasts was short-lived, and it was the same as demon tier beasts. As time went on, people discovered and passed down demon tier beasts, armors, and other legendary tier items such as this. Rather than using her legs like many expected, Fizzle just placed her hands out to the side. Many expected something spectacular to happen, like the ships suddenly falling out of the sky, but no such thing ensued. In the end, as usual, it was Clicker who had acted. He snapped his fingers, though it wasn't to teleport the ship but to teleport someone from the group. And in the next moment, a man, garbed in gladiator-like armor with a red feather helmet on his head, appeared right below the incoming ships. He then raised both of his hands, and immediately, 2 of the ships lost control and crashed to the ground as if an invisible force had hit them. It was a heavy explosion as the ships slammed into the ground and turned into hundreds of metal pieces, creating craters on the surface. All this happened so swiftly that those 2 ships didn't even get to use their thrusters to escape. Shocked by this, the other ships moved and instantly began to descend. This was the only viable option because the man in front of them could simply swat them into the ground as if they were flies. On the other side, Clicker was getting ready to move him into position but decided not to snap his fingers. When the ship landed, Masses of people began to step out and were prepared to fight, although they had already lost plenty of their morale after witnessing the strength of the man. Still, the hunter's leader, who was at the very front, spread out his hand, and with it, a solid form of blue lighting went out directly toward the lone man who had destroyed the two ships. The man who stood out on his own and was part of the chain went by the name of Locke. Upon seeing the incoming attack, he simply folded his arms. The hunter's faction leader was originally a strong lightning user from the Greylash family. Before I say anything else, I want to remind you that not all lightning users are part of the Greylash family, and some have even defected from that group, just like this person. AJ commented. It was clear to see how and why, with such a strong ability and being able to use it efficiently, this person had become the leader of a strong bounty hunting faction and where they had gotten their confidence from. Still, Locke wasn't scared, and just then, another man appeared beside him. He had a square face and went by the name Cube. At the perfect moment, just as the lightning was about to hit, Cube swung his arm, and the lighting suddenly got reflected and turned towards the hunters. In doing so, the lighting strike went directly to the large group of people and pierced a member of the hunters. And because of its intensity, the lightning bolt struck 5 others next to him, hurting and injuring them on the spot. "Return now," Russ said, walking over with the others following him. "Today is meant to be a joyous day, and I do not wish to get my hands bloody." The hunter's leader looked nervous, but he knew he had the advantage in numbers, even with 2 of his ships being destroyed. But there was one thing making him hesitate, and it was the fact that the leader of the Chained had yet to act. "I never thought we could beat the Chained, but I at least thought we could have put up a good fight. Show how strong we were and get some recognition and extra gold. But we have already lost a lot of people." Seeing his men physically in pain next to him and by his own lightning bolt no less made it, so he had to decide. "We will retreat," he hollered. Not knowing all abilities of the Chained was a significant disadvantage to them. He had initially thought that his lightning powers would have given him the upper hand, but it was now useless because the enemy could simply reflect the lightning strike towards his people. As the hunters retreated, it looked like Russ was keeping his word, as he did nothing but watch the aggressors leave and enter their ships. They then flew up, and it looked like they were ready to run from the Chained faction gladly. The reporters were a little disappointed that they didn't get to see more fighting, but were still a bit satisfied that they could film something interesting. The ships hovered for a bit as they were ready to power through to head back to where they went until both of the ships turned towards the main ship. There was a sudden silence on the field, and as everyone held their breaths, the ships suddenly zoomed right into each other and caused a giant explosion in the sky. This scene left everyone witnessing the incident wondering what had happened and just what other powers were the Chained hiding. Looking outside the ship's windows, Quinn could tell that the Earth that he once knew looked quite different from before. Back then, few satellites surrounded the Earth. Later, most of them were destroyed by the Dalki in order to sabotage the humans in the war. This situation forced humans to create and rely on different technologies if another threat like the Dalki might appear. After 1,000 years since the Great War, Earth now has many layers of defenses. For one, there were fleets of ships that would just encircle the Earth. The spaceships were in different colors and flew just to specific zones. One such group of spaceships had a green tint on them. They also clearly had several other weapons on board and were equipped with mechs. It didn't take much to speculate that the Green family owned this fleet. As for the other ships, the technology didn't seem too far behind. But the material was a hard blue, almost looking like a flying crystal of some sort. It was a material Quinn couldn't recognize, nor had he seen before. He couldn't help but assume that people most likely discovered this material in the vampire or beast planet solar system during his slumber. Even during his time, it looked like humans were still discovering new things about the beast solar system, and now they had the vampire solar system as well. At the same time, there were large round objects that looked a little bit like small planets. However, they were clearly artificial, made of different types of material and more. "I guess this would have made it difficult for us to approach Earth. There are so many defense forces set up," Quinn commented. "Correct," Lucia answered. "This is why we needed someone in high ranking like Andy to take us there. I don't doubt your strength, but I imagine that space battle is a different story compared to 1,000 years ago." Even though Pure and the Green family don't see eye to eye, the space division of both groups rarely fights against each other, since they are a force set up to protect Earth if an unknown third party ever attacks it. Something else, like what? Aliens? Peter chuckled. Maybe, Lucia replied back, not finding the former's words amusing. You could consider the beasts that we discover on each of these planets as aliens. New types of beasts and demon-tier beasts are discovered all the time, and that's only from the 3 solar systems that we know. There could be more out there. Although Pure and Green are fighting for Earth and humanity, the last thing they want is Earth to be destroyed by an outside force. The ship headed straight for Earth, and a fleet from the green-colored ships surrounded the ship they were on, but it looked like the defensive spaceships did this to protect Andy from being attacked. And eventually, when their spaceship entered the Earth's atmosphere, Quinn noticed that a lot of the land had been developed, but not as a living area. The current Earth was now mostly covered with an endless number of military bases. They say they are fighting for the people, Quinn thought to himself, seeing this. Yet, every family that just lived on Earth for peace is now living off the planet. While thinking about the current state of the world, Quinn's eyes landed on a city that looked a bit more habitable, but the most eye-catching thing about it was also a spherical bubble enveloping it. The bubble itself was slightly see-through but would give off a green tint, and it looked like a force field of some sort. The city looked even more impressive because it was constructed above the ocean. Giant towers were rising out of the water, which then supported enormous platforms, and these platforms were the building blocks of the city. Then finally, there was the main building, which was taller than the others and was the most eye-catching because it had a giant energy ball constantly sparkling above it. It was like a beacon of light connected to the force field around it. It's a pretty eye-warming sight. This city is where you have been trying to get to, because this is where Logan Green lives, Lucia commented. There are only 2 places where humans can live on Earth if they aren't involved in the fighting. One of them is the system city which you're currently looking at. This city is from the mind of Logan Green. He's always looking for ways to expand it by researching ways to create an artificial landmass and for humans to live on large water bodies. The other is Pure Space, which has gone for a similar but unique idea called Moving City. You'll see why it's called that if you ever visit it. Since both of their leaders live there, it's the most protected place on Earth, and that's why everyone considers it to be the safe haven of this planet. So far, none of these cities have experienced an actual attack. Pure and Green are not enemies. You can consider them as 2 political groups with extremists on either side. At least that is how it is to the public. Some believe that once one side gets regional dominance over the other, this balance will instantly fall apart. Upon hearing her explanation, Quinn had a better understanding of the current situation, but it still made him wonder. What happened to Leo and Sarah, who had sworn to destroy Pure? Something big must have happened in the last millennia for Pure to get such a strong foothold on public opinion. The ship landed at the main vampire core base, which looked like the one on Mars, but it was far more extensive in scale. There looked to be around 10,000 or so vampires based here, which was a considerable amount. Quinn couldn't help but feel strange upon seeing so many vampires in one place, and the numbers were even more than that of a settlement. This sight confirmed one thing. There didn't seem to be a population problem for the vampires or humans anymore. Though one thing that didn't change even after 1,000 years was the atmosphere around the vampire bases. The bases have always had a dark vibe around them, and even the buildings were painted black, with a faint yellow glow coming from the crystals. Quinn was used to this, and he had no problem seeing everything with his powerful eyesight. However, instead of a tour or being welcomed, Quinn's group was almost secretly escorted through the buildings, and were not even allowed to interact with any other vampires until they reached an area that seemed like a docking spot for multiple ships. Looking around, the group noticed Andy had cleared the place off of any staff, and only he was present at the scene. Even the guards who had escorted them had turned around and left. "This is as far as I can take you," Andy said without any delay. "The ships here are currently recognized as one of our own. You can leave the base using any ship you wish, but I will report the ship as stolen after that. This way, anything you do once you have left won't be linked to us." Quinn nodded at Andy, who looked worried while handing over a key fob that the group would use to access the ship. "Quinn, I'm sorry I couldn't help more," Andy said. "But I hope you really do try to talk to them instead of fighting against them. Or maybe just kidnap Jessica? You should know about the Blade family, and I am sure you're also aware of their real strength. The Blade family is strong, and not even they were able to get rid of the Chained. The former even attempted to exterminate the Chained but failed, and in the end, they had no other choice but to let the latter settle down." Harding this did make Quinn wonder a little bit. The Chained was a group that was once captured by Hilston, and Syl, whom Quinn knew beforehand, if he's still alive today, should have been as strong as Hilston, if not stronger. Either something had happened to Syl, or Hilston was somehow able to capture people even stronger than he was. The situation was peculiar, to say the least. Also, from what Quinn had noticed of Jake Green and Vicky, he knew that the Chained would be strong. "What about you?" Quinn asked. "Will you be okay?" Although Andy wasn't helping him much, the man in front of him was still one of his closest friend's son. Thus, Quinn felt inclined to ask. "I am quite stronger than you know, and I am confident that I could even give you a run," Andy replied with a smile. "Although I lost that wrestling match, I haven't revealed all my cards. There is a reason why the Chained won't touch me. So don't worry about me. But take note of another thing. Many groups respect the Chained faction's power, and they might even do anything to stop you from succeeding. So it won't just be the Chained you are up against, and remember it's been 1,000 years since you went into slumber. Everyone had 1,000 years to get stronger while you were sleeping." The two shook hands before they left and mutually decided to wash off any bad blood they had behind them. Their paths will now take them in different directions. Boarding the ship, Mitchell was given the coordinates of their next destination. They would have to fly steadily and stealthily, maybe even stop multiple times so as not to make anyone suspicious of them. Either way, they would eventually get there. On board the ship, while trying to kill their time, they stumbled across the live streams taking place and following AJ's broadcast. They witnessed quite a few surprising sights. For one, Quinn had no idea that they had already captured Jessica. Still, it didn't change the fact that he was going there to talk to the Chained. And now, it just meant they needed to get there quicker. And while on the way, they witnessed the rest of the happenings at the resort. "That Agent 1, it's Chris from Pure. He's still alive?" Quinn frowned. 1,000 years to get stronger. I wonder how strong you have become. And they even mentioned there's someone from the Blade family coming as well. It looks like I might see a familiar face after all. The group was still currently traveling around Earth, making frequent stops whenever they sensed incoming trouble. It was so they wouldn't catch the attention of the other cities, Vampire Corp's bases and the other factions. It was a good thing Mitchell had come along with them, since he could use the information provided by Andy to let them avoid any trouble. Apparently, Andy had left them more than just the directions to where the Chained faction's base was. He also informed them of the routes all the Vampire Core base would have and the patrols they would do. It was something Mitchell understood well and had often performed during his time as a lieutenant in the Vampire Corps. Currently, the group had stopped over an inhabited piece of land. There had to be some nature and greenery for the Earth to remain habitable. So there were just, in general, protected areas where there would be next to no fighting. The whole group had deboarded and rested in one of these jungle-like areas known as the Amazon rainforest. They had camped close to a river where they could wash up and go over their following plans. "We'll be here for a few hours, so use this time to rest. We still have a day before the wedding, and I doubt anyone would expect us to come," Mitchell informed the others. "This place reminds me of where Arthur used to train all the time," Minnie said, sitting on a rock. She reminisced about the beast planet where she was raised and lived with her mother. Tears started to flow down her face, and it looked like there would be an outburst in a few seconds. "Minnie," Quinn called out with his arms folded. "Tears will do nothing. Remember this. If you don't want to cry in the future, then there is something you can do. Get stronger." Although Minnie was young, the world around her was full of conflicts and battles, even if it's been more than 1,000 years and even after what Quinn had sacrificed. He never thought she would need to protect herself with him around, but it looked like he was wrong about that. Also, giving her a goal to focus on would take her mind off of the past and even help her overcome the bad memories. Sure enough, it seemed to work as she wiped her tears off her cheeks and nodded with a look of determination. Since the group would be there for a couple of hours, Quinn did something that almost surprised everyone when he lifted his hand, and suddenly, as if out of the sky, a female dropped down, falling face first on the floor. Right? Quinn looked at his hand as if he had done something wrong because it was the first time taking someone out of the shadow lock one's body would come out limp like that. When standing up, Quinn could see that the person's body was covered in injuries and only now were they starting to heal. You brought her, Lucia shouted, not surprised by the wounds but the person who had appeared in front of them. I had my reasons, Quinn replied. She helped us out before, and she will continue to help us out now. We have someone from the Greylash family, the Vampire Corps, and now the Red Vampires as well. Information is essential, and each group has different information that we can use. She promised that she would follow us, and she will prove that by helping us out. He did get some intense stares from Lucia and Minnie, who no longer liked Hannah, but Quinn was more concerned about the wounds. Then it hit him. You didn't have anything to do with this? Did you, Ray? Quinn asked. I knew what you had planned, and I believe she wasn't up to the task. However, now she will be more willing to complete the task than before. Ray answered. Quinn could only imagine what had occurred inside, and was hoping his other two prisoners that the others didn't know about were all right. He had wanted to return the Dampiers but never quite found the right time. With Hannah now added to the group, they went through what they had planned to do. According to Mitchell, it was impossible to just arrive at the chained faction without getting detected. The other party would know that they were coming, so it would be useless even if Quinn was to put them all in his shadow. There were still two options: to approach from the front during the ceremony and hope that the chained would be open to a discussion. The other method would be to approach Jessica and try to get her out, but with that, they would be the target of the chained. If only we could convince Andy to help us, Lucia said while smacking her lips. Maybe then the chained would have been open for communication, and you could have just revealed who you are to them. But if we were to go now, claiming you were the hero Quinn, they would never meet with us. Then the second option will be best. The Red Vampires are already seen as enemies of everyone. So after you take Jessica back, then you can stay with us? Hannah said, stealing glances at Quinn, and every time she would turn her head away. Looking at her expression, the others noticed a tinge of blush across her cheeks. Either way, if the Red Vampires know who you are, they will all lay their lives for you. She couldn't even say his name, and the word got stuck in her throat every time she tried to pronounce it. It all felt surreal, but she had plenty of time earlier to get over her initial reaction upon learning whose shadow space she was trapped in. Haha. All of you forget that there is a third option, Peter said with his arms folded. We just take Jessica back and just kill anyone who tries to stop us. Killing bad uncle, Minnie shouted. Okay. We beat them until they no longer want Jessica. Those who knew of the chain thought it was a crazy idea, including Mitchell, who didn't hesitate to speak up. Look, I do not doubt that Quinn is probably the strongest existence on this planet at this moment, Mitchell started. However, the chained aren't just strong because of one person or ability. They are some of the best known for synchronizing the use of their abilities, and we would be going right into their home. With just us, I don't think we could forcefully get Jessica. The others glanced at Quinn, waiting for his response. We have enough power with just us as a group. Honestly, it would have been best to have gone to Logan Green first if possible, but this is a more urgent matter for now. Either way, I have a couple of trump cards up my sleeve, and you are one of them. Quinn pointed towards Mitchell. At first, Mitchell was surprised by this. Him? A trump card of the legendary hero Quinn? Sure, he was a strong vampire that could perhaps go up against the weakest member of the chained, but that was it. You have my energy inside of you, just like Peter has. You are already stronger than before. Quinn replied in a matter-of-factly way. With still some time left, the group decided to use this as an opportunity to assess Mitchell. Esciently, it was to help him get used to the celestial energy from within, just like Peter had done. When trying to use the energy, Peter said that he had an image in his head, and his body transformed to suit that image. If we assume that the same is with you, you should be able to do something as well. Quinn explained. They had already tried to differentiate the different energies, and it was easy to do with Quinn there. He could suppress the red energy, so Mitchell only felt the celestial energy. After that, Mitchell just had to find the celestial energy himself, which didn't take long. "Well, here it goes," Mitchell said as he started to gather the energy, and almost immediately, a red glow began to emit from his body. Boom! The transformation was over, and he was lying on the floor on his knees, grabbing his arm. While in front of him, where a green forest was just a second ago, nothing existed as far as eyes to see. "I'm starting to think that Peter's plan might actually work," Hannah commented, breaking the awkward silence. 1666, Haunting Past. Celestial energy was undoubtedly a powerful tool, at least in a way to power dedicated followers, as the energy amplified their strength hugely. However, there were a few differences between when Mitchell transformed and when Peter transformed. For one, the level of strength. Even when Quinn gave the same amount of celestial points as he did Peter, Mitchell didn't have the same strength as Peter. This was tested later on after Mitchell had some time to rest. The two of them fought, and there was a clear winner. It looked like the base strength of the person still had a significant impact as well. That also brought up another matter. Mitchell also needed time to recover after transforming, which Peter did not, even if Mitchell wasn't hurt in battle. Just the change in his body seemed to cause pain all over. It was hard to tell whether this was due to Peter being a white or because Peter's body was able to hold more energy. The reason for thinking this was because Peter's body could hold more energy. There was a point when Quinn was giving out celestial energy to the two, and Mitchell claimed it hurt too much, to the point where he could no longer move because he was attempting to hold the celestial energy within. Mitchell seemed to struggle after 6 points of crystal energy, whereas for Peter, at the moment they hadn't found that limit. I guess this is why Celestials can't just make dedicated followers and give them a load of energy to power them up. Perhaps there is a chance that some people can't hold it at all and would just die. I have to be careful with this energy when I still don't know a lot about it. Quinn thought. It looked like the testing had come to an end, but the group still had a little time left before Mitchell had to set off, and in the meantime he was just resting, recovering from the transformation and fighting. "Daddy!" Minnie suddenly shouted as she jumped off the rock and ran across the floor, kicking up small stones and not caring what sight she left behind. She soon leapt up and jumped into Quinn's arms as he grabbed her. "Can you give me that strange power as well?" Minnie had been there for everything, the explanation and more, and it seemed like she had caught on that Quinn could give these powers to others as well. "If I get one of those tattoos, it means I will be closer to Daddy, and you can give me powers as well, right?" Minnie asked. I mean, that's technically correct, but there are a lot of risks as well, Minnie. Quinn tried to explain. "For instance, if I die, then that means everyone with a marking will end up dying as well, and maybe people will hurt you if they recognize the making of the energy inside of you." Minnie folded her arms and turned her head away from Quinn. "Why is Daddy so stupid sometimes?" Minnie complained. "You said you would protect me, and I always need to travel with you, right? Wouldn't it make sense to give me the marking to make me stronger? That way I can protect myself. And if anyone can kill you, then the whole world is doomed anyway. You're the hero who will kill the bad guy if the hero dies. Then the story ends." Quinn wanted to say more, but when he started to think about it, he realized that Minnie perhaps had a point. Maybe it did make sense for him to give her some celestial points. She seemed to be a strong vampire for whatever reason. She didn't smell like a noble, but certainly was as strong as one and as fast. Perhaps even faster. This meant when she did evolve, she had the potential to become incredibly strong, but Quinn never wanted or planned to use her in such a way. "It's not fair," Minnie said, this time looking at Quinn with her eyes a little watery, causing them to reflect a little and seem bigger than they were. "Damn it! How can I ever win to eyes like that?" Quinn said, as he gave in and placed his hand on top of her head. It didn't take long, and soon, Minnie could feel a burning sensation on the back of her neck as the symbol that Quinn had chosen, with Ray's help, appeared. Huh. Why is it on the back of my neck? I can't see it. I can't see it. Minnie shouted. You promise it's there, right? The marking. I really have one. In order for Quinn to prove it, he decided to transfer celestial energy over to Minnie, but unlike the others where he would test on them, he had just given her a single point of celestial energy. Feeling the energy inside herself, Minnie wanted to test and see what she would transform into. But just then, a beeping noise was heard coming from Mitchell's watch. It's time, guys, and this is the last stop. So we will be heading straight towards the destination. With the expanded routes, we should arrive there midday. Mitchell explained. The long flight was due to the course they were taking, not going directly there while also avoiding all the flight paths of the other places, which was why it would still take an entire day. Traveling at a breakneck speed would also just cause the raiders to go off at each of the bases. Seeing how everyone was getting prepared for training, Lucia, who was in the main console alone with Quinn, finally saw that it was her chance to go forward. She slowly walked forward, and of course, Quinn could hear the sound of the footsteps. Quinn, Lucia called out softly, regretting approaching him midway. I have a question. Hearing this, Quinn let out a big sigh. I'm sorry, Lucia. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I don't know what will happen if I do. Taken aback by Quinn's response, Linda decided to hear him out. Right? I can't give you some of my powers like I did the others. Now, this is going to sound strange, but it's not because you are a vampire, but at the same time, it's also because you're not a vampire. Quinn said, placing his finger on his chin, confused by his own words. What I mean is, the others, vampires, have stronger bodies than humans, and the energy I give them, I'm not sure if it can be contained in a human. On top of that, they have lived really long lives. If I was to give you the marking and I was to go the next day, your life would be over. I know you want to help, but I think you can start to live your own life after you find yourself a little, Quinn said with a smile, a little proud of himself for getting himself out of that situation. Quinn, although I am a bit interested in your powers. That wasn't what I was going to ask. Lucia clarified. I wanted to ask you, I knew you were important when we met with Xenon, and when you told me you were an original. But I never knew that you would be the great hero Quinn himself. Honestly, I haven't even had the time to process it all or thank you for everything you have done, so that we can live our lives. This is why please forgive me for being selfish, but I wanted to ask you, and I know it's a long shot. But do you know about my family's great-grandfather? Our pride, Robin Greylash. Immediately, images of the dojo, where Quinn had seen pictures of the man in Lucia's house, flashed through his head, and it was too hard for Quinn to hide as his face dropped. It showed that he knew something, and Lucia wasn't going to like the answer. You deserve to know the truth. I know Robin Greylash, and I was the one that killed him. The first thing that came to Lucia's mind was that this had to be a joke. It was so surreal. It wasn't that she had a close connection to Robin Greylash. She didn't even know him. But it was something that their family had been wondering about for years. It was never quite clear how he had managed to die or what had happened to him. They just knew the downfall of the Greylash family. Her part of the Greylash family started then. Since she had heard of this from her family so much, the family's obsession had somewhat become her obsession. To finally find out the answer, by some accident, it didn't feel real, which is why she chose to think of it as a joke. But looking at Quinn's face, it didn't seem to be. On top of that, Lucia started to think, when has she ever seen the person in front of her lie? Apart from the lies that were made to cover up his identity, Quinn just wasn't that type of person, at least not to lie or joke like this when it was a serious moment. What do you mean? Lucia eventually said, taking a step back, thinking that there might have been more to this than she realized. Are you actually against the Greylash faction? Or maybe Robin betrayed the Greylash and you had to get rid of him? Hearing all these things, Quinn shook his head. I will explain myself. Robin was a great man is the first thing I want you to know, and although I was the one behind his death, I had no choice. Quinn answered. Back then, the cursed faction that I was in control of were looking for demon tier weapons that could help us in the war. There was one that was located on a Greylash planet, and Robin was sent to aid us. The demon-tier beast we came across was quite a strong one. It had the ability to control and take over Beast's mind, and not only beasts but also humans. The demon-tier beast had taken complete control over Robin at the time and was using him as some type of vessel. He was so strong, one of the hardest enemies I had faced. The item was retrieved thanks to him, and it helped out the cursed faction and the whole world. I had no choice but to dash. Enough! Lucia shouted, interrupting Quinn mid-sentence. I understand. You don't need to tell me anymore. I understand what happened. Thank you. Thank you for telling me this, Lucia said as she walked off and left Quinn to his own in the room. Well, looks like you really know how to let upset a girl, Ray commented. Did I do anything wrong? I just told her the truth, Quinn replied. Well, it's kinda how you delivered it, and you have to think of her feelings as well in all of this. You knew this was her lifelong mission. She probably thought that she had to kill the person or go for vengeance etc. But now she's found out that there was nothing behind it. Anyway, you just need to be better at talking to girls. Otherwise, you might end up staying a virgin forever. Quinn's face went bright red at that moment. What are you on about? You weren't even with me the whole time. And I have had plenty of chances, and how can you know anything about that? You're a dragon. Please, I know your type, and I did have a family if you remember. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here today, you numbskull. Leaving the conversation where it was and seeing the night sky out, Quinn decided to try and get some sleep for the first time in a while. After all, there was a chance that tomorrow would be a big day. Lucia was in the sleeping quarters on the ship. Due to its small size, there were just several bunk beds in one room. However, the others didn't seem to be present, either in the dining room together or somewhere else. While Quinn was sleeping in the command room, the ship was on autopilot, and Mitchell would just come to check on it once in a while anyway. The great big mystery solved just like that, Lucia thought to herself, lying down. I left this place, feeling that I might discover something for myself, get stronger and bring back glory to my family name. So when I walked the streets, the Greylash members could say I actually deserved my place. I can still do that. Right, I can still do that. There is no shame in how Robin went. To the great hero in the middle of fighting a demon-tier beast. It sounded like a strong one as well. It was safe to say that Lucia's mind was currently everywhere. She couldn't decide what to focus on or to do next. She didn't have any family or kids, and no one expected anything of her. Right now, she was also traveling with perhaps the most famous person in the world. Wait, that's right. Are you going crazy, Lucia? You're with the hero Quinn, and even now you're going to meet the Chained. To save someone who you do know. For now, I'll just focus on one thing at a time, and that's saving Jessica. Thinking about this, Lucia realized that she needed to get stronger. Grabbing her spear, she started to think of ways to improve herself. Heat could be felt on Quinn's face, causing him to finally open his eyes. When he did, he could see that the spaceship was still flying, but at the same time there was a time till the destination, 1 hour. I really did sleep for a long time, huh? I guess I haven't slept even a bit since I woke up, Quinn thought to himself. Well, look at you, Peter said, standing next to him. This reminds me of those 1,000 years, where I stood here and you slept. Since you slept for a 1,000 years, I thought you would stay awake for a 1,000 years. I don't think that's how it works, Hannah commented, now also in the command room. Then how does it work? Why can I just stay awake forever? Peter replied, which caused people to raise their eyebrows. Hearing Peter's comment made Quinn realize why he had been staying awake. It was because he was a little scared. Sacred to the fact that the last time he had slept, so much time had passed, so much had changed, he had to have unconsciously been trying to avoid sleep, and with his body being somewhat unique, it didn't even feel like he needed it. Okay, so we are nearly at our destination, and before we arrive, I just wanted to go through some information about the chain just in case we have to go with Peter's plan. Mitchell reluctantly said. There are many powers in the chained that we don't know about, but there are those that we do know. I've noted the individuals that we need to look out for. Whenever the chained have a tough job or mission, they send out their elite squad. Mitchell then went on to show the recent video of the fighting that had taken place yesterday at the chained establishment, freezing the screen each time one of them was mentioned. The first person is known as Clicker. He has the ability to teleport things, items, people, and anything at a great distance with a click of his fingers. Honestly, no one knows the limit of his abilities because we don't know where these people or things come from or how his ability works. We just know it's linked to teleportation. Although by himself he doesn't sound dangerous, the other members can utilize their abilities well, which brings me onto the next person, Locke. Locke has the power to control gravity in an area to some degree, and as you can see, it's not limited to touch. The video continued showing Locke suddenly smashing the two ships down out of the sky. However, it made Quinn think, although these were indeed abilities that he hadn't faced and weren't common, there had to be a reason why Hillston Blade hadn't selected them. It was also why even after watching the video, he couldn't feel the same fear as he did when watching them. There then is Kin. Mitchell continued. His ability is known as Counter. His ability varies because it depends on what is thrown at him in the first place, but essentially whatever is thrown at him, he can throw back at others, including Vampire Aura and more. On top of that, please remember that all of these guys have high-level equipment, even at the Demon tier level. As for the last three, I left them because it is unknown what exactly their abilities are, but they always still come out as a group. There is Fizzle, the female of the group, who seemingly is always doing something but not what others can see. Her hands are held out each time. There then is a man known as Cube who has yet to act publicly. There are too many rumors to count what his ability is to the point where we can't even guess. Then there is Russ, the leader of the Chained. Despite how many times his ability has been used on camera, no one can still figure out what it is. The scene of the planes turning and crashing into each other was then shown, and it only confirmed to the others that Peter's plan wasn't the best plan to go ahead with. When looking at Peter, he answered, "I'm ready." As confident as ever. It was finally time for the big day. The day that everyone had been waiting for. Not just for those who were currently at and in the chained establishment, but also for all of those tuning in online. At 9 a.m., all reporters were ready, having switched on their cameras, ready to not miss a single thing. Many of them were disappointed already by the viewing figures they had received when the chain group were attacked because AJ had gotten all of the best shots, being able to run down directly to the ground where the fighting was taking place. Also, able to run and get good shots as each scene was happening. While most were filled with excitement for the big day, one person was filled with dread. Looking in the mirror, Jessica started to slap her face. The maids that would usually help her had already been in her room for an hour. They made sure everything about her was perfect and not a single strand of hair would be left on its own. "You look beautiful, Miss Jessica. The whole world will be able to see just how stunning you are." The head maid of the group, who was a little older than the rest, stated. "I know this might not have been exactly what you were hoping for, but you should try to think of the positives." It was then that the two maids who were doing Jessica's eye makeup moved out of the way. When looking at herself in the mirror again, she couldn't believe who she was seeing. It was as if she was a different person. The colors that had been chosen had brought out her two different colored eyes. A feature that she usually shied away from was now being accepted. For the first time, she kind of liked being different compared to everyone else. At that moment, the doors swung in again and 5 heavily suited people in beast armor and wearing beast weapons came from the door. There were 2 females and 3 males. They were core members of the Chained, judging by how confident they walked in and how the maids reacted as they nervously bowed their heads. The one standing at the front, a shorter female with red hair, stated why they were there. "We will be your escorts to the wedding. Not that we are expecting anything to happen to you, but just in case you get cold feet or are thinking of escaping, we will be by your side at all times instead of those maids." Jessica knew that she had somewhat been given the Chained B team to look after her. These guys were all strong, but they weren't part of the main force that would be with Russ nearly at all times. It meant they were treating her quite seriously and of course, she would have no chance of running away at all. Even if she did, perhaps she wouldn't last a second against these lot. When the Vampire Corps General arrived here, I knew that my fate was sealed. "You don't have to worry about anything," Jessica replied. Her only hope was that maybe the general that the vampire core that had been sent would be able to talk and maybe negotiate a new deal. When that didn't happen, she had lost all hope of ever being saved from something like this. There was no longer someone with enough influence to get her out of this that would care for her. Honestly, the vampire core unit has already tried and has done enough. I understand them, Jessica thought. All she could do now was wait. In the middle of the night, the Hounsard guests had heard a lot of noise, and now that they were heading to the location where the wedding would be taking place, they could understand why. For just outside the establishment, where the chained had a small battle, it was transformed. There was beautifully laid out cut grass greenery that wasn't there before, and they had even made a large river right behind a giant arch made of red roses. The river was so large it looked like a wedding was taking place by the sea. At the same time, down the aisle it was also filled and scattered with red roses that seemed to be somewhat stuck down, as the wind wasn't even moving the petals. Then on either side, countless round tables for the guests to sit on. The area was more than large enough to fill the 200 guests that would be attending the wedding. The chained, reporters, and honored guests. Currently, the honored guests were being escorted by the maids and butlers of the enormous establishment. It seemed all the workers of the large shopping mall-like place were there to aid the wedding for the day. As for where the group was being led, it was a table right out at the front so they could see everything. "They are a little brave, aren't they?" General Fiswell of the Vampire Corps commented. "I mean to put us all close together like this. Just the walk over here was intense enough as it was." Agent 1, Chris couldn't help but laugh at this comment. It's a joyous wedding day that's being broadcasted to the whole world. If anyone was to cause a scene here, they would lose the public's favor, and besides, it's not like any of us have strong disfavor to this wedding. Chris looked at the blonde damper by his side when saying these words. The two locked eyes for a second before she eventually folded her arms and turned away. This seemed to be a sign that she wouldn't act out. "It looks like the young damper can control herself," Jake commented, since she had lashed out at the last meeting. "We have made a deal now. We had no deal before." When the damper said these words, she couldn't stare at Fiswell, and even when taking their seats, she quickly changed her name tag, so she would be sitting next to Chris and not close to the vampire. "Oh, you truly have hurt my feelings." Fiswell smiled, noticing her little actions. "Please remember that the bride is a vampire as well. So control yourself when you see her." It looked like the damper wanted to say something, but she said nothing as she continued to look away and looked straight at the rose arch. While looking around at the table, Jake noticed two things. One was the name of the damper, which was Flora. Then he also noticed that there was an empty seat. It had no name, but just the word Blade on it. "We sent them the message, and they still haven't arrived. They said they would send someone, but I don't know who will come." Soon, more of the chains started to come out as they went to their assigned tables, and unlike before, when the others were walking around the establishment, all of them had beast gear on, as if they were ready for battle any second now. "Wow, it looks like I was the only one that dressed up thinking we were going to a wedding," Fiswell commented. "I made an effort as well," Chris said. "I wore a shirt today. Usually I just come to these things shirtless. It's freer." With how many enemies the chained hand, and with what happened yesterday, the reporters thought they had good reason to come out in beast gear. Most of the reporters were standing off to the side filming everything while hosts and co-hosts sat down in their seats. Still, the main group and couple had yet to come out, but everything else was ready. Food and drinks were set on the table, and guests were told they were allowed to eat for now. Jake and AJ watched everyone and everything closely when they both noticed a bit of a commotion going on at a table not too far away from where they were. "I can tell you what they're saying if you want." Fiswell smiled. "Remember, I can hear them even if they are whispering. They said a ship has arrived and they're claiming to be from the Blade family." The spaceship was soon permitted to land, and it landed on the same spot where all the guests had arrived the other day, which was quite a distance from the wedding venue. Most of the reporters guessed who could have arrived, and after hearing the conversation, they felt like it could only be one. Some even got up, and the others also wanted to follow them. "Stop!" A loud and forceful yell from a large man boomed across the scene, leaving the sheets covering blown away in the aftermath. Everyone, including all the reporters, are advised to stay here and not wander off. The guests will soon be directed to their seats and the ceremony will commence soon. A reporter ignored the warning and attempted to move, and as he did, the large man turned his head, opening his mouth, letting out some sort of sonic blast. The people standing close to the man, including the ones from the chained, covered their ears. Still, it didn't help much as many of them were bleeding, and only a few who were better at chi could shield themselves from any injury. Unfortunately for the reporter that moved, he was knocked off his feet, and his whole body skidded across the floor. The reporter quickly got up from the ground and didn't look like he was majorly hurt. Even he was surprised as he turned to the others, but he soon nearly burst into tears as he realized what had procured. My equipment, my watch, and the drones, they are all destroyed. How will I record now? The reporter despaired. The large man went for the cameras and other pieces of equipment. Somehow this member of the chained was skillfully able to use his powers to target just the equipment. Seeing this, the reporters decided to do as they were asked and returned to their positions. In some ways, now that they were unable to film the event, the reporter's career would now end. One of the biggest events in history, and because of a mess-up, their news channel wouldn't be able to report it. He would no longer be a reporter after today, and the reporter himself also seemed to know it. Damn it! That other one was too fast. The large man grunted as he slightly stretched his jaw, opening and closing it for a bit. The others heard what he said and wondered what had happened. However, a few of the reporters had already seen it. It was AJ. While the commotion was going on, when the man had let out his deadly scream, he had used that opportunity to run past and get to the other areas. Seeing how they knew someone was coming, a different group of the chained was there to greet the bald. And amongst them was one of the central figures, Clicker. Clicking his fingers, he and 5 others were at the ship's docking area, ready to greet the person who was about to arrive. It was a good thing I got here before Clicker teleported here. Otherwise, they might have noticed me. AJ sighed in relief as he continued to use his micro camera placed around his head like a bandana, and was always with him to record everything. At the moment, he was sneaking behind the other ships as he recorded what was going on. The spaceship had finally descended and, stepping out, was not one, but surprisingly 3 figures of the Blade family. The Blade family have been going toe-to-toe with the chained. Both of these supposedly have a bad history with each other which none of them wishes to forget, though it's not public knowledge what it all is about. AJ reported. But considering this, it isn't weird for them to send 3 people if they were worried. When zooming in on the 3 faces, there was something that was a little strange. The Blades that had arrived looked like adult men, having scruffy beards on their faces, wrinkles on their foreheads and more. All 3 looked around their 50s, which showed that they had sent quite some senior members. However, many in the Bald family had blonde hair. It was somewhat their trait. Yet here, the one that stood in the center of the 2 and doing most of the talking was a dark-haired man. This person hadn't been seen on camera or in public many times. AJ even recognized the other 2 Blades behind him, but not the man leading the entourage. Who is he? AJ thought. It's quite unfortunate that Russ hasn't come to see us himself, the dark-haired man commented. Well, he greeted almost everyone yesterday. Since you arrived late, he wasn't able to today. He is busy preparing for his big day, Clicker informed the other. Late? The man in the middle raised his eyebrow. The wedding hasn't ended, has it? I just didn't want to stay in this place for more than I had to, just in case there were any surprises you had for us. There was silence between the 2 groups for a while until Clicker eventually stepped forward and asked the others to follow. Seeing this, AJ moved between the ships and waited for them to get quite the distance ahead before he moved. This is a little strange, AJ thought. Why won't Clicker just teleport them to the venue? Either way, sensing that something might happen soon, AJ decided to do his best to follow them without getting caught. Eventually, they entered the large establishment and walked through the entertainment section. It had a giant skate park, arcade games, and many recreational spots. AJ again felt this was strange, but he was too busy trying to pinpoint who the mysterious Blade stranger was at the front. Wait. Maybe he's not actually a blade? He might not even have the same powers as them. AJ guessed. At that moment, out from one of the shops, a large red beam of energy came out right towards the three blades. Immediately, the one in the center acted first as he raised his hand, which began to encase in a type of metal. It was a hardening ability and quite the strong one at that. As the laser continued its attack, the middle-aged man decided to run forward to find its source. The speed at which he ran wouldn't, in no way, be considered normal. And in the next instant, the chain member who had sneak attacked was caught and held right by his neck. "You think you can kill us? What is the meaning of this clicker?" The blade asked and proceeded to slam the man on the floor and placed his foot right on his neck, ready to crush it at any second. "I don't know what this is," Clicker responded, unbothered with the incident. "But you should know that many of the chained bear a grudge against you for killing their family members and friends. Possibly he acted on his own. I guess I should take you straight to the venue. I wanted to give you a slow entrance into the place, but teleporting directly would be much safer. And please, if you could remove your foot. I promise I will inform Russ of this incident." It looked like the middle-aged man was in the middle of deciding what to do. But there was one thing that AJ was sure of now, and that was the fact that this person was definitely a blade. They had used two abilities at once, and judging by their strength, they had to be high-level ones, meaning that perhaps this person could hold more than two abilities. "Fine. Just take us to the venue." The dark-haired blade relented. As soon as the middle-aged blade stepped back, Clicker clicked his fingers and teleported everyone, including AJ, who found himself outside back with the other reporters. "They knew I was there the whole time." AJ gulped, but he continued to film the main table to which everyone was paying attention. The two other blades with blonde hair were escorted to another table while the one leading them earlier headed to the main table, and that's when Jake and Vicky stood up. "It's nice seeing you, Uncle Shiro," Jake smiled. Rather than a mere handshake, Jake opened and greeted Shiro with a large bear hug, earning him a few pats on the back from the latter. The strongest human sure wasn't shy about showing that he was close with the Blade family. The reporters were commenting on this because they knew it was strange. For one, the Green family were working closely with the Chained. There were talk shows that had clips for days of the two groups fighting together against beasts. It was to show the Chained's strength, to get more people to feel safer with the Greens compared to those of Pure. However, there was one thing that was clear, and that was the relationship between the Chained and the Blade family. Which is why they thought that Jake wouldn't have acted like this so publicly. "You know you shouldn't be doing this," Shiro commented, but couldn't help but have a smile on his face. "Who cares what people think? You've known me since I was nothing but a small brat. The only one who I would have to listen to is my old man." There was a scoff following Jake's declaration, so he quickly corrected himself. "Next to my beautiful mother, of course." When pulling away, Jake noticed something, and it wasn't just the eyes of all the reporters. It was the slight heat that was coming off from Shiro's body. Did something happen? "Nothing I couldn't handle, and definitely not anything that needs to be talked about here," Shiro replied, getting ready to sit down. "Don't look at me like that. If it had proven to be too much for little ol' me, then he would have helped out." Jake didn't look too confident about Shiro's words, even after the other had given him a wink, but decided to leave it for now. He understood that this was neither the time nor place to talk about those things. Unknown to the two of them, the whole world was currently talking about the Blade family. This was because many people had seen the strange attack that had occurred from AJ's livestream. There were people on both sides arguing their case. One side claimed that this had merely been the action of an individual, therefore it shouldn't represent the Chained as a whole. On the other hand, the others at least blamed Clicker for failing to teleport the guy away, or at least the Blades to safety. More radical ones went as far as to accuse the Chained directly, with this being just a test. "Hey guys, I would appreciate it if you stopped talking about that, because I'm scared for my life right now," AJ thought to himself, still nervous inside. He was battling with his own feelings. As a reporter, he was naturally excited that everyone was talking about his captured footage, but for the first time since seemingly forever he truly felt in danger. The fact that Clicker had included him in the teleportation meant they had already known he was there. This was different to filming battles that had already started between Pure and the Vampire Core, or filming factions fighting against Beats. AJ had possibly not only caught, but also released something that the Chained would surely not like having been made public, especially on this particular day, making him into an actual target. He was just hoping that now that the last VIP guests having arrived, this event would move on quickly. No more risky moves. I'm glad that I didn't release that footage of Jessica crying. Maybe if worse comes to worst, I can use it to bargain my way out or something. AJ thought. Everyone, will you please finish what you are eating? And give a large round of applause for the person who was able to make this all possible. The one and only Russ Chain. Clicker shouted. Clicking his fingers, at the very end of the rose aisle, the man himself appeared. Surprisingly, the groom wasn't wearing his beast armor. Instead, he had come out with no shirt on, only trousers showing off his lean body as he walked. Now with his top off, the large tattoo with black chains was completely visible. It was going across his back and chest, crossing over where his heart was, which also had a tattoo of its own, being locked up by several chains. Clicker continued to click his fingers, summoning the elite team of the Chained, making them appear by the only empty table. Everyone clapped as they saw Russ out of respect, and soon he walked down the aisle on his own, all the way to the giant arch. It certainly wasn't like a conventional wedding, though honestly no one had expected it would be. When Russ eventually got onto the stage, he turned around and looked at his guests. Without the need to say anything, the crowd went silent, intrigued by what he would say next. But first, he shifted his head to the Blades, especially Shiro. Honestly, it was hard for me to imagine such a day would ever come. But now look at us. Our group has been able to establish itself to the point where we're able to meet eye to eye, on the same level as these figures here. However, I want everyone present to know that it wasn't easy for our group. No, for us, it was one of the hardest things to accomplish. I wish to share our journey with all of you today so that you might be able to understand the Chained a bit more and continue to grow with us. I was born in complete darkness as a slave. Russ let a moment of silence pass to instill what he had just revealed. I don't know much about my mother, apart from the tales my friends and what I came to call my family had told me. But I do know one thing for sure, and that is how she died. You see, a long time ago, many of those you see here today, a member of their family line had been captured by the Blades for one simple reason. They desired their power. My mother was also among them. The Blades named those like my mother the Chained, because that is what we were to them. Nothing but cattle that got chained up to prevent us from using our powers to escape, to be used whenever they desired. It's impossible to tell whether they didn't know about my mother's pregnancy, or they simply didn't care. They left her in a dark cellar, where she had to live off of the scraps of food. Despite some others sharing parts of their own meals with her, my birth had left her too exhausted, leading to her death. Now, would the Blade family let a little child go? No, they kept me chained up, just like my mother, in the hopes that I might have inherited her powers, or perhaps developed something else entirely for them to use. A lot of people were shocked to hear this. They knew of what the Blade had done, it had come out before, but they didn't know specifically of Russ's circumstance, and it looked like he was revealing it all today to everyone. However, there was some light, and that was all the other Chained that had been in the same position as me. They were the ones who taught me how to speak, how to survive, and in return, I wanted to create a place for them where they and their family lines could live. At first, we weren't accepted, and it has taken a very long time, but now we are able to take a step forward. Every day we are taking a step forward, and something that started out as a dream is becoming reality. To have a public wedding that the whole world is watching is truly an amazing thing. I thank you all for accepting my invitation, and I thank you all for being witnesses of this truly historical moments. Russ stated, bowing down to the rest of his group. The Chained couldn't help but stand up and start clapping with all the strength they had in their hands. I have to say, he is a good speaker and can get the public on his side. Working with him was the right thing. Fiswell mused. I'm glad he's not an enemy. Hearing this, Jake and Shiro looked at each other. But since Logan wasn't here, they clapped away, joining the other guests. In the middle of the applause, Suddenly Clicker was made aware of something as a person approached him and whispered in his ear. "What did you say?" "I don't care. Just get rid of the problem. The wedding is about to start. We can't have any more distractions." Clicker replied. Of course, AJ had been paying attention to Clicker this whole time due to his fears, and it allowed him to notice this while everyone else was focused on Russ. Seeing this, he also could see off in the distance that a ship was approaching them. Looking and filming the complete thing, it wouldn't be long until the others would notice, but before that could even happen, a large energy beam was used, hitting the ship. It created a large explosion and a bang, turning the heads of all the others. They could see a large dust cloud, but no ship, and so everyone was confused about the meaning of this. "Everyone, please don't worry," Clicker shouted. "We were just testing something. Let's sit down and continue on with the big day." It was strange to see the explosion, but it wasn't too large to be anything significant, the others realized. After all, it was a small ship, the explosion was just bigger than the ship, yet AJ had managed to spot something. Quickly pulling up a tablet linked to his cameras, he went through the footage and rewound it, slowing it down, and he definitely had caught something. Just before the ship was hit, it looked sleek. Some people jumped off, but then they suddenly disappeared into a shadow. The sound of clapping and cheering reached her room, only making her feel even more nervous. Jessica could hear her pounding heart, which was a very unusual feeling for a vampire. What is going on outside for everyone to cheer so much? And how long will I have to just wait here? She thought as she stared at the guards standing still around her, especially at the leader of this group, a female guard named Momo. "This dress is quite heavy, and it's uncomfortable around my waist, and time is moving so slowly." While waiting in the room, it was then that they suddenly heard an explosion. It didn't sound too bad from inside the establishment, though, since the spaceship was quite far off. At first, Jessica didn't think much of it, but a few seconds later, it looked like Momo, and her group had received some order as they looked at each other and nodded. "Someone came in to try and break me out of this wedding, have they?" Jessica commented sarcastically, knowing no one was coming for her. "Do you know anything?" Momo asked. It was clear this was a serious question, and now Jessica knew something was going on. "Of course not. Who would even come for me? I mean, you should know I was just a normal member of the Vampire Corps, and my family aren't even important people," Jessica said, shaking her hands. Her plea didn't do much, though, as Momo ordered one of the others to go and hold her. Immediately, the guard stepped forward and grabbed her two arms from behind. "Should I fight back? I mean, I should have more natural strength than these guys as a vampire," Jessica thought, but in the end, she decided to let them do whatever it was they were trying to do. Just then, a short man, wearing a strange set of goggles, walked toward her. The goggles were extremely thick, making him look like he had a pair of bug eyes. And upon reaching, the man took off his glasses, and that's when Jessica noticed that his eyes were entirely black, as if all he had was a pupil. "I heard you vampires use something called an influence skill, but it's a shame with the increase of use of chi that you vampires have been able to do next to nothing. We humans have continued to evolve while the vampires have stagnated and haven't increased their strength since the beginning." Jessica wondered what this guy was trying to say and had a real urge to punch the person in front of her in the eyes, but she knew she wouldn't be able to get out, so she just gritted her teeth. "Tell me, is there anyone that is coming for you?" the weird-eyed man asked. It was at that moment that Jessica knew what his ability was. It was something that could surpass the protection of chi, something that was stronger than an influence skill. It was an ability that forced its victim to reveal the truth. "No. No one's coming for me," words came out of her mouth against her will, and tears almost streamed down her face upon realizing the truth. "Are the Vampire Corps planning something?" "No," Jessica shouted again. "They abandoned me to you guys. They're the ones that brought me here." "What about the Bald family? Are you working with them?" the man asked again. "No," Jessica screamed, and she had enough. Being forced to answer these questions truthfully had unlocked something inside Jessica. She realized that she had no one, and in the end, why was she then keeping her secret from these people? Why was she trying to do anything for them when no one would come for her? Screaming at the top of her lungs, Jessica summoned the power from within. Her right eye started to glow yellow, which had somewhat shocked the strange bugman. She had gathered her damper power as she usually did when she got into challenging situations. Her secret was now revealed to the chained, and what they would do with this information was up to them. However, that was not important right now. The inside of her chest started to glow, and it was then, sprouting out from the back of her body, a hard wrapped red string. So hard that it looked like tentacles were wrapping out from her body, and their edges were sharpened with her red aura, turning them into flexible blades. Immediately, two of the string tentacles stabbed into the arms, holding her and then coiled around the arms, tightening their grip on the attacker's forearm. Screaming at the top of her lungs, Jessica used all her strength to lift the man and slammed him right on top of the strange bug-eyed man, causing the two to crash. "Are you crazy?" Momo shouted. "Do you really think you could take on us? And even if you can defeat us, did you forget where you are?" Ignoring what the person in front of her was saying, Jessica used the rest of her string as a shield, spun it around her, and ensured no one got close. She was determined to get out of her no matter what. Like a spinning top, her string blades could spin non-stop, and now all she needed to do was run out of the place. But that was when something strange happened. Momo began walking towards her, and just when she was just inches away from being attacked by the strings, she disappeared from her spot, and in the next instant, she had already grabbed Jessica and slammed her face onto the ground. There was intense heat that slightly burned Jessica's face, coming from the gauntlet that Momo now had in her hands. "Don't damage Russ's wife's face," a guard shouted. Hearing this, Momo quickly let go, and by the time Jessica got up from the ground to attack her again, Momo had returned to her previous spot. "What was that? How did she manage to get close to me? That makes no sense. Does she have teleportation powers like Clicker? But the chained don't usually share powers like that. It must be something else." The number of abilities in the chained created a significant disadvantage when fighting against them. Still, since the chained didn't want to hurt or kill her, she could use that as an advantage. Using her sole weapon again, she was ready to get out as she wished until one of the men lifted his hands, and something strange happened to her string. She was no longer in control. Her solid-like string tentacles had wrapped around her own body and created even more strong wrapping around her stomach until she was completely tied up. "Did you really think we are just random guards from the chained?" Momo stated. "We could have killed you in a few seconds, but we aren't allowed to, which is why you were even able to put up that little show. But I guess one interesting thing came out of it." The group started to laugh as they walked up to Jessica on the ground. "You are really an idiot, and you aren't strong enough to do anything." Just then, from under the door, a shadow entered the room and went to where Jessica was. It was quick, and the guards didn't even have a moment to react. Then, rising from it, was a lone figure wearing the sharp silver blue Fong set. "Nitro accelerate." The guards only saw the figure for a second, but with a single hit here and there, they were sent flying out of the room, slammed into the ground, and made so they could no longer move. Knowing something was wrong, Momo used her time-stop ability to see what was happening. That's when she could see there was an intruder. It was less than a second, and he had already taken 4 of her people out. "Who is this person? I can't use my power for long. I will have to take him out right now." Momo was stunned. Her ability would stop as soon as she made the slightest contact with a person. So, when she attacked him, she thought it was enough. But as soon as time resumed, the intruder lashed her hand away and grabbed her by her throat. Although she isn't strong enough to do anything herself, it's a good thing she knows someone who is. Quinn, the intruder thought. When Quinn held Momo tightly by her neck, the latter knew that her life was in this stranger's hands, but she couldn't quite tell what had occurred. For the first time ever, her ability turned out to be useless. Due to Quinn's hand coming in contact with her, she could not use her ability anymore, and her powers were now futile. I have to inform the others somehow," Momo thought, but the grip around her neck became tighter to the point where she had trouble breathing, and eventually, she passed out. Then Quinn did something strange to all of the guards who had now passed out. Shadow began to wrap them, and while covering them like blankets, it continued to flicker over their body. Shadow cover. This was one of the new shadow skills that Quinn had obtained a long time ago but hadn't found a practical use for it until this moment. Since the shadow could slow down attacks and the perception of time, shadow cover was something related to it. It was able to somewhat stick on the part of the opponent's body, and in doing so, it would slow down certain powers such as healing. It was a skill that Quinn imagined would have been helpful in his early days, but in his current fights it was best to use his shadow in other ways. However, shadow cover meant that those he had just knocked out rather than killed would stay unconscious for a long time until he decided to recoil the shadow. He was confident that there would be no disturbances for the next few minutes. Quinn loosened his grip around Momo's neck, and as she fell to the floor, he turned around. Jessica couldn't wait to see who her savior was, or perhaps it might even be an enemy. Whatever the case, she was satisfied for at least this moment. She felt a little free, even if she knew that it was still impossible to escape this place. "I'm sorry. I was so focused on myself that I didn't realize that you had your own troubles," Quinn said as he looked at her. That was when Jessica raised her own eyebrow. "Who are you?" Jessica didn't recognize this person at all. It was clear the other party was a vampire, but she couldn't identify who this person was. "Is he someone from the Vampire Corps? I almost forgot. Jessica has only ever seen me with the Earth mask on. She has no clue who I am. Maybe this will help." Quinn raised his hand, and out from the shadow, a few people stepped out. Minnie, Hannah, Peter, and finally Lucia as well. As soon as she noticed who was in front of her, Lucia ran and gave Jessica a big tight hug. What is all this? I'm so confused." Jessica couldn't understand what was happening and what these people were doing here. "It's us. The person who just saved you was Nate, and this is Peter. And you have seen Minnie and me. It's a long story, but we all came to get you. We heard from Paul that you were being married off to the chains leader, and that's why we are here," Lucia explained. Jessica stared at the people for a few seconds before realizing that Peter and Nate looked different compared to what she remembered. Still, she also knew that the two always seemed suspicious, as if they were hiding their identity. Either way, even if they were showing their true self, she couldn't have recognized them. Seeing the people who she had just met taking such a big risk and coming here, she couldn't help but get emotional as a stream of tears flowed from the corner of her eyes and onto her white wedding gown. It was a sweet moment, but it didn't last long as Jessica soon wiped the tears away as she came back to her senses. "You all of you have to leave. This is the chained we are talking about. I know you all came here for me, but the last thing I want is for you guys to get killed just because I didn't want to marry one annoying guy." "We know," Hannah said. "Trust me, we have told these two countless times who the chained are and how strong they are, but they still have decided to come for you." There was still a terrified countenance on Jessica's face, and she was trying to find the words to speak to them, to make them go back. She didn't understand why they would come for her. Perhaps if she did understand, she could convince them to go away, but it was then that Quinn walked up to her. "I know you're concerned, but we will try to talk to them. I also know you're doing this for others, but it's not right. The world I fought for was not one where people had to sacrifice themselves for stupid things like this. I will talk to them." Quinn spoke. "And if talking doesn't work, and I have a strong feeling it won't, we can always go with my plan," Peter said while punching a fist into the palm of his hand, making it clear what the other plan was. I. "Auntie is back," Minnie said, smiling. Jessica realized she couldn't win. This group had already made up their mind. Knowing this, a smile appeared on her face. "Thank Y-." Suddenly, Jessica disappeared from the room. She hadn't finished her sentence, and she was gone. But it wasn't just her. The guards who were passed out on the floor were disappearing one by one as well. "It has to be Clicker," Mitchell said. "He is teleporting them out of here." At that moment, Jessica's name as the bride-to-be was announced. Everyone in the hall turned to one end of the aisle and saw her ruined makeup from the crying and her messed-up gown covered in blood. Countless gasps escaped from the crowd for the next few seconds as they wondered what was going on. To understand the situation better, Clicker, of course, used his powers on the guards and instantly brought them to the hall. But when they appeared, their bodies were seen just lying there on the floor. The guards were unconscious, with many having their bones broken and were heavily injured. AJ zoomed in on Jessica's face. I knew that she wasn't happy with this wedding. Did she try to escape? But I was unaware that she had so much power to defeat many of the chained guards. Realizing what had happened to herself and her friends not being around her, she knew she could be in danger. She could see Russ standing there bewildered while staring back at her. It was the first time she had seen such an expression on his, and for some reason, this gave her immense courage. Grabbing her dress, tilting her head back and taking a deep breath, she readied herself. Russ, Jessica shouted at the top of her lungs. I refuse to get married to you. I want to live my own life. There was pin-drop silence in the hall. From the chained to the reporters, no one dared to say anything. She just refused publicly. What is going on? What's giving her the courage? AJ thought. The state of the vampire core, the chained. And now the public knows that the bride-to-be is unwilling. Although I guess many of them knew that this was a political marriage in the first place. Jessica, what has happened? Did someone attack you? Has someone tricked you? Clicker was the first one to speak. If you are in trouble or don't feel safe, you can speak to us. You have always been free to do as you wish. Clicker was doing a good job trying to calm down the situation, and with how Jessica was right now, it did seem like something must have happened that they were unaware of. This could get a bit messy, but she has no choice. She won't even be able to get out of here even if she fights back. Shiro commented. Some of the other chained had quietly stepped forward while Jessica, on the hand, gulped. But just as she took a step back, Jessica felt her back hit something solid. It's okay. A familiar voice entered her ears. I said I will talk to them. Pushing her behind him, Quinn walked forward. And instantly, everyone's eyes and the cameras were upon him. He was now the center of the world's attention once again. But this didn't faze him any bit. And without hesitation, he said, I am here to talk with the chained to call off this wedding. After seeing the bodies of the chained disappear, Mitchell quickly caught onto what was happening. After all, being part of the vampire core, he was aware of the chained abilities and doings. Quickly, he had explained to Quinn what was happening. Although they didn't quite know how Clicker's ability worked, it seemed he could only teleport those that he had marked in some way before. The wedding, it could be happening any minute right now. You have to go, Lucia shouted. We have to get there quickly. Hearing these words, and with the nitro accelerate still having a few seconds left, that was precisely what Quinn had done. He ran off towards where he could hear the most noise. The chained establishment was mostly empty, and on their way there it was hard to miss where the crowd was exactly, and that's how Quinn could get to Jessica after only being at the aisle for a few seconds. Who is this guy? The reporters asked loudly. For one, they wondered who would have snuck into the chained base. Then there was the question of who would be willing to as well. Someone who could do two of these things, the reporters thought they would have at least had or heard of this person. As the reporters looked at each other and talked with one another, none of them could come up with an answer. Jessica, things could get very dangerous here, so just stay close to me. Okay, Quinn said as he carefully placed his hand behind her. Instinctively, she latched onto Quinn's arm at this moment. She didn't know why, but she felt somewhat safe with him close to her. However, what this had done was made it clear that Jessica knew this person. Is it some sort of secret love rival going on here? The reporters asked but still had no idea. Someone finds out who this person is. Do any of you know this person? Fiswell asked. He was a little annoyed as he attempted to get through to Andy. Regardless of his attempts, he was unable to get through, as the chain seemed to have some way to block all forms of communication while they were there. If this wedding didn't go through, Fiswell was worried that the vampire core would take the brunt of the problems from them. I have no idea, but it would make a great drama series, Jake replied. It's a shame he didn't come in just as they were about to kiss. With a, I object. That would have been a bit cool. Or maybe too cheesy. When Jake had fought against Quinn, he had done so with the disguise, so to him and Vicky he was just another person. Why does he feel familiar? Do I recognize him from somewhere? The others heard Shiro mumble of all people, but they thought he might just be saying things with his old age. The truth was, Quinn wanted to use his shadow space to place Jessica inside, but he was worried that taking her away like that might cause everyone to act. It was clear that all of the members of the Chained were already on their toes getting ready to pounce at any second. "Ray," Quinn called out. "Tell me I'm not the only one that can feel it. I know you're in the shadow space, but you can tell, right?" There was another reason why Quinn was being a little cautious. He could feel something from before, but now here he was sure of it. "Yes, I can feel it. The energy's the same as hers," Ray replied with a sour taste in his mouth and refusing to say her name. The energy Quinn could feel now wasn't just the energy of a celestial. He could tell that it was a celestial themselves. Whether the Clystal was working with the Chained or perhaps just here for fun, Quinn didn't know, and it was quite possible that they would just be doing things of their own accord. "I am here to talk," Quinn shouted once again, but noticed something was off but wasn't quite sure what it was. "You heard that Jessica does not wish to go through this wedding. I understand that this is important to you, so I thought that maybe I would be able to give you something in return to call this wedding off." There were few things Quinn had in mind, perhaps maybe even his demon tier gauntlet, or he could even hunt some beasts for them. Even an IOU from the hero Quinn should be enough. "The others can't hear you or me," Russ said from the other side. "It's the ability of one of my men. You have caused quite the commotion, and we wouldn't want you saying anything to frighten them, now would we? I'm afraid that a stranger wouldn't have anything of interest to give to me. And even if you did offer something, why wouldn't I be able to just take it from you?" Russ asked. To this, Quinn smiled. He thought it might be the only way to get out of this situation. "Because of who I am. My name is Quinn Talon. I assure you, I should have or could do one or two things that would allow you to stop this wedding." There was a pause from Russ for a second. He didn't outright laugh like others did when Quinn revealed himself. Instead, it looked like he was thinking. While the silence was taking place, everyone else was on their toes. They were unable to hear the exchange going on but could see their lips moving. Obviously, it was an ability from one of the many Chained. AJ found this interesting, a way to silence anyone that wanted to speak up or maybe could reveal a big secret of theirs. It was then that Russ finally said something, but when he moved his mouth, Quinn was unable to hear him this time. At that moment, a single person came out from the crowd and stood down the aisle in front of Quinn. The man started to run forward towards Quinn, and his skin started to change slightly, turning a little gray. It was hard to tell what his ability would be, but nonetheless he was a Chained and everyone knew they were strong. "It looks like we got a bit of entertainment for ourselves. Maybe this was even all planned," Chris said with a smile, eager to get some fighting done himself. Before reaching Quinn, the man threw out a fist, and a strange rod-like structure came out from the end of his knuckles. Seeing this, Quinn quickly hit the large rod away to the side and took a step in. He grabbed the man by the shoulders and kneed him in the stomach. The second it hit, blood came out from the man's mouth. The impact was loud, and a large cracking sound could be heard. Everyone who was close could feel the energy that had come from the attack. It even shook the hairs of a few standing close. I held back. It's not the time to kill him. The man was somewhat resilient as he attempted to throw another quick fist, ignoring the pain he was going through. But avoiding it, Quinn pushed the man forward before throwing out a high kick and breaking the man's thigh, dropping him to the ground. Once again, there was silence, as the stranger had dealt with the Chained member rather quickly. That was skillful, really skillful, to take out a member of the Chained like that. AJ thought, happy that he managed to catch everything. Either this is some show the Chained are putting on, or this is going to be one of the craziest events in history. The other reporters felt the same way as their hearts beat even faster. "Was that meant to be a little test to prove to you who I am?" Quinn asked, still silenced by the strange ability. I held back. "I don't want to kill your people, but I assure you I can prove I am who I say I am." Quinn was unsure how it would go, thinking that things could turn at any moment. The man in front of him was strange, and even after seeing Quinn's powers, he was unafraid. It was as if, even if he knew the real Quinn was in front of him, he wouldn't be scared. Which was unsettling to Quinn. His mouth is moving again and I can't hear what he's saying. And now, I can't hear what the others are saying as well. Clicker was walking up to the table where Jake and the others sat. As you can see, the intruder wishes to stop this wedding. Our leader, Russ, has called on you all to help in stopping him. As a sign of the friendship the chained hold with you all. The others looked at each other. Many on the table were enemies. They thought that maybe this was a sign that the chained weren't on anyone's side. This will be easy work, Flora said as she stood up and drew her thin blade. The damper was ready to take action immediately. She had been holding herself for a long time at the table next to other vampires. All of you, feel free to stop him, Clicker shouted to the rest of the chained, who were also eager to help. Nate, Jessica shouted. What do we do? The members of the chained hadn't quite attacked them yet, but they drew their weapons. It looked like they were waiting for the others to act. Quinn, seeing who was at the table, wasn't quite sure he wanted to be fighting all of those at once, especially since some were possibly allies. It looks like we go with Peter's plan, and I have a good way of solving this. Lifting his hand, something dark appeared above Quinn's head. Seeing this, those that were about to move on the table froze. This was the shadow ability. The shadow was a power that only a few knew, and the size of this shadow was fighting itself, but soon they were left in awe as they could see a significant figure falling from the shadow itself. Slowly descending, with its enormous tail swinging and its two giant wings, they could hear its breath. Finally landing directly behind Quinn, its large, heavy body shook the ground as all four of its feet hit the floor. It let out an almighty roar, swinging its neck and opening its large mouth. The roar shook the ears and hearts of all of the people there. Ray, it's time to be useful. With the sheer power coming from the beast's roar, everyone who was present could tell what this was. Without a doubt, it was a demon-tier beast. They had fought many beasts countless times, making it possible for them to tell that this wasn't just a demon-tier beast, but an extremely powerful one. It was unique because it looked like a dragon, but not only that, because at present the beast was doing something strange. At the moment, there was a single head, but suddenly from its shoulder sprouted another one. Another head. It was just as great in size as the other and caused even more fear as its large eyes looked to the left and right of the people beside it. Honestly, Quinn didn't even know what was happening but noticed that sometimes when entering the shadow, that Ray had either two heads or one. He thought that maybe it might have something to do with the real dragon's consciousness that Ray had taken over, or perhaps Ray just preferred having one head rather than two. Since the dragon had been summoned, it was almost as if everyone had somewhat forgotten about the shadow power used to summon it and who had done such a thing. That dragon, it can't be it has two heads. And a dragon demon-tier beast. I haven't heard of one since back then. Shiro thought, his hand tightening around the back of his chair. He had yet to move, and so had everyone else, somewhat stunned by the roar from earlier. Do you recognize it at all? Shiro asked, but these words weren't spoken out loud. They were spoken in his mind. Back then, the dragon only had one head. It was never whole, so we never saw what it completely looked like. It has some similarities, but it has been a long time. The question is, what is it doing here if it is here? This was something that Shiro wanted to know as well, and seeing that the said person in front of him was using shadow powers and this uncertain similarity, there was one person that kept coming to mind. But that's impossible, right? Shiro was mixed about this whole event in the first place, so honestly, he thought he might be just using this as an excuse not to take part in the first place. What are you all doing? Take down that demon-tier beast before it takes us all out, Clicker shouted. Hearing this, it looked like the 50 or so members of the chained had now sprung into action. Abilities started to fire off towards the dragon, while others ran forward. Quinn was about to use his blood powers to help, but there was a voice in his head before he could. No need. I'm surprised you decided to use me in a situation like this, but I'm kinda happy. Ray replied, speaking directly into Quinn's mind like he usually would. I can't believe these idiots think they can actually take me on, even if I'm not in a body of my own. They are using powers that were originally meant for me. Immediately, Ray placed a large wing covering Quinn and Jessica up. Most of the abilities hit the large wing, doing next to nothing. The dragon scales were one of the strongest, and it would need powers beyond what the chained had, even with the extra chi boost. After knowing this, a large flap of the wing sent out a large gust of wind, and the wing span grew slightly in size as it was let out, knocking several of the chains flying through the air. The reporters still believed that they were somewhat safe until this point, but after seeing this and knowing that not even the members of the chained could protect them, they knew it was their time to get out of the area. Many started running away from the wedding. Some stopped filming completely as they cared for their lives, while some were determined to get the scoop they had been waiting for. Even AJ had gone somewhat further away from the fighting but summoned some of his tiny drones to continue filming the whole event, while others did the same. Our mysterious stranger just summoned a beast of some kind, and it looks like the chained powers can do nothing. Is this a member of the Bree family that has been turned? Or is it someone else? AJ spoke as he continued to film, letting out a large breath from both of his heads. 2 wind vortexes of great strength and pressure had been created from the dragon, blowing onto both sides. The chained rolled up their defenses to try to block it. Some were able to withstand it, while others were blown away and cut up. The attack was more devastating than a user of a wind ability. It was then that a blonde-haired young man was seen in the air flying above. The cameras turned and could see that it was Jake Green. At the moment he was using the ability of flight, he swept down as fast as he could, and in doing so he created a giant fist out of earth that was getting bigger by the second. Using the speed ability with his flight, he could fly incredibly fast, and a huge impact was made, hitting directly the top of the dragon's head. It looked like the dragon staggered for a second as it moved its foot, but Ray pushed off and used its second head to grab onto Jake. At that moment, Jake used the hardening ability to cover himself. "Don't kill him," Quinn asked, biting softly onto Jake. Ray swung his head and threw Jake off to the side. "It looks like they might need all of our help, after all, to take on that thing," Churs said, after seeing Jake's attempt in attacking the beast fail. "What's the plan?" Jessica asked, still frozen about what this vampire had just done. "Talking hasn't worked, so we will get out of here," Quinn replied, and just as he was about to grab Jessica, he saw her disappear in front of his eyes. Turning his head, he had some idea of where she was, and now Quinn could see Clicker had summoned Jessica to Russ' side. On top of that, they weren't alone. The chained team they would travel with Russ was present, having gone back a bit further from where the aisle was onto the wasteland. AJ turned his camera, focusing on Russ rather than the dragon, like the others were doing so far. Panning his camera, it seemed like this person had a lot to go through. There were the allies of the chain that had arrived: Jake, Vicky, the Blade family, Pure, and more. "Go get her," Ray said. "I'll clear a path." The active ability on Quinn's armor had ended, but he was still plenty fast. As he ran forward, the allies attempted to attack him, but each time they did, the dragon was clearly seen firing out powerful gusts of wind from its mouth, aiming to hit the others. Then, there was a flame ball instead when it came to the damper girl who was about to directly get in Quinn's way. "I can kill that one, right?" Ray asked. None of the allies got hurt, but they couldn't get close to Quinn. The dragon was seemingly ignoring the other chained attacking it, to allow Quinn to get through, and at the same time some of the allies weren't exactly focusing on Quinn. "It looks like we might have to work together to get rid of this dragon first before we go after him," Fiswell stated. To somewhat clarify that, Ray then jumped up over everyone and landed just before where Quinn had gone, blocking the path for any of the chained or the allies. Ray was happy to take on the rest. Now on the dragon's other side, Quinn could see Russ, Jessica, and his main group of people. "You have done far more damage than I could have ever imagined," Russ spoke. "I had no idea that the hero Quinn would act like this, and there was no talk that he was able to do things like this either. Some legends are over-exaggerated," Quinn replied. "But not all." Russ smiled at the comment. "Even if that is true, it will be impossible for you to take us all on yourself, even for someone like you." Once again, Quinn could hear the confidence in Russ's words, even after summoning the demon-tier beast. Why was this person unafraid? Perhaps it had something to do with the celestial being in that group of his, Quinn thought. Maybe things need to just be a little more even. A voice said as one group had emerged past the dragon. This is a little fairer now, right? Peter spoke while the others stood by his side. All eyes of the chained and the allies were on the dragon in front of them. If they wanted to help their leader in any way, they had to get through this demon-tier beast. However, after seeing a few attacks, including it chucking Jake Green off to the side, they weren't so confident in their attacks. This is, in a way, testing the unity of the chained. AJ thought. Unlike other groups, the chained are banded together as individual strengths with a common goal and background. And although they respect their leader, they wouldn't risk their lives to protect each other or their leader. What was surprising for the audience who were watching through the reporters' channels was that the chained powers and attacks did nothing to stop this thing. I don't understand. Isn't that a demon-tier beast? The chained have taken out demon-tier beasts before. They even have demon-tier equipment. Well, to be fair, the main group of the chained aren't even fighting. Yes, but this is meant to be such a powerful group that all of these groups are fighting for them to get on their side. Yet they can't even take out one demon-tier beast? If that's the case, then Earth and all the other planets would be doomed if there was another strong demon-tier beast attack. Or a horde of them or something. You seem to forget that those very same allies fighting for the chain's acknowledgement are also struggling against this demon-tier beast. It was precisely as the comments started because the ones on the move were Jake, who was recovering from being flung off into the distance. His mother, Vicky, who was making a more laid-back approach, as she seemed to be using more of her powers to protect members of the chained. Then, Fizzwell, the vampire crop's leader, Chris from Pure and the Damper Flora. Giving out a big huff and placing his sunglasses away, Fizzwell locked up at the dragon. Andy isn't going to be happy if I didn't act, so I guess I should do something. Holding out his hand, string started to come out from his fingertips and attempted to wrap around the dragon's leg. But as it got close, Fizzwell could see his strings being cut. Well, what is this, some type of wind barrier or something? Does this dragon have some type of wind ability? But it also fired out a fireball earlier as well. Maybe a dragon with all the elements or just two because of the two heads. Either way, I'm pretty useless without my strings in a situation like this. Fizzwell shrugged his shoulders as if he really didn't care. Why am I not surprised? A female voice was heard and the next second, Flora could be seen running right past him. Her hand was still holding the hilt of her sword, ready to unleash it from its scabbard as she got closer to the dragon. Seeing this, Ray focused one of the heads toward the allies that were against him, while the other head was busy attacking the members of the chained that were willing to try and take down this beast. There weren't many and simple air attacks seemed to be working well enough. These members seemed to be acting more so as a test for themselves or to prove how strong they were. Multiple shots of air that were near enough invisible had been cast from his mouth. They moved at a speed that most would be unable to avoid, but Flora was able to jump at just the right time. Explosions would be seen hitting the ground, creating large craters beneath it. Wow! She's the only one that has been able to get that close to the dragon apart from Jake. A reporter commented, perhaps we are seeing the fighting strength of the Dampiers. How is she even able to avoid those invisible strikes? Hearing this comment, Fizzwell was a little concerned. With all the reporters, seeing the damper using her power might cause trouble for them. Honestly, this just wasn't the right matchup for Fizzwell, and showing everything he had on camera he didn't think was a good idea either. Those reporters that know nothing about combat really annoy me. There are other ways to tell if an attack is coming your way other than just your eyes. Fizzwell thought. The position of the mouth forms the dragon, the sound it makes when it cuts through the wind. Do they really think that none of us could have done that? There are just more problems to worry about. Finally, Flora having reached a good distance where she could prepare her attack, she started to draw her weapon. The next second though, and she could hear something else coming from her right side. The sound of the wind being cut through, but it wasn't like the sounds she had heard previously. Turning, she had only managed to draw her weapon halfway out from its scabbard, and she had no choice but to fuse her aura energy to make it somewhat defensive. She spread out her chi as well. An object as large as a pillar had slammed right into her, dragging her across the ground. As she made contact, she could feel the same defensive wind barrier constantly trying to attack her. Her body was being cut up by the second, and her natural chi was being dwindled down by the attack. It's the dragon's tail. Flora released. If I put that much chi into stopping this attack, then my body is going to get destroyed from this strange wind defense this beast has. In the middle of contemplating what to do, that's when she felt the force of the tail stop. Looking to her side, she could see a shirtless man who was scared all over his body with red hair holding onto the dragon's tail. It looks like you might need a little help. Chris smiled as he held the tail with one hand and gathered his strength up. The outside of his hand could be seen glowing as so much of the second stage chi was being used. The fist was thrown into the tail, and a loud bang was heard as if a bomb went off. The tail was seen swinging back out in the direction it had come from, nearly hitting some of the others. Still, the tail was under control, and Ray turned to look at the man who had managed to damage one of his scales. A few seconds later, though, the scales by his tail that looked injured had started to heal as well. There are some strong ones here, and although this dragon is not as strong as I was in the past, it has been boosted in power with my own a little, making it stronger than the demon tier beast it was in the past. What's annoying, though, is that Quinn told me not to kill many of them, and that's caused a lot of trouble for me. It was then that Ray could feel another attack coming from his right side, and lifting up his large wing he defended the thunderbolt. Jake was back in action, and all of the allies, realizing that they couldn't beat the dragon alone, now knew that they needed to work together in some way. I thought that I would enjoy fighting as a dragon again. A voice was being projected into all of their heads, and at the same time, the dragon appeared to be shrinking in front of their very eyes. However, it seems like I have somewhat become more accustomed to fighting in a different form. I think this will be easier for now. Once again, everyone on the field had paused. They didn't know what to do, and the reporters were somewhat shaking. This was due to what Ray had done. He was now a little bigger than a regular human. No longer did he have two heads, and he had made his body look like that of a human. However, in doing so, using the body of the dragon that had created them. To the people, he looked like an ancient enemy that hadn't been seen for a very long time. Ray had the appearance of a Dalki, only covered in larger scales, and had a more menacing look in its eyes, looking more dragon than a man. Let's try this again. Ray smiled. A lightning bolt came out from above where Jake was currently. It was green in color this time, having been mixed in with another ability. Ray stood there planning to show them all that this would do no harm. He was somewhat thinking that the others might give up if they saw they were no match, but something had even surprised him. A person had come to his side, showing no intention of harm, quickly held two hands up. Two blue-colored thunderbolts of his own appeared and had hit the green one. Seeing this, Jake pulled back on his attack, trying to weaken it as much as possible. When the two thunder strikes collided, there was an outburst of power in the sky, causing a faint glow to appear on the others' faces. Now looking at who had stood and blocked the attack for the dragon, Jake was raising an eyebrow. Uncle Shiro, what are you doing? Ladies and gentlemen, you guys are seeing exactly what I am seeing, and although we cannot confirm for sure, it looks like we have a Dalki, the race that has been seemingly extinct for the last 800 years, AJ reported to his viewers. Immediately, the online audience began pulling up the reference photos and pictures of the Dalki from the internet, and made comparisons with what they were witnessing on the screen. Although the figure didn't fully match the pictures, there certainly was a resemblance in the appearances of the two. If history that we have learnt is correct, the Dalki's strength was determined by the number of spikes on their back. Our great hero Quinn had defeated the strongest Dalki in existence, and that Dalki was known to be an 8 spike. AJ continued to report, and that's when he knew he needed to confirm something. Because there were people between AJ and the supposed Dalki, it was hard to get a clear picture of the latter. Without hesitation, AJ used his ability and ran from one side, went around all the destroyed wedding decorations and the ongoing fight, and reached the other side. He came to a halt, and although there were others around him, It looked like he could only see one thing: the Dalki. On its back, just below the shoulder level, there was a single spike looking somewhat similar to a shark fin. Then, there were 2 smaller spikes on either side, totaling the number of spikes to 3. Then following the beast's spine, one could count 4 more spikes going up to its tailbone. This alone would have meant they were looking at a 7-spike Dalki. But the spikes didn't stop there as they continued along the tail until the very tip. This was something never seen before. 11 spikes? AJ mumbled. He didn't have to say it out loud, as his viewers had counted along with him. He thinks I'm an 11-spike Dalki? Ray could hear the reporter even from a great distance and smirked inwardly at these words. He and the Dalki were 2 completely different things. The Dalki had pretty much become its own separate race when mixing the beast's DNA with humans. In fact, the Dalki, upon reaching a certain level, could even beat the dragon, and Ray knew the dragon's strength well. Graham, with 8 spikes, was certainly stronger than the dragon even if the latter was fully combined with its 2 parts. Although the power gap wouldn't be much, it still would exist. So for him, the species meant nothing. It was merely his form, but the whole world thought differently as they looked at him. Anyway, I'm more surprised at something else. Why did this black-haired man come and protect me from the rest? What are you doing, Uncle? Jake asked aloud as he landed by his mother's side. All the allies had spread out and were staring varyingly at the dragon figure. Most of the members of the Chained had already been dealt with, or at least felt the power of the dragon to know that they were useless even if they attempted to join the fight, and thus they just stood far back along with the other reporters. Shiro glanced behind him for a second. He wasn't looking at Ray though. He was looking past him, towards someone else. What do I say? Is there any way to stop the fighting at all? Shiro thought. You will have to give a good answer, Chris said aloud. We know the Blades and Chained aren't on good terms, but if you choose to side with the enemy and a Dalki no less, we will have to fight. Hearing this, Jake glanced at his mother. There was no chance that he or Vicky would fight against Shiro. But if they didn't solve this immediately, the united battle against this dragon could turn into a fight between each other. The person behind me. Shiro hesitated for a moment and then, with the most serious expression he could pull off, he glanced at the mother-son duo and said, Listen to me, Vicky. That person. Look at him and remember, that's Peter. I am 100% sure that's Peter. Shiro was unable to see Peter before. He hadn't even noticed Peter and the others go past the dragon. But when Ray had shrunk in size, he could finally see the others behind, engaged in some sort of battle. That's when everything had clicked for Shiro. If Peter was here after 1,000 years, then the reason why he felt like the other person was so familiar, the shadow powers and this dragon right here, because the other person had to be him, although his appearance wasn't what Shiro had vividly in his mind. After all, it had been a long time, a very, very long time, but there was always an image of him in Shiro's mind. It was from a moment in Shiro's life that he would never forget, no matter how many years passed. The person who is attacking. He is my teacher, Shiro answered. Before Ray had transformed into his Dalki-like state, Peter and the others had arrived by Quinn's side. Honestly, he wasn't sure if he was happy or not that they were here. These people in front of him were pretty dangerous. In the past, the system would give me quests and rewards for facing tough situations, but since becoming a Celestial, it's only given me long-winded quests and I guess stuff to do with Celestials. Which doesn't really make the current situation I'm in any easier, Quinn thought. Still, it's a good thing I have Ray to keep the others busy, including Jake Green and Chris. They are a handful and half, and Churs has a chi amount I have never seen before, but I need to focus on those in front of me. Are you sure you don't want to talk it out? Quinn shouted out to the other side. The people in front of him were gearing up for battle. I'll let you in on a little secret, Russ replied. If I can have everything I want, then why would I not just do that? In the end, things will always work out for me. Hearing this, the first thing Quinn did was raise his hand and use the Shadow Lock skill on Jessica. She instantly disappeared, swept into the dark shadows. He wanted to keep her safe, and now he had what they wanted. However, Clicker clicked his fingers in the next moment, and Jessica reappeared right beside Russ. It was the first time Quinn's Shadow Lock hadn't worked. Let's not have you do that again, Clicker said, clicking his fingers again, making Jessica disappear from their sight entirely. It looks like you will have to force us if you want to see her again. Irked, Quinn went running forward toward the group. He had used his full speed. His armor set had already changed from the blue fong since it was cooled down onto something else, but 200 plus speed stat was definitely nothing to laugh at. It allowed him to cross the large land between them in seconds. Yet, even with all of this, the whole group didn't look worried at all. We have to support Quinn, Peter shouted as he ran forward, having a bad feeling about this all. As for Quinn, looking at them all, he decided that it would be best for him to go for the most troublesome one in the whole group. There were plenty to pick on, and as he approached the group and headed for Russ in the center, he quickly changed his direction at the last moment. Clicker prepared himself, but Quinn ran straight past him and instead went for the dark-skinned female who was seemingly the most ordinary in the group. Quinn's hand reached out towards her, but just as it looked like he was about to grab her, the armor she had around her legs began to light up, and it suddenly released steam, blocking Quinn's view. He clawed his hand anyway, thinking he would be able to grab hold of her, but his hand only caught air, and when the steam settled, she was already out of reach, leaving a trail of steam behind. Twice in a row, Quinn had been bested. First, his shadow lock skill was countered, and now his speed couldn't match up to one of the members of the Chained. I could tell from the inspect skill that they were demon tier boots and would most likely be speed-based, but I didn't think they would be this powerful. Still, I have other ways to deal with her, and there's something that can surely slow her down. Quinn thought, thinking of his shadow. While Quinn had attacked the female, the Chained were shocked by his move because they were not expecting Quinn to target the female from the get-go. How did you know? Russ suddenly asked. It wasn't a coincidence that you went for her. He felt challenged by Quinn's actions. It looks like you're full of surprises, but so are we. It was then that Quinn tried to use his shadow to expand on the ground and envelope the area to slow down his enemies. But when he attempted to use it, nothing happened. No shadow appeared from below his feet. What is going on here? I can't use my ability. With everyone somewhat surprised that a member of the Blade family had come to aid the Dalky-looking figure's side, it allowed Ray a few moments to glance behind him, trying to figure out the situation and whether his descendant would need some help. The celestial energy that I can feel. He will be okay, right? He is a celestial and is strong himself. I have seen him fight, but why is the energy familiar? It's not that damned woman. But the person the energy is radiating from, I don't recognize them. 1,000 years seemed like an incredibly long time for Quinn, yet the time when Ray had been active on Earth made it look small in comparison. Recognizing faces wasn't exactly something that he could do well. However, feeling the power of energy was somewhat similar to smelling or tasting something. Part of your brain would remember the familiarity, which would make you try to recall the related memory. Either way, whatever came up for the young one, Ray was sure he wouldn't need his help, so he could instead focus on what was in front of him. Since the group had been standing around for a while, Flora had decided to make a move against the dragon once more. She had already recovered from before, and took a step forward, but as she did, something akin to an electric whip headed straight at her. Just when it looked like it was about to touch the top of her head, a large hand reached out and grabbed onto the blue electrified whip. Sparks continued to go off around the arm, as if little shocks of lighting were trying to bite it. I thought we had an agreement. Shall I take your actions as a sign that you wish to renege on it? Chris asked, eventually letting go of the electric-like whip as he could feel its power fading. Putting his ability away, Jake was being a little more cautious than he would compared to before. He held on to that with his bare hands. Is he really accomplishing such a feat purely with chi? I've never met anyone that can do that sort of thing, and it doesn't look like that hurt him at all. I guess Pure hasn't just been sitting back and doing nothing, Jake thought. He's a family member, you have to understand that. I'm sure he has his reasons for doing what he is doing. At least, hear him out, Jake argued before turning around. What do you mean by teacher, Shiro? How could a vampire be your teacher? That makes no sense. Shiro then looked towards Vicky and closed his eyes for a second. It might be better for someone else to answer that question. After saying these words and opening his eyes again, Shiro's entire presence changed. Vicky, Shiro called out. The fluctuations in his voice were different compared to what it was before. It's him, he's returned. We knew he would come back one day, and he's finally returned. Quinn had tried to summon any part of his shadow, and he even quickly checked to see if the system was all in order, including his MC cells. Nothing seemed to be wrong, but as he tried to activate his powers, he felt nothing in his body. It was as if he never had the powers to begin with. "Oh, what's wrong?" Russ asked, a grin on his face. "It looks like you are having a little trouble with something. I have met with one of you guardians before, and your shadow powers are certainly troublesome. Unfortunately, he managed to escape before I could finish him off. But I won't be making this mistake with you." Hearing the word guardian made Quinn think of the red vampires again, and it looked as if Russ was mistaking him for part of their group. Lifting his head up and looking towards him, Quinn had a sad smile on his face, as he let out a sigh. "Ha! So you think I'm part of the red vampires? I guess I can't blame you for mistaking me for one of their fanatics claiming to be Quinn Talon. Well, it doesn't matter if you believe me or not. I don't need to rely on the shadow or beast weapons to deal with the likes of you." Russ had taken a step back, and the others did the same. They hadn't acted yet, worried that this person might very well have a trick up his sleeve. It was then that a large amount of aura started to emit from Quinn's body. His eyes glowed red, and the aura wasn't just covering a single part of his body. It had erupted as if it were flames from his body. At the same time, something else was occurring. The blood from the victims that Ray had fought was moving. It had floated in the air, like raindrops, and was coming towards Quinn, mixing in with his aura. The aura continued to glow until it was as if there was against flame behind his body. "What is this? Are you sure he's one of the guardians and not the red vampire leader himself, Russ?" Clicker asked, worry in his tone. "No, he doesn't look anything like that guy," Russ replied, getting slightly nervous at Quinn's display of power. "Not unless he replaced him. Perhaps this is all my own fault. Ever since I woke up, I tried keeping a low profile, not wanting to disturb anyone since it was no longer my time." Quinn started to speak, more and more blood gathering around him. "Unfortunately, even after all those years that I have been gone, nobody wants to just talk things out. Kindness still appears to be something that isn't given freely, but something that has to be earned by force. Fine then. Let me speak the only language, guys, like you seem to understand." The aura that surrounded Quinn was condensing into a darker red. Usually the aura from vampires was quite light, and they had never seen something like this before. Suddenly, throwing out his hands, the blood aura from his body had split, and with it in the air behind him, they started to form into the shape of swords. Soon, the aura had created 1,000 blood swords floating about in the air. This was something that not even vampire leaders should be capable of, and the crowd's eyes were starting to linger on the scene behind the human dragon. "My body has really changed. I can't feel the strain when even using this much blood power like I could before. I haven't used the celestial energy yet, but let's get rid of all the annoying bugs around here. Me and you are the same, so let's just make this a battle between us," Quinn said, as he continued to look at the dark-skinned lady. "Clicker!" Russ shouted, as he understood what the intruder meant. As soon as his boss called out his name, Clicker lifted both his hands and clicked with both of his fingers. Quinn was ready to move the blood swords, yet stopped since his target was nowhere to be seen. To his left and right, none of his friends were there. Behind him there was no wedding scene nor guests filming videos. However, there was one person who was in front of him, and that was Russ, who was still present. "You might have convinced me a little that you might be the hero," Russ stated solemnly, his voice containing some faint hints of reverence. "No one, not even the red vampires, could have as much blood control as what you have demonstrated. You said to make this just a battle between us, no? Then let's battle." Although Quinn had no idea where he was, that wasn't an issue for him. He could always travel back to the others by using Minnie's shadow. Of course, for that his shadow would have to work again first, but since only Russ was currently in front of him, It wasn't hard to guess the reason for his powers abandoning him. Fine, Quinn answered and was ready to throw out the 1,000 blood swords towards his opponent. Moving his hands quickly though, quicker than humanly possible, to the point that only someone as quick as Quinn would be able to follow. A strange aura surrounded the chained leader, a red strong aura. The aura left his body and started to form objects in the air. And with that, suddenly Russ wasn't the only one faced with 1,000 blood swords. Most of the group were unable to keep up with Quinn, with the exception of Peter somewhat, and they all knew that, but they had decided to follow him anyway. Even though Quinn was leaps and bounds ahead of him in strength, Peter knew that at times there could be trickery involved, especially with all the celestial talk Quinn had told him about. Still, when seeing him dash ahead into the group of chained, Peter knew that he was able to deal with it. Even when Quinn had missed, he wasn't worried, and seeing him summon his blood aura, it looked like Quinn had control of the situation. After all, Quinn was only using the appropriate power needed to crush these fools. In fact, Peter believed when summoning the 1,000 blood swords, he was perhaps using too much power. A human wouldn't use its whole strength to squash a few ants after all. But things had quickly changed because the next second, Quinn had disappeared suddenly, no longer in front of any of them, and it wasn't just him but Russ, the leader of the chained as well. Where did Quinn go? Lucia said. Was it Clicker's ability? But how was he able to teleport him to another place without even having touched him before? As the group had discussed earlier, Clicker's power allowed him to transport people and objects. They knew this, but it seemed like there was some type of condition involved, and as for that condition it was unknown. We don't have to worry about him, Peter stated. Wherever he is, I'm sure he will deal with whoever gets in his way. This is the person that has taken on Graham, Hilston, and more than you people know. Hearing Peter's words, Locke, a man with large bushy eyebrows that were pointed upwards towards his large forehead, couldn't help but laugh. The person who defeated Graham. I admit those blood powers are strong, but don't try to corner us into that lie. Right, guys? When asking the question, he looked at the others that all seemed to agree, but there were two people that were a little startled. One of them was Fizzle. Her boots were still active. Usually, she would only use her boots when needed and deactivate them. But even now, she had turned her head a couple of times, thinking that maybe the vampire in question would be after her again. As for the other one who was in shock, it was Clicker himself. What's wrong? You can't possibly think our leader will lose to that guy? Locke asked. Wait, Cube, a square-headed man said, who had several colored rings on all of his fingers. How was Clicker able to transport that vampire? Did you know him? Clicker shook his head. I haven't met him before, but the fact that he was successfully teleported means he's telling the truth. Screw you guys, a loud voice said, and Peter was already in the middle of throwing a punch directly towards Locke. It was unexpected from the group since they believed they were quite a safe distance away from the other group, especially with Clicker moving them a little further away, after moving Russ first. Snapping out of his troubles, Clicker used his ability to move Locke out of the way and away from the punch, causing Peter's fist to hit nothing but air, but as it followed through, a loud bang as well as a cloud of smoke had appeared. Peter hadn't held back with his punch, and the others could visibly see it. Damn! None of these guys are normal, Locke complained. He's fast and strong as well. If you guys have the chance to talk, then tell us where Jessica is so we can have a nice present for Quinn when he comes back, Peter shouted, running forward once again, but even as he started moving, Clicker just transported the whole group to a different area, moving once again. Peter had to readjust his position, attempting to run towards them again, but this time, Clicker had split them all up slightly, leaving Peter confused about who exactly to go for. Eventually, he had chosen one, but after running towards the said person, Clicker just moved them again. Damn it, I hate to say it, but you guys can help a little. There's 5 of them and 4 of us, so maybe distract them a little, or get rid of that annoying guy, Peter shouted. Hey, there's 5 of us as well, Minnie said, staying on top of Lucia's shoulder. It was then that Lucia quickly thrust her spear forward, and out from the tip a blue lightning bolt had left, heading straight for Clicker. It wasn't a random attack either. It was timed perfectly to when Peter was about to run towards one of the other members of the chain. The one great thing about the Greylash family's ability was the speed of the attack itself. Seen as it was incredibly fast, now Clicker had a choice: move one of his allies or take the hit himself. It was then that Clicker decided to click his fingers once more, and while doing this, he bashed both of his hands together. At that moment, the armor he was wearing over his arms had formed a strange round shield. The lightning bolt hit the shield directly, and it was a mighty blow, causing Clicker's feet to move slightly. The attack looked like it would soon bypass the shield completely and hit Clicker himself, but before it did, he used his own ability to get away from the lightning bolt. Damn it, how many times can he use that ability? Does it not use any MC cells, or what? Lucia shouted as she once again aimed towards where Clicker was. If there was one thing she was sure about, it was the fact that he couldn't keep teleporting all of them forever. There had to be a limit. Peter had unlimited stamina, and she had only just started using her powers, and as long as Clicker didn't have an incredibly large MC pool, he would soon be unable to use his powers. However, as she thrust her spear forward again, this time nothing came out. My ability, what's happened? I can't use it. I can't use any of my lighting powers. The square-headed man with the rings on his fingers started to laugh at this. Cube just looked at her, smirking away. It has to be that guy. Does he have the power to stop abilities? Is that what happened to Quinn before? Of course, it was fine for the rest of the group if they didn't have their powers. They could still use their red aura, and Lucia could still use her chi as well, but she relied on her ability more than the others, which meant she was no more than useless and perhaps would soon become a sitting duck. You're not wrong. You are our target, Clicker said, looking at her. Clicking his fingers, soon Locke had appeared directly behind her, and in doing so, he had pressed his hand on her, and the next second she felt an immense weight all over her. Trying to use her chi, she powered her muscles to stand and swung her spear behind her, but it was slow, and the weight that she could feel in the area was being magnified. She fell to the ground lying flat on her front. The ground had been indented with her body as the strange force was felt, pushing down on top of her. The power of gravity. It's so strong. Far more immense than I imagined. It's time to finish you, Locke said, getting ready to throw a kick, but a red beam came out midway, sharp and fast going right through his leg. Locke shouted out in pain. He always had a level of chi surrounding his body, so the attack had to be strong. As for who the attack had come from, it was a little girl standing a short distance away from Lucia. I want to protect my family as well, Minnie said with her hand in the shape of a gun and her finger looking partly destroyed already. Seeing this, Fizzle started to act. She ran forward using her boots, heading towards them to get rid of the girl. But then getting in her way was a similar red beam coming from a different direction. She stopped short, allowing the attack to miss her and looked to where it had come from. You were the one he went for, Mitchell said. Although you have done nothing but have your hands empty this entire time, you were the one that Quinn went for. There has to be a reason for that. A lot of attention from the reporters was where the most people were present. That, of course, was not too far from the wrecked and destroyed wedding equipment. Most of the reporters were hiding behind the wreckage as they continued to film the scene in front of them, that of the strange Dalki against the Allies. Not much had happened for a while now, as it looked like the groups were discussing something, but thanks to everyone having enhanced microphones, they were able to pick up on the conversation between the two sides. However, there was one that noticed something going on behind the dragon that had been summoned. Everyone will be filming this fight, and the others are too scared to go ahead. But that's where that strange shadow user went, and it looks like something else is going on. Quickly, moving from one pile of debris to the next, AJ was making his way over so he could get in a better position. He was planning to make another scoop by filming what the others were too afraid of. Of course, he had to be careful not to catch the attention of the chained. Going around the whole area, AJ finally found some of the ground which had been uprooted, making it look like a large rock. It had been from the shipwreck that had happened the other day. It looked like they didn't quite bother to repair any of the grounds that weren't going to be used for the wedding. It looks like I've hit a jackpot. That's the Chains A team that's fighting against the intruders. When checking how many viewers AJ had at the moment, the number had gone significantly down due to him being on the move. The ones who had stayed were the hardcore fans of his that believed that he would show him something phenomenal. Since it was nearly impossible to watch multiple streams at once, the others had left to other channels who were covering the main event, leaving him with only a few thousand. Although I might not have a lot of viewers now, once this is all over they will all start flocking to the other things that happened during this event. While taking a peek, AJ noticed that there were 2 people missing from the main event. Where is the chained leader? And where is the intruder? There were goosebumps on his body, wondering what was currently happening. At the moment, there were 3 major events occurring, yet it appeared as if the world would have to miss out on seeing one of them. So, what are we going to do? Ray asked, making sure to use a mental connection to address only those who had been fighting on his side. He had long since noticed the reporters and could guess that their strange machines were aimed at them to listen in. I am happy to wait here, so you guys don't get involved with what is happening behind me. They need practice after all, and if they don't survive, that's just how things were meant to be. The cycle of life. Ray rambled on. I'm afraid the situation has changed a little, Fizzwell said, walking forward. Now that we know that there is a powerful Dalki still alive, this has become a worldwide matter. It would be best if we could get rid of the problem here and now, but if the Blades insist on supporting him, I guess there is something in history that we don't know about. Hearing this, Jake looked towards his mother. His uncle Shiro clearly said something to her that had stunned her. He had never seen her this shocked. Whatever was to happen, though, he would follow her. Suddenly, one person decided to act. The current leader of the Bree family that had also attended the wedding had charged out from where the chained were. She was riding on the back of the flaming lion. As the beast opened its mouth, it shot out a large flame ball that was in the shape of a ring. It was heading straight for the 2 blades. Shiro looked like he was ready to block the attack, but lifting his hand, he could see 8 lines of large yellow aura coming towards him. Seeing this, he had no choice but to harden his body. The attack was too quick to do anything else, which meant that the flame was still going to head towards Ray. You guys really don't have to do this for me, Ray thought and spoke to those that were seemingly on his side, because he could see one more person heading in front of him. That was Vicky herself. She lifted her hand and blasted out a ring of water to crash into the flames of fire. As the 2 closed, large amounts of steam filled the whole area, blocking the view of everyone. Uncle Shiro, a voice was heard, and throwing out his 2 whips of lighting that were in his hands, Jake had slashed all the yellow aura attacks from the damper before it reached his uncle. If Mother has decided to help you, then I will help you as well. Thanks, the man replied as he placed his hand on Jake's shoulder. But it's not Shiro right now. Vicky, having blocked the attack, could see the steam clearing up, and she then looked towards the other blade. If you want to go help your friends out, then we will do whatever it takes to stop them. It's been a long time. Hearing these words, there was a genuine soft smile on the man's face. I keep telling you guys, there is no need to help them. Ray let out a sigh, and now that the steam had finally heated up, everyone could clearly see the VIPs having split into 2 sides. Is it really going to be like this? With the greens there now, I really don't know what to do, and I can't get through to Andy. Fizzwell face-bombed, shaking his head. The Bree family leader, a Vampire Corps General, Pierce Agent 1 Chris, and the Damper Flora were all on one side facing off against the Dragon/Dalki Ray, and the others were on the other side. You're right, Shiro replied. Somehow Peter has looked after him this long, so they should be okay. Since Quinn summoned you, I will protect you, whoever you are. You protect me. That is a funny statement to make. Ray couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of that statement. However, you seem to know the young boy. So what is your name? Hardening his body until it was in a complete solid state of metal, he turned around to look at the others. The name is Vorden, but let's talk more later. For now, let's subdue those pesky flies and wait for Quinn to return. Now with how the situation had turned, even Flora, who had been aggressive in her attacks, wasn't sure if it was the best option. It wasn't just anybody that they would be going against. These people were strong, and they were already having trouble when it was all of them against the dragon. Pure will be happy to show that they care for the people. Chris announced loudly. We will go against the Dalki. If they have returned, then it is our duty to fight them off. Pure will always protect the human race from whatever dares to threaten their existence, be it Dalki or vampires. Chris hadn't done much so far, but with a single hit, he had proven to be the most effective against the dragon. Stating that he would be joining, it had already dropped in the damper, and it looked like those from the Bree family had made up their mind as well. I really don't know what to do, Fizzwell uttered, as he twisted his foot in the ground. Why does it have to be my decision to make? Looking up, Fizzwell could feel a breeze on his face, and all he could see was a dark fist in front of him. On impact, he immediately felt his nose getting broken and his whole body flipping, until the punch forced his body to go downward into the ground. The vampire general slammed into the ground, chucking up countless piles of rock and debris. Don't worry, I made the decision for you. I was never going to just let you guys go. Not after getting the chance to fight for a long time anyway. General Fizzwell was a well-known member of the Vampire Corps. His feats are world-renowned, and that was why when he arrived at today's event, others thought that the Vampire Corps was taking the whole matter exceptionally seriously. Although he had yet to show or do something shocking today that would warrant what he was capable of, they knew he was strong. This was why it came as a big surprise to everyone when he was defeated with a single hit. The others paused for a few seconds, waiting for Fizzwell to stand up from the crater he was in, but he didn't even move an inch. It was as if one of the most powerful members of the Vampire Corps was one-shooted. The dragon. Is it stronger now that it's in human form? One of the reporters whispered, echoing the thoughts of the others around him. They had yet to see the dragon use that much force to take someone out. Maybe those spikes are real. Another reporter gulped. If that is the case, we will need someone more powerful than the great hero Quinn here. Unfortunately, even the great hero had only defeated an 8-spike Dalki. I have a feeling the whole world is doomed. Usually, reporters would tend to over-exaggerate the situation to cater to more audiences. Tragic and scary news always brought in more readers and viewers, which was why, after working like so for all those years, they had gone straight to changing their broadcast names to End of the Earth. The human race is about to go extinct? Someone stronger than the hero. I make 500 credits working from home, and you can do it too. Click here now. I say goodbye to you all. The end is here. Staring at the vampire on the ground, even Ray was taken aback too by how still the latter was. He shouldn't be dead, right? I am sure I calculated everything well. I did put some of the dragon's energy, similar to how the second stage of Chi works, into his body so he couldn't heal, but that's it. Either way, neither group would stand around after Ray had acted, and immediately, the huge lion-like beast spat out fire from its mouth and sent several rings of fire toward Ray. Once again, Vicky dashed forward and released rings of water as a counterattack. I will take care of things here. Jake, be a good kid and deal with the rest, Vicky shouted. Uncle, go help the others like you said, Jake shouted. That dragon human is strong enough as it is. While saying that, they saw that Ray was already on the move, and he was heading straight towards a particular blonde-haired female. There is one that I can kill, and I should at least help the kid out, Ray thought, as the energy collected around his fist, creating sparks in the air, like a meteoroid coming through the Earth's atmosphere. Even though there were no flames, Flora could feel an immense heat on her face. She had a strong intuition that this punch was more powerful than the one used against Fizzwell. However, before it could reach her, a red-skinned figure, similar in size to Ray, appeared right between the latter and her. The large man's muscular, scarred chest was going to take on the attack head-on. But oddly the skin was bright red in color, as if the skin itself was pulsating with power. This man was none other than Chris. The interruption from Chris was too soon for Ray to pull back, so he had to go ahead with the punch. I didn't mean to kill the two of you. I just hope Quinn won't mind too much. On impact, the fist made a loud bang, and a large wave of red energy like a meteor had hit the ground and flew behind them. It caused the debris of the wedding venue to spread even further due to the aftershock. Some of the lucky guests and the chain that were too close flew up in the air, while others received a few burn marks on their bodies. And in the other direction, the ground was utterly uprooted, creating a large canyon-like landscape though. The surprising thing wasn't the power of the punch itself. Rather, it was the person who took this punch. The reporters were receiving the images from the situation after switching to their own personal cameras due to most of their drones being destroyed. They noticed something. The red-skinned figure was still standing there with his chest puffed and the energy still looking alive. Although there was blood dripping down to the ground, the wound on his body wasn't a large one, and it was slowly beginning to heal. On the other hand, Flora, who was standing behind Chris, was completely fine. "That hurt," Chris said while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "All this time, I improved my body beyond anyone's imagination, and even then, when I saw that punch, I knew just using chi wouldn't be enough. I had to use the 4th stage and I ended up in a state like this." He smiled at the end. "If you think you're shocked, what about me?" Ray replied. "I didn't want to hurt the earth. Elle didn't want to damage the land that we grew up on. But I might have to if you're going to try and get in that kid's way. He might just not be ready for you yet." Chris then grabbed onto the hard scales on Ray's arms. He held onto them tightly. "The damper's power has disappointed me," Chris stated. "I thought they would have sent someone cable to this event. You should at least be able to keep that young one at bay. I hope this isn't the best that your kind can do." It was then that Chris jumped up while holding onto the Dalki. It looked like it was almost his loss until Flora looked on the ground and saw craters in it from where the Dalki-like figure had stood. They were both willing to go, and looking up in the air, one could see the Dalki had sprouted wings and gone off somewhere in the distance. No one really knew to do what or what for, but there were no reporters brave enough to follow, that was for sure. While flying through the air, Ray could see a nice piece of open land. The chained owned many lands and had only built upon a small section of it. "Here will do," Ray said, and soon whacked Chris's arms away and punched him into the ground. Following quickly, he landed not too far from where Chris had fallen. And a few seconds later, pushing the ground and the rocks away, Chris jumped out ot the crater. "It looked like you didn't want to show everything you have in front of those cameras. So I thought I would bring you here. I can tell you're old, very old. Which begs the question, how did you survive so long as a human? I can think of one answer, and that is you stole others' life forces," Ray said. Chris was impressed with this person. "You are clearly not a Dalki, otherwise, everything I know about the Dalki would be wrong. This whole thing is interesting for pure. Were you the one that killed him? Killed the one on Mars?" It took Ray a second to figure out what he was talking about since Ray hadn't followed the events of Quinn closely. But he remembered that there was someone from the group Pure that Quinn had fought on Mars. "I guess out here we can both go all out," Chris shouted as he summoned even more energy from within, and Ray could sense it now. Before, the chi energy had covered it up, but a different type of energy was deep inside of him. This man was incredibly strong, but so was the energy inside him, making him an absolute monster. A monster that had the strength to take on the Celestials, a monster like him. You're a werewolf,"